Chapter 1573. He Tian displayed a great divine ability and killed 7 of the 9 powerful warriors who came to attack him on the spot. He chased away 2 almighty emperors. His power was so great that it could shock the world. The 2 almighty emperors might have escaped, but who was He Tian? He would not let those 2 people go. He wanted to know who was behind all of this. Hence, He Tian also left Shaman City and followed behind the 2 almighty emperors without anyone noticing. They came to a place filled with spiritual aura. This place was different from the others. There was a dragon vein under the ground and the aura of the earth rose. It was a rare land for dragons to hide in. This surprised He Tian. He did not expect to see such a place right after he entered Middle-earth. There must be a powerful force of power in this place. It was definitely not a place without a master. When the 2 almighty emperors were about to enter the land of hidden dragons, He Tian knew that if he did not attack now, he would not have the chance to do so. However, just as He Tian was about to attack, a person suddenly walked in front of the 2 almighty emperors. He only saw a flash and the heads of the 2 almighty emperors flew into the air. What? He Tian was shocked. This person was too terrifying. He killed 2 almighty emperors with just one move. Those were not ordinary almighty emperors. They were almighty emperors. Only powerful warriors who were above the 5th heaven of almighty emperors had the right to be called almighty emperors. The 5th heaven of almighty emperors was a dividing line. The 2 people who lost their heads rolled on the ground. The blood of the almighty dyed the ground red. It was the blood of an almighty and contained a large amount of spiritual essence. However, that person just let the spiritual essence flow out and did not even spare a glance at it. Grand Elder Gu? When He Tian saw that person's face clearly, he was shocked again. The person who killed the 2 almighty emperors was Gu Fei, the person he was looking for. Come out! After Gu Fei killed the 2 almighty emperors, he glanced at the place where He Tian was. He had already sensed He Tian's presence. Boss is mighty! He Tian walked out of his hiding place with some embarrassment. In front of Gu Fei, he knew that it was impossible for him to hide and not be discovered by Gu Fei. As the 2 of them walked together, He Tian finally understood why Gu Fei was here. Someone had made use of the hidden dragon ground to set up a killing trap and lured Gu Fei in. However, Gu Fei had directly displayed his unparalleled combat strength and fought his way out of the hidden dragon killing trap. Using the power of the world here to set up a killing trap? He Tian was extremely shocked. Those who secretly wanted to plot against Gu Fei were really generous. It should be known that in the human realm, a place that contained a dragon vein under the ground was very rare. However, the hidden dragon ground here was not the same as the hidden dragon ground in the past. This hidden dragon ground had just formed, and a small dragon vein had been born under the ground. Gu Fei did not destroy this hidden dragon ground. On that day, someone brought a corner of a bloody robe, which shocked Gu Fei greatly. Because Gu Fei recognized that corner of the bloody robe, it was Zhao Ziru's robe. When the Taishan sect suffered a great calamity, the fate of a group of people was unknown, and they disappeared. This time, when Gu Fei returned to the human realm, his biggest wish was to find the people of the past. As soon as he appeared in the sorcerer land, someone brought Zhao Ziru's bloody robe, which really shocked him to the extreme. Zhao Ziru was a name that had been sealed in his heart for 100 years. The beautiful figure of the past gradually became clear in his heart. Without hesitation, Gu Fei left the sorcerer city. This matter concerned Zhao Ziru's life and death, and it was difficult for him to remain calm. However, he also knew that someone must have wanted to lure him away. Although he knew that those people were up to no good, Gu Fei still went. However, Gu Fei still had a backup plan. Even if someone came to attack the Gu family after he left, the Gu family still had a way to protect themselves. However, the appearance of He Tian made Gu Fei's backup plan useless. Why did someone want to attack the Gu family of the sorcerer land? This was what Gu Fei wanted to know. After all, he had taken in Gu Zhong to pass on the bloodline of the martial ancestor. If you dare to touch my disciple, then you must pay the price. After Gu Fei talked with He Tian for a while, he and He Tian went back into the land of Hidden Dragon. They wanted to find some clues. The people who attacked in the dark were very mysterious. They only used a weak cultivator to lure Gu Fei here, and then someone else secretly killed him. This despicable act completely angered Gu Fei. The land of hidden dragon. What a pity! As He Tian walked in, he kept shaking his head. The essence of the land of hidden dragon had leaked out and was lured out by someone. The dragon aura under the ground was almost useless. Some of the undulating mountain ranges nearby had already been completely destroyed. This was Gu Fei's masterpiece. This was a very dangerous trap, and he had no choice but to break it. The terrain of the land was destroyed. It was difficult to gather spiritual aura from all directions. Even the spiritual aura that had already gathered could no longer be locked. Once the dragon aura under the ground disappeared, the spiritual land would completely lose its spiritual aura, and the area around it would become a barren land. Nothing was left behind in this trap. The rune had collapsed, and nothing could be seen. The people in the dark were very careful and did not leave any loopholes behind. Gu Fei and He Tian were the last to leave this area and return to the shaman city. With their current level of cultivation, it would only take them less than an hour to return to the shaman land from the middle of the plains. When night fell, they appeared in the shaman city. Once Gu Fei returned to the shaman city, he immediately pulled Gu Zhong into the secret chamber and branded the second half of the martial scripture into Gu Zhong's heart. In the past, Gu Fei had only given the first half of the martial scripture to Gu Zhong. Now, he also gave the second half of the martial scripture to Gu Zhong, merging the martial scripture into one. Gu Zhong had obtained the complete legacy of the martial arts. At that moment, he could be considered as the true successor of the martial arts. While Gu Fei was giving the martial scripture to Gu Zhong, He Tian was flying around to observe the situation in the world. He wanted to know why those people were so determined to obtain Shaman City. He Tian became more and more shocked. Shaman City was incredible. It seemed to be the eye of a rune that was set up with 100,000 lis of shaman land, and the mountain ridges were like rune patterns. This sort of spending was too terrifying. It was practically going against the will of the heavens, and they did it without fear. Besides, this was a trap that had been set up since ancient times, and it was targeted at the Buddhists of Western Earth. They've been preparing for this for countless years, and now they're going to take action? He Tian stood in the sky above Shaman City, and a brilliant light would occasionally shine in his eyes. He knew that unless the Gu family moved away, or else, that force of power in the dark would definitely not let the matter rest. The ancient legacy. Interesting. He Tian smiled. Chapter 1574. Please remember the domain name of this site. Or here. A mysterious ancient inheritance had set its eyes on the Gu family. This was definitely a disaster for the Gu family. Such an inheritance had existed for countless years and possessed a deep foundation that no one else could compare to. No one knew the details of this mysterious inheritance, but the power it displayed made Gu Fei and He Tian somewhat afraid. The experts under the Eastern Imu ancestors' tutelage were all under the control of the opponent. Gu Fei had killed the Imu ancestor and formed a grudge with the Eastern demon ancestor. However, Gu Fei acted according to his heart. Whether it was the Eastern Imu ancestor or the Western Buddha, as long as they dared to provoke him, he would blow them up with a single punch. This time, Gu Fei was not interested in the spoils of war. Only the ebony sword was slightly better. Even the red divine spear was not as good as the ebony sword. The ebony sword was a quasi-sacred weapon suitable for people who cultivated in the wood element. Gu Fei learned about the current situation in the human world from Gu Zhong. In the past 100 years, the forces of the ancient desolation had returned, and the major regions of the human world had ushered in a period of prosperity. A great era had arrived, and all kinds of experts had risen rapidly, their names shaking the human world. In the east, an invincible expert of the demon clan had appeared. He was called the Demon Ancestor. Some people said that he was a great demon cultivated from an ancient divine tree. The Imu ancestor was in existence among the demon clan that could contend with the demon lord Huanglong. Two forces had appeared among the demon clan, and there were signs of a split. The water in the human world was very deep, and even Gu Fei's heart palpitated. Moreover, in this great era, all the big figures and old antiques would jump out to fight for the luck of this era. Such a great world was filled with challenges. Just thinking about it caused Gu Fei's blood to boil. He was a martialist, a natural-born fighter. The east of the human world was originally the territory of the Taishan sect, but the place where the Taishan sect was originally located had now turned into a terrifying Devil's Denver. With the Devil's Den as the center, the area with a radius of 100,000 miles had already become a Devil's Den. Devil Chi lingered there, and an indestructible demonic nature enveloped the entire area. Anyone who entered the Devil's Den would be in danger of being demonized. In the east, there were still some matters that required Gu Fei's attention. Gu Fei wanted to leave, but He Tian came back and told him a few things, making it temporarily impossible for him to leave. There was actually an ancient inheritance that had its eyes on the Gu clan. This was a very serious matter. If he left, the mysterious ancient inheritance would immediately arrive. At that time, the entire Gu clan would be annihilated. What should we do? In the city lord's mansion, both Gu Fei and He Tian felt troubled. There were so many ancient inheritances, but no one knew which one it was, unless the other party jumped out. Gu Zhong suggested that the Gu family move away. However, both Gu Fei and He Tian were somewhat displeased. Their own disciples were actually being forced to move their entire family. This was not something to be proud of. It had to be said that Jinwu City was very important to that mysterious ancient inheritance. Just as the moon was in the middle of the sky, a figure stepped on the moon and approached from afar. He's here again. In the city lord's mansion, 2 rays of light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes. He stood up from his seat and emitted a battle intent. Finally, a decent opponent has arrived. He Tian also waved the 5 elements fan and stood up. The person from afar had already arrived outside the ancient city, standing in the air above the city gate. He did not barge in. Pass down the sacred emperor's order. You all are to leave the divine city. Everything that happened in the past will be forgotten. The person transmitted his voice into the ancient city. Everyone in the city could clearly hear this voice. It was not loud, but it spread throughout the entire region. What a big tone, Sacred Emperor. A sneer rang out from the ancient city, and a figure walked out from the city. It was a young cultivator waving the 5 elements fan. This young cultivator was very handsome, and he wore the Yuhua Immortal robe, which was rarely seen in the mortal world. This young cultivator was He Tian. The person standing in the air in front of the city gate was also a young cultivator. However, this person's blood and qi were incomparably vigorous. An old monster. He Tian glanced at the person and said disdainfully, "What did you say?" The young cultivator's thick eyebrows immediately stood up. His eyes flashed with an ominous glint, and the blood and qi he exuded became even more vigorous. "If you want to live, then hurry up and scram. Then call that sacred emperor over and let me beat him up to vent my anger." He Tian swore. "You, how dare you?" The young cultivator was very angry. This guy in front of him dared to disrespect the sacred emperor. He deserved to die, and his entire family should be executed. Buzz! A saber rushed out from the young cultivator's body and was held in his hand. It was a bronze saber with copper stains on it. Clearly, it was an ancient item. "Aren't you ashamed to take out this kind of scrap metal?" He Tian's disdain increased, as if he didn't care about the young cultivator at all. However, he was secretly on guard. The bronze saber in the young cultivator's hand was not ordinary. Die. There was nothing more to say. The young cultivator also knew that he had no choice but to act. The sacred emperor had sent him here to exterminate this group of people who dared to occupy the divine city. He had an item bestowed by the sacred emperor. With that item, he was confident that he could sweep away all opponents in the world. Swish! The young cultivator slashed out with his saber. A resplendent saber light immediately rushed out from his hand, cutting through the void. Wherever the saber light passed, it left behind a pitch-black spatial crack. Peak Almighty! When He Tian saw the saber coming, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Although it was only a single saber strike, It displayed the battle power of a peak almighty. Humph! I will let you know what it feels like to beg for death. A cruel smile appeared on the young cultivator's face. I'm so scared. Tian pretended to be frightened, then fanned out one fan after another. Boom! A fire suddenly rushed out from the five-colored divine fan in his hand. In an instant, it enveloped the entire world in front of him, engulfing the peak almighty in a sea of fire. The air seemed to have been set ablaze. An extremely pure divine flame burned the void, causing it to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. Roar! The angry roar of the peak almighty came from the sea of fire. A saber light slashed out from the sea of fire, still falling towards Tian's head. Swish! Tian soared into the sky, dodging the saber. He fanned the divine fire fan in his hand repeatedly. A terrifying fire essence erupted from the divine fire fan, the fire illuminating the entire sky. Layers of fire enveloped the peak almighty and burned him. I'm so angry! A furious roar came from the sea of fire. Then, a terrifying saber light suddenly appeared from the sea of fire and swept out in all directions. Under the saber light, the layers of fire were directly extinguished by the saber chi. The peak almighty rushed out of the sea of fire, his whole body smoking, his beard and hair burned, his clothes tattered, as if he had crawled out of a rubbish dump, his face black. Ha ha! Where did this charcoal head come from? Seeing the sorry state of this peak almighty, Tian immediately laughed. For the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure, I suggest you collect it. Chapter 1575. Welcome, everyone. Roar! The pinnacle mighty figure was enraged after being burned by Tian. Two beams of divine light shot out from his pitch-black face. If looks could kill, Tian would have died many times over. I'm going to tear you into pieces and suppress your soul in purgatory for 10,000 years. The wretched pinnacle mighty figure gritted his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to tear Tian into pieces. Buzz! The ancient bronze saber in his hand vibrated, and ancient patterns began to appear on the bronze-stained saber. Those patterns seemed to be formed naturally and interweaved with a Tao rhythm. Sage artifact? The extraordinariness of the ancient bronze saber made Tian's heart tremble. Swoosh! The pinnacle mighty figure did not hesitate to expend his yuan qi to activate the ancient saber in his hand. A saber qi that was 10 times stronger than the previous saber radiance rushed out from the ancient saber. A terrifying aura spread out from the ancient bronze saber. The void between heaven and earth was instantly torn apart by the saber radiance. A wave of sage power erupted from the saber radiance, destroying everything as it landed on Tian's head. Swoosh! When the saber radiance landed, Tian's body suddenly turned blurry. He left an afterimage on the spot, but his real body had already moved 100 feet away. Whoosh! He held the divine fire fan in his hand and fanned at the pinnacle mighty figure. Flaming birds rushed out of the fan and flew towards the pinnacle mighty figure. These were the shadows formed by the fire essence contained in the fan. They were the legendary three-legged golden crows that were born from the sun star. Every flaming bird contained terrifying fire elemental power. The pinnacle mighty figure's ancient saber spun, and a wave of saber chi swept out, destroying all the flaming birds that pounced towards him. Moreover, the remaining power did not diminish as it continued to slash towards Tian. Although Tian did not practice the 8 desolate steps, his yin-yang steps was also a technique that allowed him to display extreme speed. Every step he took was a yin and a yang. The yin and yang interchanged and changed unpredictably. With a turn of his body, he disappeared on the spot. The next moment, when he reappeared, he had already rushed into the sky and arrived above the peak almighties. Boom! The power of endless yin and yang erupted from Tian's body. A yin-yang Tao diagram appeared behind him, and the power of yin and yang turned into an ancient cauldron that pressed downwards. Rumble! The entire world was shaking. The ancient cauldron formed by the interweaving yin and yang Tao patterns was exactly the same as Gufei's mountain and river cauldron. It activated the power of the great path of yin and yang, suppressing the world in all directions. A praying mantis trying to block an arm. You don't know your place. The pinnacle almighty sneered. He raised his saber and slashed upwards. The powerful saber chi shook the heavens and the earth. It broke through the layers of yin and yang essence chi and slashed at the yin and yang cauldron that was pressing down. Boom! Without any suspense, the yin and yang cauldron was smashed by the saber. The yin and yang Dao patterns dissipated and He Tian was sent flying high into the sky by this attack. At this moment, the pinnacle almighty suddenly realized that after He Tian flew high into the sky, he had actually disappeared. This surprised him. How is this possible? The bright moon was in the sky. There wasn't even a cloud in the sky. It was empty. He Tian had really suddenly disappeared. This made the pinnacle almighty feel uneasy. I want you to have nowhere to hide. The pinnacle almighty roared angrily. A divine light rushed out from between his eyebrows. A divine eye appeared there and emitted a strange wave. It was a divine eye that seemed to be able to see through the 3 realms and 6 paths. There were Dao patterns interweaving inside it. It scanned in all directions, trying to find He Tian. Bang! At this moment, a fist suddenly appeared behind the pinnacle almighty. It hit the back of his head and almost exploded his head. The pinnacle almighty was sent flying. Your head is really hard. A voice sounded in the void. He Tian's figure seemed to directly walk out of the void. He swung his fist as if he was in great pain. Arg! I'm going to kill you. The pinnacle almighty was ashamed and furious. He was almost angered to death. His opponent was humiliating him. He didn't take him seriously at all. His methods were despicable and shameless. Can you kill me? He Tian said disdainfully. The pinnacle almighty's anger burned the 9 heavens. He stabilized his body and felt a wave of dizziness. His head was in so much pain that it felt like it was going to split open. Even his soul was shaken. I'll fight it out with you. The pinnacle almighty was furious. He patted the top of his head and a divine light rushed out. Within the divine light, a divine picture rose up and emitted a peerlessly powerful and terrifying aura. He Tian's expression became solemn. The divine picture rose into the sky and instantly enveloped the entire world. A terrifying wave that could shock the heavens spread out from the divine picture. The power of a great saint. In the sky above the ancient city, Gu Fei was also shocked when he saw this scene. He didn't expect those people to even bring such a sacred object refined by a great saint. The surging sacred power seemed to crush the world. Countless Dao patterns appeared on the divine picture and intertwined. The sacred power was vast and mighty, and all the creatures in the entire sorcerer land trembled. Die! The pinnacle almighty went crazy. He activated this sacred object refined by a great saint at all costs. The divine picture sealed the world and blocked all escape routes. Mahakala was astonished. He had never imagined that the other party would actually have a sacred artifact that had been refined by a great saint. This divine diagram was incredible. If it was truly suppressed, even 10 Mahakalas would be annihilated. Swoosh! An almost transparent sword light rushed out from He Tian's body and protected him in the sword light. This was an invisible divine sword and also a holy weapon. However, the divine picture was a supreme sacred object refined by a great saint. The sacred power of a great saint was vast and boundless. It suppressed the sword chi of the invisible divine sword. Buzz! The invisible divine sword was shaking. This divine sword was actually afraid. The great saint and the saint were 2 different levels. The great saint was a supreme existence that was only 1 step away from the extreme path of supreme master. In front of a great saint, a saint was like a harmless child. How could a child fight against an adult? Boss, help! He Tian felt danger. A great pressure came down from the divine picture in the sky. He almost couldn't straighten his back. If it wasn't for the invisible divine sword protecting him, the great saint's aura that swept down from the divine picture would be enough to kill him several times over. If nothing unexpected happened, it seemed that it was only a matter of time before He Tian was suppressed. No one can save you, the pinnacle almighty roared. The humiliation that He Tian gave him could only be washed away with He Tian's blood. He was determined to suppress this abominable guy. This divine picture was a sacred object given by the Saint Emperor. This was what the pinnacle Almighty relied on. With this divine picture, even if his opponent was a half-saint, he could suppress him. Chapter 1576. Welcome to Rumble. The terrifying power of the great saint level was vast and mighty. A divine map that sealed the heavens and the earth descended from the sky, crushing the void of the world. It was peerlessly terrifying. Reading on the internet, boss, if you don't act now, I'm going to die again. Tian sensed extreme danger. The power of a great saint could definitely threaten his life. Even if he had a saint weapon to protect himself, it would be difficult for him to escape death. No one can save you, the peak expert roared. He had been continuously humiliated by Tian and was close to going crazy. He activated the divine diagram without any regard for the price, wanting to suppress Tian. Buzz! The formless divine sword trembled, releasing a wave of saint-tier sword chi to resist the terrifying power descending from the sky, temporarily protecting Tian. Really? Just as the divine diagram was about to completely suppress them, an emotionless voice suddenly rang out from the sky above the ancient city. A shocking battle intent descended. Even the divine diagram of the great sage could not block this battle intent. What? Although the peak Almighty was on the verge of going crazy, the battle intent shocked him because he knew how terrifying this god diagram was. This was a complete, supreme, holy artifact. It was not something that those incomplete holy artifacts could compare to. He had once seen their Saint Emperor use this divine diagram to suppress a monstrously terrifying demon. Swoosh! Just as the pinnacle almighties were bewildered, a sword light suddenly slashed out from the ancient city. The sword light wasn't very powerful, but it emitted an extremely dangerous aura. This is... The peak expert's heart trembled. He felt uneasy. Roar! He roared angrily, and his entire body emitted brilliant divine light. Divine patterns of the Great Path circled around him, condensing the power of the Great Path. Vast power poured into the diagram in the sky. At this moment, the diagram displayed an unprecedentedly powerful aura. Countless great saint-class Tao patterns appeared on the divine diagram, and Tao patterns were constantly being activated. The divine diagram emitted horrifying energy waves. However, the powerful force could not stop that sword light. That sword light seemed to be invincible. It directly broke through the seal of the great saint-level power, and a corner of the divine diagram was cut by the sword light. How is this possible? The pinnacle mighty figure couldn't believe what he was seeing. This was a complete great sage-level relic, but a corner of it was actually broken. Countless great sage Tao patterns were collapsing. In front of this sword light, everything seemed to become weak. Wherever the sword light passed, nothing could stop it. When the divine diagram was damaged, the power radiating from it immediately weakened by more than half. Kill! Tian let out a loud roar. He used all his strength to control the invisible godly sword and slashed upwards. A nearly transparent sword light soared into the sky and ruthlessly slashed at the godly diagram. Boom! The heavens and the earth shook. The divine painting blocked Tian's sword, and Tian took advantage of this opportunity to rush out from under the divine painting, escaping from danger. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure walked out from the ancient city. With just one step, that person rushed under the divine painting and caught the sword light in his hand. Buzz! A sword chime sounded, and a terrifying sword aura wave emanated from the godly sword in that person's hand. Even the power of a great sage level could not suppress this sword aura. What is this? The pinnacle mighty figure was shocked to the extreme. The godly sword in this person's hand could actually break through the seal of the great sage level power. This was too unbelievable. Could it be a divine weapon of the Great Path? Swoosh! That person attacked again. There was no divine power of the Great Path. It was just a simple sword, but it broke through the layers of seal power and directly pierced through the divine painting in the sky. Wah! The divine painting was pierced, and that pinnacle mighty figure suffered a great impact. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body immediately became exhausted. Gu Fei made a strong move. With just one sword, he destroyed the complete divine painting of the great sage. Under the blade of the purple-gold divine sword, only another divine weapon of the great path could contend against it. Although the divine painting of the great sage was powerful, how could it compare to the divine sword of the great path? After the divine painting was pierced by the sword light, it rapidly shrank. The terrifying aura of the great sage level retreated like the tide. In the end, the divine painting turned into the size of a palm and floated down from the sky. I want this thing. At this moment, He Tian jumped out from nowhere and snatched the palm-sized divine painting in his hand. No, the pinnacle mighty figure could not accept this reality. One should know that this was a supreme holy item bestowed by the Saint Emperor. How could it be destroyed in his hands? Even if he could escape, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. Thinking of the Saint Emperor's methods of punishing sinners, the pinnacle mighty figure could not help but shiver. No wonder the half-sage Qing could not take down this ancient city the last time. It seems like we have seriously underestimated this guy called Gu Fei. He wanted to snatch the divine painting back, but there was already a killer staring at him from below. You can go and die now, Gu Fei shouted and directly rushed up to the sky with his sword. He was filled with murderous intent towards the pinnacle mighty figure in the sky. A dangerous aura had already enveloped the pinnacle mighty figure. The pinnacle mighty figure turned around and left. He could not be bothered to snatch the divine painting anymore. However, he had once again underestimated Gu Fei's speed. He did not know that Gu Fei possessed the fastest speed in the world. Just as he rushed out thousands of feet away, Gu Fei had already caught up with him. Swoosh! A purple-gold sword light rushed out from Gu Fei's hand and rushed towards the pinnacle mighty figure. No! The pinnacle mighty figure was scared out of his wits. He ran for his life. However, no matter how fast he was definitely not faster than Gu Fei. The purple-gold sword light swept towards him from behind. The pinnacle mighty figure only felt his body turn cold for a moment. Then, he could no longer feel anything. His physical body and primordial spirit were instantly destroyed by the purple-gold sword light. Just as Gu Fei killed the pinnacle mighty figure, a figure sitting on a mountain in a celestial spirit land in Central Plains suddenly opened his eyes. Who is it? Who dares to destroy my divine painting? There seemed to be stars floating in that person's eyes. It was as if the universe was evolving in his eyes. His entire person exuded a unique presence, as if he was a supreme god looking down on all things in the world. This was a peerless and powerful existence. After Gu Fei killed the pinnacle mighty figure, he returned to Shaman City. Things had become even more serious. The mysterious ancient legacy seemed to want to obtain Shaman City at all costs. This was not a good thing. This time, the other party had even used a great saint-level divine painting. No one knew what kind of even more terrifying and powerful methods they would use next time. Chapter 1577. Please remember the domain name. Or here, Gu Fei had destroyed the great sage divine diagram and killed that expert. He knew that the other party would make a move soon. One must know that a complete great sage divine diagram was incomparably precious. The great sage divine diagram was pierced by the violet gold godly sword, and the great sage Dao pattern on it was almost destroyed by Gu Fei. However, the remnant Dao pattern could still gather the power of the great Dao. This divine diagram with a hole in it was taken away by He Tian. Although it was a broken divine diagram, under He Tian's practice, it could still display the power of a saint. The night passed peacefully. Inside Yanwu City, it was very quiet. The residents of the city had long fled, leaving only the Gu clan in the huge ancient city. The Gu clan had quite a number of people. After 100 years of recuperation, the Gu clan had grown to nearly 1,000 people. However, almost all of the experts of the previous generation of the Gu clan had fallen. The remaining people were all young cultivators, and their cultivation levels were not high. As for the 10 disciples that Gu Zhong had accepted, they were all killed in this battle. To Gu Zhong, this was undoubtedly a huge blow. One must know that he had spent a lot of effort on these 10 disciples. Almost 100 years of hard work had been wasted in a day. This was something that no one could accept. The sun rose from the east. The sun emitted a strong yang energy, dispersing the mist that shrouded the heaven and earth. The area around Yanwu City was frighteningly quiet. In this morning, not even the chirping of a bird could be heard, not to mention the roars of beasts that used to ring out from the forest. Rumble. In this morning, war chariots came from afar. Ferocious beasts roared, and an extremely horrifying aura spread across the heaven and earth. Flags fluttered in the wind, and war drums thundered. No one would have thought that the other party would arrive so quickly, and with such great momentum. It was like the legendary heavenly army of the heavenly court. Roar. The terrifying roar of the beasts shook the surroundings. Waves of powerful aura surged. In the sky above Yanwu City, countless figures appeared. All the members of the Gu clan in Yanwu City were extremely shocked. Boom! At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky above Mega City, and a shocking aura of death rushed out from the broken void. Roar! A terrifying demonic howl came from the gap in the void, as if a peerless death god was awakening. Groups of undead soldiers covered in death chi walked out of the shattered void, led by 3 peerless undead emperors. In an instant, the entire Mega City was enveloped by a terrifying power of death. This is undead creatures. What happened? The appearance of the undead creatures shocked the attacking soldiers. The aura of death filled the air. At this moment, Jiwu City had turned into a dead city. The Saint Emperor has arrived. Everyone in the city, come out and die. A loud voice resounded throughout the world. The person who spoke had a peerlessly powerful cultivation base. He was probably a half-step saint. Humph, it's better for your Saint Emperor to enter the city and die. A sneer came from the city. Audacious! Damn it! Hearing this, countless soldiers became extremely agitated. Some of the generals immediately shouted. Someone actually dared to be presumptuous in front of their Saint Emperor. They must be tired of living. What a grand display. Even the Heaven Emperor of the past was nothing more than this. Another voice resounded in the city, full of disdain. In the ancient city, Gu Fei, He Tian, and Gu Zhong soared into the sky and stood in the sky above the ancient city. Behind them were groups of undead creatures. This was a force that Gu Fei had deliberately cultivated. At this moment, he only used this force. In fact, he wanted to use those fellows outside the city to train his soldiers. In the past, Gu Fei subdued the undead clan in the Hell Dao. After so many years, the undead clan had been left in the inner world by Gu Fei. These undead clan had been bored to death and could not wait to come out and get some fresh air. The Emperor of the Netherworld, the Corpse Emperor, and the Undead Emperor stood behind Gu Fei. As long as Gu Fei gave the order, they would rush out of the city. The 3 undead emperors were peerlessly powerful. Their strength was not weaker than Gu Zhong's. They were existences that were about to reach the Almighty Realm. They were far more powerful and terrifying than ordinary emperors. The ghostly figures, evil corpses, and skeletons all had the cultivation base of immortals. Among them, there was no lack of 9th Heaven immortals. The force in Gu Fei's hands was comparable to the legendary heavenly soldiers of the heavenly court. It was not something that the miscellaneous troops outside the ancient city could compare to. The appearance of such a force caused the soldiers outside the city to be astonished. Kill. There was nothing more to say. Both sides had already formed an irreconcilable enmity. Gu Zhong's 10 disciples couldn't die in vain, and so could the Gu family members. Rumble. One after another, powerful figures rushed out of the ancient city. The whole world shook, and a monstrous death chi swept across the sky and the earth. In the ancient city, the clansmen of the Gu family had already been taken into Gu Fei's inner world. Fight! Outside the ancient city, battle flags fluttered in the wind. Groups of soldiers emitted a shocking battle intent as they advanced forward. These soldiers were also extremely powerful, because even the weakest of them could fly in the air. Only cultivators of the mortal realm of the royal void realm could soar into the sky and roam the world. It was as if 100,000 heavenly soldiers were charging. Their murderous aura changed the color of heaven and earth. The roar of the ancient beasts caused visible ripples in the void. Boom! With a huge tremor, both sides collided. Gu Fei's army of death pierced into the heavenly soldiers' battle formation like a divine sword. Countless heavenly soldiers were torn to pieces in an instant. The death chi devoured their lives. Even the immortal level soldiers couldn't resist and were directly crushed by the army of death. Someone discovered that the undead soldiers' bodies were flashing with formation patterns. Their life force was devoured by the death chi and turned into the power of the undead soldiers. Under this charge, thousands of heavenly soldiers fell in an instant. Their flesh and bones splattered in all directions. The blood didn't fall from the sky, but was absorbed by the undead soldiers. What? Someone saw the seriousness of the problem. These undead soldiers could devour the life force of heavenly soldiers to increase their fighting strength. Such a group of undead soldiers would become stronger the more they fought. Countless undead soldiers formed a battle formation. Countless formation patterns appeared on their bodies. A terrifying killing formation loomed between the heaven and earth. The killing formation emitted a peerless and terrifying aura. It was like an incomparably huge wheel of destruction. Wherever it passed, flesh and blood splattered and countless heavenly soldiers were torn to pieces. The smell of blood filled every inch of the void, causing people's scalps to go numb. For the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. It's a pleasure to read. I suggest you collect it. Chapter 1578. Please remember the domain name, or at. The Saint Emperor's army had arrived, swearing to take over Jiwu City. It was like 100,000 celestial soldiers bearing down on the border, filling the entire area with a terrifying murderous aura. The flowers and trees in the surrounding area were all withering, the originally green leaves quickly turning yellow and falling from the trees. In the sky, a terrifying battle was unfolding. A formation diagram was faintly discernible in the sky, and a monstrous aura of death filled the air. Even the 100,000 celestial soldiers could not suppress it. How is this possible? All the generals were dumbfounded. They had led thousands of soldiers and fought for the Saint Emperor. There was nothing they had not seen before. But today, everything was beyond their imagination. Someone was actually using undead creatures to set up a formation. Every undead creature's body was emitting formation patterns, and these formation patterns were gradually becoming brighter and brighter. Within the formation, He Tian sat cross-legged on a formation platform, his entire body glowing with divine light, like a supreme immortal descending from the 9 heavens. He was the one controlling this formation, killing in all directions. Below the formation platform, there was a broken divine diagram floating. This was the diagram that He Tian had taken away after Gu Fei had killed the peak expert last night. More than half of the Dao patterns on the great sage's divine diagram had been destroyed by the violet gold godly sword. Although there were still many Dao patterns that were intact, the divine diagram's power had been greatly reduced. This divine diagram could only be considered a broken divine artifact, and was no longer the complete divine diagram of the great sage. He Tian had used this divine diagram to set up a killing formation, using it to suppress the formation's core. This caused the killing formation to display an even more terrifying power. Rumble. The killing formation was in operation, and under He Tian's control, the 3 undying emperors led countless undead creatures towards the celestial soldiers. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud sound rang out. The countless celestial soldiers also started to move. Squads of people and horses moved quickly. A peerless, murderous intent began to gather. These celestial soldiers also had their own battle formations, and when countless of them gathered together, they formed a peerless battle formation that could change the color of heaven and earth. Kill! The heavenly soldiers' battle formation took shape. Countless heavenly soldiers, under the leadership of their generals, began to attack He Tian's killing formation. This was a battle formation against a killing formation. Celestial soldiers continuously fell from the sky, and then their essence chi was devoured by He Tian's killing formation. The more celestial soldiers he killed, the more power He Tian's killing formation gathered. Bang! A huge seal rushed out from the celestial soldier's battle formation, smashing towards Mahakala's killing formation. The terrifying power of a saint exploded, and the entire world seemed like it was about to be smashed into a hole. Buzz! At the same time, the map fragment floating below He Tian's formation platform was shaking, and the void was rippling. Roar! The 3,000 undying generals roared and punched upwards in unison. A monstrous force collided with the incoming seal and sent it flying thousands of feet away. Among the heavenly soldiers, a mighty general coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fight! 100,000 heavenly soldiers shouted in unison, and with their spears in hand, they pierced towards He Tian's killing formation. This was a shocking power that even a saint would have to retreat in the face of. Boom! In the earth-shattering collision, He Tian's killing formation was shaken, and the hundreds of undead creatures on the periphery were instantly turned into ashes. Damn it! Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked and angry when he saw this scene. The opponent's battle formation was very extraordinary, and it could actually shake He Tian's killing formation. Moreover, what made Gu Fei unwilling to act rashly was that the Saint Emperor they were talking about had not appeared yet. The person who dared to call himself a Saint Emperor was definitely peerlessly powerful. Otherwise, who would dare to use this title? I want to see who dares to call himself a Saint Emperor. Gu Fei held the violet gold divine sword in his hand as he sat cross-legged in the formation. He didn't make a move because he still couldn't sense the location of the Saint Emperor. The Saint Emperor seemed to be preparing for something, and didn't show himself. He only ordered his generals to fight with all their might. This was a shocking power that could run amok in the human realm. Unfortunately, they met Gu Fei. Gu Fei also had a powerful force in his hands. The undead army that came from the Hell Realm was not to be trifled with. Kill! Without any unnecessary words, He Tian controlled the killing formation, and countless undead creatures attacked at the same time. The terrifying power turned into an immortal light of death that rushed into the heavenly soldiers' battle formation. Thousands of heavenly soldiers were swept by the light of death and turned into ashes in an instant. The light of death tore open a 10,000 feet long hole in the sky. The two forces continued to fight. Countless voices screamed and people fell. The sky above Ji-Wu City turned into a terrifying battlefield. There were constantly generals using their saint weapons. Rays of saint-level divine light rushed out from the heavenly soldiers' battle formation, sweeping towards He Tian's killing formation. The great sage divine diagram below He Tian trembled. The great sage Dao pattern on it was constantly being activated, emitting resplendent divine light and gathering the power of the great Dao. The tattered divine diagram of the great sage emitted the energy ripples of a saint. The divine diagram fused with the killing formation, forming an astonishing force. Under Mahakala's control, it clashed against the heavenly soldiers' battle formation. In terms of formations, He Tian's killing formation was filled with killing intent. With the great sage divine diagram as the core of the formation, it was much stronger and more terrifying than the heavenly soldiers' battle formation. However, many of the generals in the heavenly soldiers' battle formation had saint weapons. They used the power of the battle formation to activate the saint weapons. This was a peerless power. This was equivalent to using countless heavenly soldiers to display the greatest power of the saint weapons. From this, it could be seen that this mysterious ancient inheritance was really incredible. To be able to pass down such a battle formation, this kind of inheritance should not be unknown. However, Gu Zhong did not know the origin of the opponent. This seemed impossible. Although the waters of the human realm were deep, how could such a power be completely hidden without anyone knowing? One must know that Gu Zhong's wife was the previous generation saintess of the Yaotai Ancient Holy Land. With the power of the Yaotai Ancient Holy Land, how could they not find some clues? Since this so-called Saint Emperor is not willing to jump out, then I will force him out. 2 rays of light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes. He stood up from the formation and directly waved the purple gold divine sword, slashing towards the outside of the formation. Swoosh! A ray of purple gold divine sword light rushed out from his hand, splitting the void between heaven and earth. It fell into the heavenly soldiers' battle formation, and the figures were silently annihilated under the purple gold divine sword light. This was a direct destruction of body and soul. It was the most thorough way of dying in the world. Even the imprint of life had been destroyed. Even ghosts could not be alive anymore. With just one sword, he directly killed over 1,000 heavenly soldiers. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. What kind of sword light was this? It could actually break through the battle formation and kill the heavenly soldiers. For the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure. I recommend you to bookmark it. Chapter 1579. Welcome, everyone. Gu Fei made his move. Even though the purple gold godly sword had yet to awaken, the unparalleled sword radiance emitted from the sword displayed an invincible and terrifying might. The sword radiance silently slashed into the battle matrix outside the killing matrix. Thousands of soldiers were instantly turned into ashes, completely destroyed in body and soul. Nothing was left behind. What kind of sword is this? All the generals were shocked. The power displayed by the sword in Gu Fei's hand was too terrifying. One sword strike was able to destroy thousands of soldiers. Even a saint would not be able to do such a thing. It should be known that the battle matrix formed by countless soldiers was filled with murderous intent. The terrifying power of a saint was condensed, and it could compete with the killing matrix formed by He Tian. This mysterious ancient inheritance was very powerful. The 100,000 celestial soldiers were mobilized. This kind of momentum was not something an ordinary force could achieve. Even the ancient antiquity forces would not be able to do so. Gu Fei's attack really shocked the other party. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the 100,000 celestial soldiers. Beams of divine light shot up into the sky, piercing through the void. The terrifying might shocked the heavens. This was a power that could make all living beings tremble. Great Saint Weapon? Only a Great Saint Weapon could produce such a level of power. A peerless figure was using a Great Saint Weapon. The power of a great saint could shake the heavens and the earth. Swoosh! A divine arrow was shot out from the celestial soldier's battle matrix. The divine arrow immediately turned into a divine phoenix. It emitted monstrous divine fire, illuminating the entire heaven and earth. The divine phoenix directly rushed towards where Gu Fei was. In just an instant, it had already pounced in front of Gu Fei. A terrifying wave of heat spread out, causing Gu Fei to feel as though all the blood in his body had evaporated. He felt his mouth go dry. This is... He Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in the killing matrix, was shocked. This arrow was incredible. It had activated the power of the divine fire in the heavens. This divine fire seemed to be the Nanming Li fire. Could it be the legendary Nanming Li fire bow? Gu Fei stared at the divine phoenix that was flying towards him, and his eyes narrowed involuntarily. The great saint energy contained within this arrow was not something that he could resist. Although it was difficult for him to resist this power, the extreme path sacred weapon in his hand could. Roar! Gu Fei bellowed, and a huge cauldron emerged from his body, enveloping him within. An extremely ancient aura appeared in the world. This aura seemed to originate from the primordial chaos, causing one's heart to palpitate. Mountain and river cauldron, how is this possible? A voice rang out in the heavenly soldier's battle formation. The voice was filled with disbelief. The person in the battle formation recognized the illusory cauldron around Gu Fei. Boom! At this moment, the divine phoenix transformed by the divine arrow had already hit the ancient cauldron around Gu Fei. The power of the great saint level suddenly erupted. Countless undead soldiers around Gu Fei were shaken off. Even with the protection of the killing matrix, more than half of the undead soldiers turned into flying ashes on the way to the sky. Even He Tian's killing matrix could not resist the power of the great saint level. Preposterous! He Tian was furious. He sat cross-legged on the matrix platform and constantly took out rare divine materials from his body and threw them into the various matrix eyes of the killing matrix. Rumble, The power of the entire killing matrix was increasing rapidly. Countless undead soldiers rushed out of the bright matrix patterns. The matrix patterns were branded into the void, triggering the killing catastrophe of heavens. The battle cries were earth-shattering. Tian controlled the peerless killing matrix and continuously attacked the battle formation formed by the 100,000 heavenly soldiers. The place where the killing matrix and the battle formation met had turned into chaos. The corpses of the heavenly soldiers constantly fell from the sky. The essence of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards Tian's killing matrix. The matrix patterns seemed to have turned into a substance. After the undead soldiers were blessed by the power of the killing matrix, all of them were extremely fierce. The aura of death was terrifying. The undead soldiers rushed into the heavenly soldiers' battle formation and fought with the heavenly soldiers. Whoosh! The undying emperor took the lead and chopped a general into two with a single slash. The bone blade instantly devoured the general's essence, energy, and spirit. The Netherworld Emperor turned into thousands of ghost shadows. These ghost shadows directly pounced on the bodies of the heavenly soldiers. The eyes of the heavenly soldiers suddenly turned blood red. Then they turned around and pounced on their companions behind them. This was the Netherworld Emperor's killing technique, ghost possession. The Netherworld Emperor cultivated the Netherworld Ghost Path. Only he could use this killing technique to control the body of others to fight. The Evil Corpse Emperor's body was extremely strong. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. His hands clawed wildly and hundreds of heavenly soldiers were directly torn apart. The essence of those heavenly soldiers were all devoured by the Evil Corpse Emperor. Haha! Awesome! The Evil Corpse Emperor bathed in blood and attacked crazily. His hands constantly tore apart the heavenly soldiers and devoured their spirit. This was the horror of the undead creatures. They could devour life essence to strengthen themselves. You pieces of trash that haven't died yet, go to hell! A roar was heard. An iron tower-like general, shining with divine light, rushed towards the Evil Corpse Emperor with a pair of black iron axes in his hands. This was a powerful general. Every step he took in the void caused the entire void to tremble. A powerful murderous aura was emitted from this big man. Eat my axe! The iron tower-like general chopped his axe down on the Evil Corpse Emperor. The black iron axe turned into a black light and set off a gust of wind, creating a spatial crack in the void. Come at me! The Evil Corpse Emperor shouted. Corpse chi surged all over his body. He was like a peerless demon. His eyes emitted blood-red evil light. He did not retreat, but directly punched upwards. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. The Evil Corpse Emperor's fist collided with the Black Iron Tower's divine axe. The Evil Corpse Emperor actually resisted the axe with his fist. What? The Black Iron Tower was shocked. This guy's fist was actually harder than divine iron? As the divine axe chopped down, the sound of metal rang out. Humph! The Evil Corpse Emperor sneered. An even more powerful force erupted from his fist against the divine axe. The divine axe in the Black Iron Tower's hand was immediately shaken away. Not good. Taita was also a battle-hardened general. The moment the divine axe was sent flying, he knew it was bad. He didn't even think before retreating. However, it was already too late. The Evil Corpse Emperor rushed forward and stretched out his left hand. He directly broke through the Black Iron Tower's divine armor and stabbed into the Black Iron Tower's chest. Roar! The Black Iron Tower let out an earth-shattering roar. The divine axe in his other hand desperately chopped down at the Evil Corpse Emperor. At the same time, the Black Iron Tower's body erupted with a terrifying wave of power. An extremely ferocious power crazily expanded from his body. Self-destruct? The Evil Corpse Emperor was shocked. He wanted to retreat, but the Black Iron Tower's hand had already firmly grasped the hand that was stabbed into the Black Iron Tower's chest. Boom! With a loud bang, the Black Iron Tower's body exploded due to the destructive energy that erupted from his body. The terrifying energy swept across all directions. This was the self-destruction of an immortal emperor. The celestial soldiers and undead soldiers that were fighting in the surroundings were blown away by the force. This black iron tower was incomparably ferocious. He actually wanted to self-destruct to kill the evil corpse emperor. The evil corpse emperor was a grand completion deva sovereign, an existence that was only one step away from becoming a supreme expert. He had a body that was strong enough to resist divine weapons. Although the self-destruction of an immortal emperor was powerful, it couldn't kill the evil corpse emperor. Roar! Amidst the chaotic energy, the angry roar of the evil corpse emperor was heard. Although the evil corpse emperor didn't die, he still suffered a great impact. At this time, a small figure wrapped in divine light soared into the sky. It was the primordial spirit of the Black Iron Tower. An immortal emperor expert wouldn't die so easily. As long as the primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, an immortal emperor expert wouldn't die. Trying to escape? The cold voice of the evil corpse emperor was heard. Endless corpse chi condensed into a giant hand of death. It rushed up from below and grabbed the divine light of the primordial spirit. Bang! Without any hesitation, the evil corpse emperor crushed the primordial spirit. Rays of divine light rushed out from his hand and entered his body. The primordial spirit of the gigantic Black Iron Tower general was devoured by the evil corpse emperor just like that. After devouring the primordial spirit of the general, the impact of the evil corpse emperor was healed in an instant. The chi of death on his body was even stronger than before. Harvesting lives was the nature of the undead creatures, because this kind of existence needed the life force of living beings to strengthen itself. The evil corpse emperor had obtained great benefits, while the nether emperor and the undead emperor didn't lag behind. The life force of the celestial soldiers was incomparably strong, far beyond the average life force. Both the nether emperor and the undead emperor had devoured a large amount of life essence. The three emperors felt that the bottleneck of their cultivation had a sign of loosening, which surprised and delighted them. Then they desperately harvested the life force of these celestial soldiers. The celestial soldiers' battle formation was gradually suppressed by He Tian's killing formation. Countless celestial soldiers were constantly falling. Their life force was devoured by the undead creatures, and their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. There were also countless undead creatures that were killed by the celestial soldiers, and their soul fire was completely extinguished. However, the soul power of those beheaded undead creatures would also be devoured by He Tian's killing formation and turned into the power of the killing formation. Therefore, the power of He Tian's killing formation was still gradually increasing. The power fluctuations emitted by the killing formation were already close to the level of Great Sage. Mountain and River Cauldron. I didn't expect you to have the Mountain and River Cauldron. In the battle formation, the mysterious man didn't shoot a second arrow after shooting one. With the protection of an extreme sacred weapon like the Mountain and River Cauldron, even the divine weapon of a great sage couldn't break that kind of defense. At this time, Gu Fei finally sensed the location of the peerlessly powerful mysterious man. Kill! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei used the Mountain and River Cauldron to protect himself and held the purple gold divine sword. He directly rushed out of the killing formation and killed his way into the celestial soldiers' battle formation. Chapter 1580. Please remember the domain name of this website. Or at Gu Fei was extremely powerful. He directly rushed out of the killing matrix with his sword and attacked the peerlessly powerful and mysterious existence in the battle matrix. Buzz! Countless celestial soldiers surrounded Gu Fei. The shadow of the cauldron of mountain and river outside Gu Fei shook, and all the celestial soldiers who rushed over were sent flying. This was not the divine might of the extreme great path. It was just that Gu Fei had activated a wisp of the power of the cauldron of mountain and river. Even so, the strength of its defense was shocking. Even an arrow shot by the great Saint Divine Bao could be blocked. The attacks of these celestial soldiers were like eggs hitting a stone. They were useless, and instead, they were smashing their heads and bleeding. Gu Fei rushed into the battle matrix as if he was invincible. With a divine sword in his hand, he swept in all directions. No one was a match for him. All the divine weapons and magic treasures were destroyed under the blade of the purple gold divine sword. No divine weapon or even divine weapon could withstand a blow from the purple gold divine sword. Although it did not have the divine might of the extreme great path, it was still a sword of the extreme great path. Its sharpness was not comparable to that of a divine weapon. When the sword slashed out, there was nothing that could block it. "You have a death wish." A loud shout came from the depths of the battle matrix. Then, beams of divine light of the great path rushed out from the depths of the battle matrix. They intertwined in the void between heaven and earth. A torrential power surged out, as if a supreme great saint had awakened from a deep sleep. Bam! This force directly hit the faint and illusory big cauldron outside Gufei. The big cauldron shook, and Gufei was knocked thousands of feet away by this force. Gufei stabilized his body in the void. He was extremely shocked. The force just now was too strong. It was even stronger than the divine arrow shot by the great Saint Divine Bao. Buzz! The faint and illusory ancient cauldron outside Gufei's body shook. The void rippled like water, and a powerful aura spread out from the big cauldron's shadow. So what if you have the extreme Tao sacred weapon? You can't even use it. A figure walked out from the depths of the battle formation. This was a peerlessly powerful existence. No one could see his appearance clearly. There was a layer of primal chaos swirling around his body. That's right, it was chaotic energy, an ancestral energy that was only one level lower than primordial chaos energy. This person was incredible to actually possess such ancestral energy. Be careful, it's the legendary chaotic Taoist body. At this time, He Tian's voice suddenly rang out in Gufei's mind. He Tian was transmitting his voice to him. He Tian had seen through this existence's physique. In ancient times, the world of cultivation was extremely prosperous. There were many nature-defying physiques, and the chaotic Taoist physique was one of them. It was a naturally powerful physique. People with this kind of physique could cultivate chaotic force in their bodies and be intimate with primal chaos. If this kind of physique matured, it would definitely be extremely powerful. "You're the Sage Emperor." Gufei stared at the mysterious man, his battle intent surging. "I'm not the Sage Emperor." The mysterious man's voice was very calm, but he had a temperament that was above all living beings. He was high and mighty, as if he didn't belong to the mortal world. "What?" Hearing this, Gufei couldn't help but feel a trace of unease. This guy was so powerful, but he wasn't the so-called Sage Emperor. Then where was the real Sage Emperor? At this time, a loud noise rang out in Yanwu City. The entire city was actually shaking. Then, on the surface of the city, ancient runes began to appear. Oh no! Gufei's heart trembled. Fortunately, he had taken the entire Gu clan into his inner world before he attacked. Otherwise, the entire Gu clan would probably be in trouble. At this time, Yanwu City had completely changed. Divine runes of the Great Path appeared on the surface of the city. Countless rays of divine light rushed out from the ancient city. Thousands of auspicious qi and immortal clouds floated in the air. The ancient city emitted a mighty aura that shocked both sides, who were fighting involuntarily stopped and stared at this scene with their mouths agape. "You?" Gufei pointed his sword at the mysterious cultivator in front of him. He was so angry that his voice was trembling. At this time, he knew that they had fallen into the opponent's trap. No one had thought of this. It seemed that the real Sage Emperor was in charge of all this. The opponent's cultivator had already infiltrated the ancient city and activated the runes of the Great Path in the ancient city. The entire ancient city seemed to have come back to life. It was as if a huge life form had awakened from a deep sleep. Then, the entire mountain range of the Shaman land also began to shake. The dragon chi of the earth rose. The situation of the world in this barren land was changing rapidly. To change the situation of the world, if it was a natural change, the time needed would be astronomical. It would be calculated in tens of millions of years. But now, the terrain that needed tens of millions of years to form was being formed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was a method that defied the natural order. It was stealing the creation of the world. "Boss, I'm leaving." He Tian controlled the killing formation and sent a telepathic message to Gufei. The 100,000 miles of the Shaman land was an eternal plan. It was left behind by the invincible cultivator in the ancient times. At this time, The entire 100,000 miles of the shaman land was undergoing a shocking change. The opponent was gradually controlling the situation of the 100,000 miles of the shaman land. Once the existence in the ancient city completely controlled the 100,000 miles of the shaman land, it would be difficult for them to escape unscathed even if they had the divine weapon of the Great Path. Gu Fei was very unwilling to retreat just like this. Eat my fist. Gu Fei put away the purple gold divine sword and used the yin-yang reincarnation fist with all his strength. His hands emitted endless yin-yang power. His fists instantly gathered unparalleled yin-yang true power. Bam! Gu Fei punched forward with his fists. Yin and yang coexisted. The two forces collided and intertwined, forming an even more powerful force. It rushed towards the mysterious man in front of him. The fist force shook the earth. Even the mysterious man was moved. Rumble! The mysterious man pushed his hands forward. Endless chaotic chi surged from his hands. His palms turned into two chaotic hands. Like two ancient divine mountains, they pushed towards Gu Fei's fist force. The two peerlessly powerful forces collided together. The space between the two of them was collapsing and turning into nothingness. This was a great destruction. Everything was completely destroyed. Nothing could be left behind. Gu Fei only felt a strong force colliding with him. He flew backward involuntarily. The mysterious man was also sent flying back into the heavenly soldier's battle matrix by Gu Fei's yin-yang fist force. The chaotic Tao body is indeed powerful. After colliding with the mysterious man, Gu Fei did not hesitate. He turned and rushed into He Tian's killing matrix. He then met up with He Tian and rushed out of the shaman land together. The human tribe's martial body is indeed extraordinary. The mysterious man walked out of the heavenly soldier's battle matrix again. For the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure. I suggest you keep it. Chapter 1581. At this moment, Jiwu City was already under the control of someone. The 100,000 miles of Sorcerer Land had undergone earth-shattering changes. The world was changing, and the mysterious ancient inheritance was finally obtained. This ancient inheritance was extremely powerful. It had 100,000 celestial soldiers, and they set up the celestial soldiers' battle formation to obtain the Sorcerer Land at all costs. The ancient inheritance that had been passed down thousands of years ago was activated. Every mountain in the Sorcerer Land was shaking, and the ancestral veins of the earth that had been sleeping for countless years began to awaken. At this moment, the chaotic Tao body that had collided head-on with Gu Fei walked out of the battle formation, and from 10 miles away, he threw a punch at Gu Fei, who had already returned to the killing formation. There was no divine power, no magic. It was just a punch, but it directly shattered a part of the void. Such power did not seem to be inferior to Gu Fei's martial arts. The chaotic Tao body seemed to have unimaginable power. It was not at the same level as ordinary constitutions. It was too powerful, like an innate divine being born from the chaos. It was just a punch, but it displayed the power of opening the sky. The punch shattered the void, and it gave people an incomparably shocking feeling. It actually wanted to use its own power to shake He Tian's killing formation. However, the power gathered by He Tian's killing formation was too strong. Even though it suffered such a powerful attack, it only shook a few times, and the power was dissolved. At this moment, the earth began to spurt out a monstrous amount of essence energy. Mountains were collapsing, and then the shattered heaven and earth were reforming. The reformed heaven and earth were extremely dense, and the immortal clouds and auspicious clouds lingered. Rumble. Seeing that its punch could not do anything to Gu Fei, the chaotic Tao body directly drove the celestial soldiers' battle formation and chased after Gu Fei and He Tian. In the sky, battle cries shook the heaven and earth, and the void was densely packed with figures. The terrifying battle formation gathered the heaven and earth's spiritual chi from all directions and turned it into combat power, emitting a terrible aura that made everything in the world tremble. Divine fire emerged from the formation, surging in the chaotic void. Then, a bright beam of fire, like a crimson lightning bolt, pierced through the void, broke through the chaos, and shot out. Countless flames shot towards Gu Fei and He Tian. It was as if the entire world had been set ablaze. With a flip of his hand, a crimson divine bow appeared in his hand. As if walking out of the void of chaos, he knocked an arrow and shot it. Swish! The arrow pierced through heaven and earth, smashed through the void, and shot into He Tian's killing formation in the blink of an eye. Then, the divine arrow exploded and a ball of fire swept out in all directions, blowing up hundreds of undead soldiers. Damn it! Gu Fei and He Tian were furious. They had already retreated, but these people still didn't let them go. They wanted to chase after them and beat them up. They couldn't take this. Roar! Gu Fei threw his head back and roared. His long hair fluttered wildly, and his almighty martial body erupted with a terrible fluctuation that swept through the world. Divine runes of the Great Path appeared on his body. In particular, the divine rune between his eyebrows emitted a terrible divine light, as if a heavenly eye had opened, and terrifying power gathered within it. Endless blood rushed into the sky and enveloped the sky. It was the blood of an ancient dragon, vigorous to the extreme, and swept out in all directions above Gu Fei's head. Swish! A beam of purple-gold divine light rushed out from the rune between Gu Fei's eyebrows, displaying great power. Beams of terrifying divine light swept out in all directions, piercing through the chaotic Dao body that was chasing after them. The chaotic Taoist body seemed to have sensed great danger and dodged in an instant. The divine light swept behind him. The hundreds of heavenly soldiers behind him were swept by the divine light and immediately turned into dust. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. The chaotic Tao body's heart trembled. This was the divine light of destruction condensed by the power of the Great Path. If hit, even the chaotic Tao body would be seriously injured. The other heavenly soldiers and generals were all shocked to see this scene. Swish! 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 At this moment, figures rushed out from all over the Sorcerer Land, and a powerful aura erupted from the ancestral vein beneath the Sorcerer Land. That is, seeing this, Gu Fei and He Tian could not help but be shocked. They never thought that there would be such a backup plan in the depths of the Sorcerer Land. Using the ancestral vein of the earth to nourish the war soldiers, this mysterious ancient method was indeed heaven-defying. The war soldiers from thousands of years ago had been nourished by the ancestral vein of the earth for countless years, and were extremely powerful. For figures rushed out from the endless essence chi of the earth. Haha! Come! Let's attack together. What's there to be afraid of? Gu Fei's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He actually rushed out of the killing formation and attacked the chaotic Tao body. With the protection of the mountain and river cauldron and the purple-gold divine sword in his hand, he feared nothing. Boom! 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 At this moment, from the east, west, south, north with Baowu City as the center, for loud sounds came from the ground in all four directions. Then, the ground in all four directions suddenly shattered, and four incomparably powerful auras emerged from the shattered ground. Countless figures walked out from the shattered ground, and an endless ancient aura filled the void between heaven and earth. In the killing formation, He Tian could not help but be dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This was a war soldier from ancient times, sleeping in the ancestral vein of the earth. After Baowu City fell under the control of the mysterious Saint Emperor, these ancient war soldiers sleeping in the ancestral vein of the earth also woke up. These ancient war soldiers could not be compared to the war soldiers that had fought against He Tian's killing formation for so long. These were the real ancient war soldiers, and they were incomparably powerful. When these four groups of war soldiers appeared, their life force swept across the sky and the earth. Such a movement could not be hidden. At this moment, many forces already knew that a drastic change had occurred in the Shaman land, especially the three dynasties of the Middle Earth. Many royal experts had already appeared outside the Shaman land with the help of the teleportation formation. At this moment, chaotic divine light rushed out from the Shaman land from time to time, but no one dared to enter. Barging into the Shaman land at this time was undoubtedly courting death. What's going on? Why is there such a huge change in the shaman land? It's the work of that mysterious force. The heavenly soldiers and generals. What a grand show. Some of the older members of the royal family cultivated the divine eyes and saw the changes in the shaman land. They saw Tian controlling the killing formation and fighting against the countless heavenly soldiers and generals. In recent years, another mysterious force had appeared in the shaman land, and it was also spying on the Middle Earth. This was noticed by the experts of the three dynasties, but no one knew what force it was. It was only today that this mysterious force finally surfaced. Chapter 1582. For figures stepped out of the void. To be able to travel and move through the void, only people with great divine power could do that. For terrifying auras filled the world. The cultivation of these people could be said to be heaven-defying, not the slightest bit weaker than the chaotic Tao body, maybe even stronger. Rumble. Shaman City rose from the ground, emitting millions of rays of divine light. Endless auspicious signs descended from the sky, making the pitch-black ancient city look like the palace of the celestial emperor in the ninth heaven. These were the four great generals, wearing armors forged from immortal divine iron. Each of them emitted a heart-palpitating murderous aura. With one look, one could tell that these four generals were experienced generals, their hands stained with blood. The four armies were led by these four great generals. Kill. Without any hesitation, the four groups of soldiers woke up in the earth veins and rushed forward, directly attacking Tian's killing formation. Boom! Amidst the deafening noise, Tian's killing formation shook repeatedly. Countless undead soldiers at the edge of the killing formation turned into dust, their soul power scattered. With just one attack, Tian's killing formation suffered a great impact. These soldiers from the ancient times emitted endless battle intent and murderous aura. They had once fought in the immemorial era. Although there weren't many of them, each group only had 500 soldiers. The battle strength they displayed was many times stronger than the 100,000 celestial soldiers. Roar! 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 The ancient soldiers roared. Although there were only 2,000 of them, they were stronger than the 100,000 celestial soldiers. 2,000 ancient soldiers emitted powerful spiritual waves, roaring towards the sky. Their voices could topple mountains and overturn seas, causing the void to tremble. The undying fighting soul was undying. Without a doubt, this fighting soul was a ruthless character that dared to fight against the heavens. Even though it had been asleep for countless years, it could still fight for its master after it woke up. Such soldiers were very terrifying. They crossed the river of history and appeared in the present world. They were nourished by the earth's ancestral veins for countless years, their strength unfathomable. Moreover, they had vigorous vitality, unlike the undead creatures under Gu Fei. Kill. Under the command of the four great generals, 2,000 soldiers once again launched an attack on Tian's killing formation. Their terrifying power shook the heaven and earth in all directions. This kind of power was even more terrifying than a fully awakened great saint weapon. The chaotic Tao body had already retreated to the side and did not interfere. However, the chaotic Taoist body had its eyes on Gu Fei. If you want to fight, let's fight. Gu Fei had never been afraid of anyone. He protected himself with the mountain and river cauldron and charged towards the chaotic Tao body with his sword. He wanted to see what was so special about this so-called chaotic Tao body. It should be known that the chaotic Tao body was a kind of powerful physique in the world. It was not weaker than the martial body. If this person really grew up and mastered the chaotic Tao body, it would be enough to compete with the indestructible martial body. That's exactly what I was thinking. Let me experience the so-called martial body. The Tao body of chaos was also very powerful. He directly charged forward, drawing the great sage Godbow in his hands and shooting out an arrow. The divine arrow condensed from boundless fire essence pierced through the void. Swoosh! Gu Fei protected himself with the mountain and river cauldron and was not afraid of the powerful aura of the great sage. He slashed out with his sword and directly destroyed the incoming divine sword. Then, he pointed his sword at the chaotic Tao body. What's the use of relying on external objects? If you have the guts, don't use weapons to fight me. The chaotic Tao body soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Why not? Gu Fei directly chased after it. The two quickly left the battlefield and entered the starry sky. Both of them put away their weapons and directly started fighting. Here, they could attack without any scruples. Kill. Gu Fei directly strode through the void, his figure becoming somewhat illusory, emitting a terrifying aura that could shake the heavens and earth. The void beneath his feet was collapsing. The void under his feet was collapsing, and a pitch-black spatial crack spread out under his feet. Like a supreme god of war, Gu Fei pressed towards the chaotic Tao body. He was like a moving ancient divine mountain, giving people an extremely powerful and oppressive feeling. The vast and mighty power that emanated from his body shattered the void, as if the entire world could no longer contain his powerful martial body. Swoosh! Feeling the strong pressure from Gu Fei, the chaotic Tao body's head shot out a chaotic divine light, piercing towards Gu Fei. This chaotic divine light contained the Tao pattern of the Great Path, which was the embodiment of the power of the Tao. Could hurt a sage. The chaotic Tao body was probing. Gu Fei directly raised his right hand and pressed it forward. An immeasurable power emanated from his palm. The void in front of his palm suddenly shook violently. A divine light suddenly emerged and then surged forward. The beam of primal chaos divine light was annihilated by an endless stream of divine light. Gu Fei had displayed great battle prowess and directly obliterated that beam of primal chaos divine light. The chaotic Tao body had no choice but to become serious. His opponent's performance had already exceeded his expectations. The human race martial body had a great reputation in ancient times. This was not a lie. Rule the chaos. The chaotic Taoist body let out a loud cry. An endless chaotic divine light rushed out of his body. The entire void seemed to have turned into chaos in an instant. The chaotic Tao body seemed to be opening the sky, and the world was sinking. The chaotic light filled every inch of the void, and the entire starry sky seemed to be devoured by the chaos. The whole world was shaking. Above the sky, numerous chaotic patterns appeared, like a boundless magic net, covering the sky and the earth. This was the killing move of the chaotic Tao body. Heaven and earth were sealed by the chaos. Gu Fei had no way to retreat, and could only passively accept this move of the chaotic Tao body. At this moment, the shaman land was turned into ruins. He Tian launched the killing formation without caring about the cost. Countless undying soldiers died, and an endless amount of soul power was devoured by the killing formation. The soul power of all living beings was transformed into endless combat power. He Tian's killing formation devoured all the power in the world and raised its power to the limit. This was a power that surpassed the great saint level. Even the four groups of ancient soldiers turned pale. Up until now, both sides had suffered casualties, but the Saint Emperor's side had suffered more than He Tian's. The 100,000 celestial soldiers were almost crippled, and the ancient soldiers awakened from the ancestral veins of the earth were also injured. However, even at this moment, the mysterious Saint Emperor still did not show himself. Instead, an extremely powerful aura spread out from Shaman City, which had risen from the ground to the sky. This aura made everyone afraid because it was the aura of a peerless existence. It was an existence that could dominate a region in the human realm. Preposterous. Erebus had to admit that although they could put up a fight against such an ancient inheritance, the final result would not change much. Chapter 1583. He Tian didn't want to leave just like that because he was being chased away. If He Tian couldn't take it lying down, the consequences would be dire. Without any suspense, the fierce battle began. Royal voids, demigods, saints, and even immortals and Shin King all fell. Blood sprayed across the sky. Kill! 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 The sky and earth collapsed. The entire shaman land shook, alarming countless cultivators. Several forbidden lands in the human world sent out powerful divine wills, which entered the shaman land directly. The ancient inheritance appeared before the world and displayed terrifying combat power. The human world was shaken and everyone was paying close attention. This battle was definitely the fiercest in the past century. In order to take back the shaman land, the ancient inheritance was willing to pay any price. Rumble. In the starry sky, Gu Fei and the chaotic body were also fighting. Endless chaos surged and the world seemed to have returned to the time before the chaos was created. Bam! A giant hand of chaos shrouded the heavens and earth as it slammed towards Gu Fei. Chaos Dao runes appeared on the giant hand, destroying everything in their path as they unleashed terrifying energy ripples. Whoosh! Divine light flashed between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Beams of violet light shot out continuously, destroying the void and destroying the chaotic hand. They also pierced towards the figure in the depths of the chaos. Every beam of divine light was like a heavenly sword, containing sword chi of the great path. Every beam could kill immortals and gods. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. When used by Gu Fei, it was very powerful. Primordial spirit sword of the way. The chaotic body recognized this secret technique and was very shocked. This kind of sword was indestructible. Although it wasn't a true heavenly sword, it was even more terrifying than one. Boom! Suddenly, an endless amount of chaotic force surged out from the body of the chaotic way. A terrifying pressure descended upon the world like 100,000 mountains. The stars trembled and the stars seemed like they were about to fall. Endless chaos Dao patterns condensed and sealed the primordial soul Dao sword that pierced through. This was also a killing technique, and the chaos Dao patterns suppressed the void. When the two powers collided, Gu Fei's primordial soul Dao sword and the chaos Dao body's Dao pattern were annihilated. Chaotic body, let me see how strong you are. Gu Fei yelled and pressed forward with his right hand. Boundless chaotic true energy condensed on his fist. His fist turned into the size of a hill and smashed towards the chaotic Taoist body. Although he didn't have a chaotic Taoist body, he had cultivated chaotic true power. Gu Fei's true power was constantly transforming. This kind of power was constantly transforming into the most primitive power. Rumble! Gu Fei's fist emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation, shaking a part of the starry sky. Several large stars nearby were shattered by his fist. The fist energy surged violently, as if doomsday had arrived. Primal chaos world. The chaotic Taoist body yelled, and endless chaos Tao patterns rushed out from his body. A part of the chaotic void appeared, and he opened up a part of the world. A black hole of chaos appeared above the starry sky. It produced a heaven-devouring power and tried to devour Gu Fei. Inner world. Gu Fei was shocked. This chaotic Taoist body was extraordinary. He had cultivated an inner world, and the cultivators who controlled an inner world were far stronger than ordinary cultivators. Controlling a part of the world meant that the cultivator's power could be increased infinitely in this part of the world, and the cultivator could exert more powerful attacks than in the outside world. You have an inner world, but so do I. Gu Fei smiled. He then drew a line in the void in front of him with both hands. A spatial crack appeared in front of him, and the power of heaven and earth surged out, blocking the devouring power from the black hole of chaos. Yes. The chaotic Taoist body was surprised. He didn't expect that Gu Fei had also cultivated an inner world. Moreover, Gu Fei's inner world seemed to be more powerful than his. Rumble. Gu Fei's inner world completely appeared. He stood in that part of the world and attacked the chaotic Taoist body. The power of heaven and earth was under his control, and his combat power suddenly multiplied. Humph! The chaotic Taoist body sneered. The black hole of chaos in the starry sky immediately disappeared and turned into a chaotic world, suppressing Gu Fei. The two inner worlds collided, causing Gu Fei's inner world to shake violently. Mountains crumbled, rivers evaporated, and heaven and earth trembled. Kill! Gu Fei and the chaotic Taoist body launched the most intense battle. The two of them constantly attacked each other's inner worlds, destroying everything in their way. Neither of them used their holy weapons. All kinds of killing techniques were constantly displayed. It had to be said that the chaotic Taoist body was really powerful. It fought with Gu Fei endlessly, and it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Bang! Gu Fei's fist collided with the chaotic Taoist body's fist. A circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread from the two's fists. Boom! The two of them exerted their strength at the same time. The space between them instantly collapsed and was directly annihilated. The inner worlds behind them also collapsed at the same time. Good! Gu Fei's eyes were as sharp as cold lightning. He felt a stabbing pain in his right fist. The chaotic force that erupted from the opponent's fist was like a divine needle, drilling into his fist through his pores. This chaotic force was different from the chaotic qi that Gu Fei cultivated. He could not refine it for his own use. He could only force it out of his fist. With a sizzling sound, streams of chaotic force that were almost invisible to the naked eye rushed out from the pores on Gu Fei's hand. The martial body is really powerful. The chaotic qi lingered. The chaotic martial body was secretly shocked. He knew that the martial body was cultivated, but it could compete with the natural chaotic body. The attack just now almost broke his arm, and a few bloody marks appeared on his fist. However, the chaotic Taoist body was very special. It was born close to chaos, so even if it was seriously injured, it could recover instantly. Again, Gu Fei was born to be a warrior. He charged forward and punched out with his fists, causing the stars in the starry sky to tremble and look as though they were about to fall. You think I'm afraid of you? The chaotic Taoist body was extremely powerful, and its battle intent was also like a rainbow. The chaotic technique shook the starry sky. When the two geniuses met, there would definitely be the most brilliant sparks. At this time, the battle between He Tian and the mysterious ancient inheritance had also reached a climax. The essence of the ancestral Earth Meridian was activated by the ancient weapon. It was like a real heavenly soldier had descended to the world. It displayed its terrifying battle strength and suppressed He Tian's killing formation. The ancient inheritance had the advantage of time and place. With the support of the 100,000 miles of the shaman land, it was already in an invincible position. He Tian knew that he could not gain any advantage. Mahakala drove the killing formation and rushed out of the sorcerer's land. He wanted to leave the sorcerer's land. The entire sorcerer's land had become a shocking killing formation. If he did not leave, even a real great saint would be killed. Chapter 1584. Please remember the domain name of this website. Or at the entire land of shamans was filled with divine light and the essence energy of the earth rose. The grand scheme laid down thousands of years ago had finally appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned. Such a big move was beyond everyone's imagination. It was too terrifying. 100,000 miles of the sorcerer's land had turned into a killing trap. It was especially so for West Earth. The essence energy of the entire land was boiling, as if it had been ignited and was being devoured by the 100,000 miles of shaman land. What? Someone is scheming against West Earth's Buddhism. Someone is scheming against West Earth. No one wasn't shocked. Such a result was enough to shock the world. It had to be known that Buddhism had stood in West Earth for countless years. Not only had it not been destroyed in the long river of time, it had also gradually become stronger. The vast majority of the millions and millions of living beings in West Earth believed in Buddhism. This was something that no power in the human world could compare to. In the human world, other than Buddhism, no power could dominate a region. In the endless years, it wasn't that West Earth's Buddhism hadn't encountered great calamities. But in the end, they were all resolved. The inheritance of Buddhism had never been severed. And now, someone was actually targeting West Earth's Buddhism and setting up such a shocking killing trap. What kind of power was this for it to be so powerful? Boom! At the moment Yanwu City was completely revived, a vast wave of Buddhist power swept out from West Earth. The entire land and the entire sky trembled. In the void, there seemed to be a supreme Buddha chanting scriptures. A peaceful Buddhist aura spread through the world, causing the desolate aura of the shaman land to fade. Buddhism finally felt that something was wrong. On the Spirit Mountain in the depths of West Earth, a supreme Buddhist weapon was reviving, and a wisp of extreme Tao aura appeared in West Earth. Sensing this extreme Tao aura, everyone was shocked to the extreme. Buddhism had actually used extreme Tao Buddhist weapon. This wasn't a small matter. The appearance of Buddhism's power greatly reduced the pressure on He Tian. He controlled the killing formation and rushed out 10,000 miles in one breath. He rushed out before the shaman land was completely sealed. Wherever this fiend controlled the killing formation, everyone retreated in panic. This deathly aura was simply too powerful, and everyone's expression changed. This was a ruthless character. He actually dared to challenge the ancient inheritance. This was not something that an ordinary person would dare to do. This required great courage and resolution. Kill. The 100,000 celestial soldiers and 2,000 ancient soldiers followed closely behind He Tian as they charged out of the shaman land. Their will to fight was monstrous, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. Especially the 2,000 ancient soldiers that had been nourished by the Earth Ancestors' vein for countless years. Each of them emitted a monstrous aura. Within Gu Zhanbing's body, there seemed to be a hidden dragon. The essence of the ancestral Earth Meridian gathered in their bodies, forming an extremely powerful force. These ancient soldiers were incomparably valiant. The strength of their corporeal bodies could be compared to almighty realm warriors. Although there weren't many of them, they were all soldiers that had been through hundreds of battles. This ancient soldier was definitely one of the trump cards of this mysterious ancient inheritance. It was left behind for the future. Once it appeared, it would be able to conquer all directions. Everyone who witnessed the combat power of this ancient soldier felt their hearts palpitate. Even the royal family of the three eternal empires that had been passed down for 10,000 years were very fearful. How dare you? We haven't even played yet and you're already done. He Tian was enraged. He wanted to leave, but the other party didn't let him. He was already filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He was risking his life. He Tian used his own blood as a guide and completely activated the Great Sage's divine diagram below the formation platform. Countless Tao patterns intertwined on the diagram. Rumble. The diagram emitted a monstrous wave of energy. The divine diagram and the killing formation's inscriptions fused together. The two complemented each other and pushed the killing formation's power to its peak. The combination of the killing formation and the Great Sage's divine diagram produced a power that surpassed the Great Sage's. The heavens trembled and the stars in the sky looked as though they were about to fall. No one dared to go near the killing formation. The killing formation was enveloped by a peerless killing intent. If one barged in, there would only be death. No one wanted to commit suicide. The undead army in the killing formation became even more ferocious. They continued to fight against the celestial soldiers that were chasing after them. The 3 undying emperors were even more ferocious. Roar! The Corpse King roared. His voice shook the heavens and earth. He grabbed a general with his bare hands and tore the general in half. Fresh blood splattered on the Corpse King's body. That was the Shin King's blood. Contained a huge amount of essence. Strands of blood quickly seeped into the Corpse King's body. This scene was extremely strange. The Corpse King was devouring the Shin King's blood. Awesome! The Corpse King was shrouded in a bloody mist. His corpse chi started to retract. However, this undying emperor seemed to be even more powerful and terrifying. He seemed to be able to break through the shackles of cultivation at any time. After this battle, the surviving undead creatures had obtained great benefits, especially the evil Corpse King, the Netherworld Emperor, and the Undying Emperor. Their cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It would be very difficult for them to advance further. But now, after devouring a large amount of life force from the celestial soldiers, the shackles of cultivation of the 3 undying emperors began to loosen. There were signs of a breakthrough, for powerful figures rushed towards the 3 undying emperors. They were 4 ancient generals. Although they had just awakened, their fighting strength was monstrous. Clang! A middle-aged general held a divine sword and charged towards the evil Corpse Emperor. He fought with the evil Corpse Emperor, while the other 3 ancient generals fought against the Emperor of the Underworld and the Undead Emperor. Swish! The bone blade in the Undead Emperor's hand turned into a ray of white light that enveloped the 3 ancient war generals, displaying his unparalleled battle prowess. Humph! One of the ancient generals sneered. This fellow actually wanted to fight against the three great experts on his side by himself. He simply didn't know the difference between life and death. The general held a saber and directly rushed towards the undying emperor. The saber in his hand burst out thousands of saber lights, and divine patterns of the great path appeared on its surface. This was a divine saber. The two streaks of blade light clashed together in an instant, exploding with a powerful light that lit up the entire world. Even the sun in the sky seemed to dim in that instant. The undying emperor fought against this ancient general, while the other two ancient generals were intercepted by the Netherworld Emperor. Swish! The Netherworld Emperor instantly transformed into thousands of shadows. The void was densely packed with shadows of the Netherworld Emperor. No one knew which shadow was the real body of the Netherworld Emperor. Just as He Tian was going all out, the battle between Gu Fei and the chaotic Tao body had also reached a white-hot stage. Both of them were fighting with all their might. Bang! Gu Fei punched the shoulder of the chaotic Tao body. The entire shoulder of the chaotic Tao body was badly mutilated. Even the bones were coming out. At the moment when the chaotic Tao body was sent flying, the chaotic Tao body's right leg had already swept Gu Fei's waist. This kick caused cracks to appear on Gu Fei's spine. The two figures instantly crossed each other and flew tens of thousands of feet away at the same time. For the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure. I suggest you collect it. Chapter 1585. Please remember the domain name, or at Gu Fei and the chaotic Taoist physique were in the formation above the starry sky. Many people noticed the battle because powerful energy waves were descending from the starry sky. The battle between the two young experts shocked everyone. They were even more shocked when they saw the chaotic Taoist physique. That's the Taoist physique that was born to be close to chaos. The chaotic Taoist physique has appeared. Who is that? He can actually compete with the chaotic Taoist physique. The appearance of the chaotic Taoist physique made all the experts afraid. The chaotic Taoist physique was one of the most powerful physiques in the world. Some people said that the chaotic Taoist physique had the bloodline of the chaotic god tribe. The chaotic god tribe was born from chaos and was extremely powerful. When the experts saw that Gu Fei could fight with the chaotic Taoist physique, they could not help but feel fear. The chaotic Taoist physique was extremely powerful and was born to be close to the power of chaos. A chaotic Taoist physique that had reached the great accomplishment was definitely a supreme existence. The combat power displayed by the chaotic Taoist physique was enough to shock the world. However, Gu Fei was not weak either. His fists shook the starry sky and kept colliding with the chaotic Taoist physique. Too powerful. Could this be the legendary human martial physique? In ancient times, the human martial physique was synonymous with power. The martial path created by the supreme martial ancestor could be cultivated to the great accomplishment realm and the indestructible body. A warrior with an almost indestructible body was definitely a terrifying existence. In ancient times, only the chaotic Taoist physique, the innate five elements physique, and a few other nature-defying physiques could compete with the martial physique. While the martial physique could be cultivated, the innate physique like the chaotic Taoist physique was innate. These nature-defying physiques did not appear at all times. Therefore, the martial physique was the most frightening. It should be known that this kind of physique could be cultivated. Although not all warriors could cultivate this kind of physique, the martial physique had appeared in various times. However, in the past tens of thousands of years, martial arts began to decline. That was why the human martial physique did not appear in the eyes of the world. However, the appearance of Gu Fei had undoubtedly broken the world's understanding. How could the body of the human clan be strong enough to be mentioned in the same breath as the monster clan, the beast clan, and the demons? Boom! The sound of wind and thunder came from Gu Fei's body. This was the sound of the chaotic Shin Qi circulating rapidly in his body. He and the chaotic Shin Qi collided head-on, and his waist was swept by the chaotic Shin Qi. The power of the chaotic Taoist body's kick was so powerful that it almost broke Gu Fei's spine. Gu Fei's muscles and bones trembled, and a powerful life force was released. The cracked spine was immediately repaired. The chaotic Tao body was punched in the left shoulder by Gu Fei, and his entire shoulder almost exploded. His flesh was badly mutilated, and even his bones could be seen. The power of the punch was so great that it could even shatter a divine mountain. However, it only managed to severely injure the body of the chaotic way. Roar! The chaotic Taoist body roared angrily, and the chaotic energy surged. The muscles, bones, and flesh of the badly mutilated left shoulder grew rapidly, and the necrotic body quickly fell off. In just a few breaths, such a serious injury was healed. The recovery ability of the chaotic Tao body was also amazing. The left shoulder was as good as new, as if it had never been injured. However, there was a big hole in the clothes on the shoulder, and it was stained with chaotic blood. Gu Fei did not feel good either. The clothes on his body were already in tatters. Kill! Gu Fei roared. His fighting will was still like a rainbow. His long hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were as sharp as cold lightning. He took a step forward and instantly crossed the void between the two. He came in front of the chaotic Tao body and threw a punch. It was an ordinary punch that seemed to be thrown casually, but it contained the power of the Great Path. When the punch was thrown, the void collapsed, and the powerful force collided with the chaotic Tao body. Gu Fei displayed the invincible fist will. With just one punch, he sealed off all of the chaotic Taoist body's escape routes, forcing the chaotic Taoist body to fight him head-on. If the chaotic Taoist body retreated, his fist force would instantly surge up like a mountain torrent and smash the chaotic Taoist body. Damn it! The chaotic Tao body also saw this. He could not retreat. Once he retreated, he would lose all his advantages and be suppressed by his opponent. There was only one outcome, and that was to be killed by his opponent. Buzz! The void shook, and the chaotic Tao body went all out. His entire body was instantly shrouded by the chaotic patterns that rushed out from his body, and many chaotic divine swords appeared around him. Clang! Like the real supreme sword of chaos, countless chaotic divine swords vibrated and emitted a shocking sword aura. Then, under the control of the chaotic Tao body, they pierced towards Gu Fei's fist. Every single sword light contained a chaos Tao pattern, and they even split the void open. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on Gu Fei's fist. These were the patterns that he cultivated, and they triggered the power of the Great Path. This was a confrontation of the power of the Great Path. Rumble! Gu Fei's fist smashed the countless sword lights, but the sword lights also left streaks of sword marks on his fist. Bam! Gu Fei's fist shook, and countless chaotic sword lights instantly collapsed. He was like a peerless god of war, unstoppable, and his right fist firmly pushed towards the chaotic Tao body. How can he be so strong? The chaotic Tao body was extremely shocked. The power of Gu Fei's fist could topple mountains and overturn seas, and it seemed to be able to destroy everything. This was almost invincible power, invincible among the same level. Gu Fei shattered all the chaotic sword lights, and his fist directly smashed towards the chaotic Tao body's chest. The chaotic Tao body only felt as if an ancient divine mountain was crashing towards him, and the extremely strong pressure almost made it difficult for him to breathe. He could only cross his hands in front of his chest. Bam! Kacha! Gu Fei's fist landed solidly on the arms of the chaotic Taoist body, causing the bones in the arms of the chaotic Taoist body to break, producing a hair-raising sound of broken bones. The arms of the chaotic Tao body were knocked back, and his chest was still impacted, which made the blood and chi of the chaotic Tao body tumble, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Under the impact of the fierce power, the chaotic Tao body was sent flying. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 Desolation Void steps, and with just one step, he had already caught up with the chaotic Tao body, and continued to smash his right fist at the chaotic Tao body. His chi movement had already locked on the chaotic Tao body, and his momentum increased again. This punch was even more powerful than the previous one. Roar! The chaotic Tao body sensed great danger, and he roared. The power of chaos all over his body seemed to be burning, and the broken bones in his arms were instantly healed. Boom! While flying, the chaotic Tao body waved his hands, and broke the void, and a black hole appeared in front of him. He used his chaos divine technique with all his strength, trying to guide the power of Gu Fei's fist into the void black hole. Recommending a book by a friend, Immortal martial sage. Friends who like fantasy should go support it. For the latest and fastest chapters, please go to it. Is a pleasure to read, and it is recommended that you collect it. Chapter 1586. Please remember the domain name of this website. Or here, Rumble. Chaotic divine power surged and a heaven-devouring power surged out from the pitch-black hole, trying to guide the power of Gu Fei's punch into the black hole. It was a black hole with endless nothingness behind it. It could even devour the power of a martial sage. However, Gu Fei's fist continued to smash forward. It was unwavering, and even the heaven-devouring power could not shake it. His fist shattered the void. Bam! The black hole in the sky was shattered by the force of Gu Fei's punch. Without any suspense, the chaotic Taoist physique was sent flying once again. This time he spat out a mouthful of blood. Roar! The chaotic Tao physique was peerlessly powerful. He was very unwilling. If his physique could really grow, it would definitely be the most powerful physique in the world. But now, the human clan's martial body had suppressed him. This was something he could not accept. However, the truth was the truth. The current Gu Fei was stronger than the chaotic Tao physique. His combat skills were incomparably domineering and his martial physique was abnormally strong. He was already invincible among those at the same level. Although the chaotic Tao physique had reached the 9th minor step of the Almighty and could compete with half-saints, Gu Fei was even more terrifying than him. Gu Fei's combat strength was so strong that he could kill half-saints. The chaotic Tao physique is extraordinary. Gu Fei could not help but exclaim. The chaotic Tao physique was extremely powerful. If an ordinary peak Almighty took 2 punches from him, they would have already exploded. However, the chaotic Tao physique was only injured and not killed. The chaotic Tao physique lost. How is this possible? Some people noticed this battle, but all of them were dumbfounded. The peerlessly powerful chaotic body of the Great Path was actually defeated. It was unbelievable. The human martial physique is really that powerful. Someone recognized Gu Fei's combat skills. It was a cultivation path created by the supreme martial ancestor, which was far more difficult than other cultivation paths. However, the more difficult the cultivation path was, the more powerful the cultivator would be compared to the cultivators of the same level. They could be called the emperor among the same level. How can the acquired martial body suppress the innate chaotic divine body? Many people could not believe what they were seeing. The chaotic Tao body was sent flying by the human martial body, and it was even injured, spitting out chaotic blood. This kind of god body was special. His blood wasn't red like ordinary people's. It was chaos blood, a kind of blood that contained chaos essence chi. Although this chaos Tao body was only at the pinnacle of the 9th heaven, a single drop of his blood was enough to kill an immortal god. This chaos blood was very domineering. Every part of the chaotic Taoist body was a treasure. Although you are very strong, you are not my opponent. Gu Fei was very confident that he was invincible in the same realm. He could sweep away all opponents in the almighty realm, even if they were at the peak of the 9th heaven. Preposterous! The chaotic Taoist body roared, but he was powerless to change anything. Gu Fei's invincible battle skill was too powerful and unstoppable. If he wanted to suppress Gu Fei, he would have to use a power even greater than Gu Fei's. Swoosh! A red flame rushed out of the chaotic Taoist body's body. In the flame, a divine bow condensed and was grabbed by the chaotic Taoist body. It's time to use the holy weapon. A vast and powerful aura spread out from the red divine bow in the chaotic Taoist body's hand. This was a great holy weapon. Although it had not been awakened, the aura it emitted was enough to make Gu Fei's expression change. Gu Fei could not throw a third punch. The aura on the red divine bow was too powerful. If he threw a third punch, he would be the one injured. He turned his right hand, and a simple and unadorned divine sword appeared in his hand. Swoosh! At this time, the chaotic Taoist body had already pulled the red divine bow. Endless Nanmingli fire gathered in his hand, and a divine arrow appeared on the divine bow. Go to hell! The chaotic Taoist body shot an arrow. The Nanming Li fire arrow turned into a divine phoenix and pounced at Gu Fei. A terrifying fire chi burned and annihilated the void. Buzz! The divine sword in Gu Fei's hand vibrated, and the endless Nanming Li fire was immediately dispersed by a sharp sword chi. He slashed with his sword and killed the divine phoenix that was pouncing at him. Although it did not emit an extreme divine power, the sword chi that emanated from the purple gold divine sword was extremely powerful. Even a divine arrow shot by a great holy weapon could be destroyed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The chaotic Taoist body shot more than 10 arrows in a row. Each arrow turned into a divine rainbow that pierced through the void. Gu Fei destroyed 9 divine rainbows in a row. His hands were trembling. The power contained in each divine rainbow was too powerful. The power of a great holy weapon could not be underestimated. Even though it had not been fully awakened, it still made Gu Fei feel a great deal of pressure. He had no choice but to use the 8 desolate void steps to dodge the 10th divine rainbow. He didn't dare to take on the remaining shocking arrow lights. If he continued to take on these arrow lights, there was a possibility that the purple gold divine sword would fly out of his hand. Boom! An earth-shattering sound came from behind Gu Fei. A large star was hit by the divine arrow shot by the chaotic Taoist body. It exploded and the star was about to be destroyed. This kind of power made Gu Fei's expression change. If it was not for the purple gold divine sword in his hand, he might not even be able to block one arrow from the opponent. The chaotic Taoist body forced Gu Fei back and then rushed down. At this time, the battle in the Shaman land was nearing its end. The entire Shaman land was awakened. He Tian had no choice but to retreat. However, before he retreated, he made up his mind and killed nearly 100 ancient soldiers. The death of nearly 100 ancient soldiers caused the so-called Saint Emperor in Yanwu City to feel pain. He ordered for the 2,000 ancient soldiers to be recalled. At this time, Yanwu City emitted an extreme power. It was as if a supreme being of the extreme path was awakening. It fought against the power of the extreme path from West Earth Spirit Mountain. The Saint Emperor in Yanwu City had to deal with the threat from West Earth Spirit Mountain. He could not spare time to deal with He Tian, so He Tian could retreat with ease. You want to leave? Gu Fei chased down from the sky. He did not want to let this opponent go. If this chaotic Taoist body broke through the peak of the 9th level and became a half-saint, he would become a great enemy. However, the chaotic Taoist body continuously pulled the red divine bow and shot out shocking arrows to block Gu Fei. Then he entered the Shaman land. What a pity! Gu Fei had to stop. The 100,000 miles of Shaman land had turned into a peerless killing trap. The power of the extreme path was awakening. If he rushed in, his life would be in danger. At this time, the aura of the extreme path emitted from Yanwu City was fighting against the power of the extreme path from West Earth Spirit Mountain. No one was willing to use the power of the extreme path to kill their opponent, because no one could bear the consequences of using the power of the extreme path. Gu Fei met up with He Tian and retreated in the direction of Middle Earth. Everywhere they passed, everyone retreated and did not want to get close to them. I recommend a book by a friend called The Undying Martial Saint. It is a good fantasy novel and worth reading. For the latest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure. I recommend you to collect it. Chapter 1587. Please remember the domain name. Or at. The Central Plains was vast and occupied by 3 immortal dynasties: Southern Yen, Eastern Qi, and Northern Wei. Each dynasty had hundreds of thousands of miles of territory. The Central Plains was much larger than the Wildlands. It was also the most prosperous region in the entire Tunglong continent. There were countless humans there. The most powerful humans weren't in the 4 regions but the Central Plains. The Central Plains was vast and filled with resources. Countless great sects had taken root here and recruited disciples. The strongest cultivators of the younger generation of the human race came from the 3 great dynasties of the Central Plains. Everyone was wary of the foundations of the 3 great dynasties, because these immortal dynasties had all produced real renhuangs. Human emperors weren't just emperors in the mortal world. They were the strongest beings in the world. Even great saints had to retreat if they met human emperors. In ancient times, human emperors were almost as strong as extreme supremes. Of course, that was only almost. In other words, as long as extreme supremes didn't show up, human emperors were invincible. The capital of the Yan dynasty, the Yan capital, was one of the 3 great cities of the Central Plains. The other 2 were the Qi capital of the Qi dynasty and the Wei capital of the Wei dynasty. The Yan capital had a population of tens of millions. The great sects of the Yan dynasty all had their headquarters here. It was a land of rising dragons, where ancestral veins gathered and draconic Qi rose. The ancestor of the Yan dynasty was a human emperor. When the human emperor was still in power, he used a great technique to change the geography of the land of the rising dragon so that the land of the rising dragon could continuously gather the dragon Qi of the earth. He also locked the dragon Qi of the earth so that it would not leak. The Yan capital had a large population, but most of them were ordinary people. Only cultivators could make use of the earth's essence. Artificially locking the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth in one place was heaven-defying. The Yan capital was better than any other place in the mortal world. It was heaven for cultivators. The Yan capital was the home of all the strong cultivators of the Yan dynasty. The great sects were like trees in a forest, but they all submitted to the Yan dynasty. If they didn't submit to the Yan dynasty, they wouldn't have been able to enter the Yan capital. On a mountain 100 miles away from the Yan capital stood 3 people. They were 3 young men who were intentionally hiding their auras. This place is incredible. Tian waved the divine fire fan in his hand and rays flashed in his eyes. As an array formation grandmaster, he could tell that the land of Rising Dragon was not an ordinary place. 1,000 miles in front of him was definitely a place where innate true dragons were born. Even during the day, the shadow of a dragon could be seen looming in the sky above Yan capital. Gu Fei was no stranger to the Yendu. Back in the day, Tian and Shaoqing had emerged from the Hell Dao, fought the Lord Buddha, killed the demon shaman, and then came to the Yendu. Back then, Shaoqing was invincible in the Yan capital until he met the second prince of the Yan dynasty, Yan Hao. The 2 of them fought to a draw, neither of them able to do anything to the other. If it weren't for the Grand Preceptor of the Yan dynasty, a celestial being realm warrior, stopping them, Shaoqing and Yan Hao would have both been heavily injured. Since he was here, he had to meet his old friend. Let's go! Gu Fei took to the air above the mountain and flew forward. The land of Rising Dragon would definitely make all cultivators jealous, but no one dared to provoke the Yan dynasty. Tian and the fatty Gu Zhong also took to the air and chased after Gu Fei. Gu Zhong had once entered the world to cultivate, and his footprints were all over the Middle Earth and the 4 regions. He had been to the capital of the Yan dynasty and fought with others here, causing quite a ruckus. Soon they were close to the Yan capital. A strong aura of life could be felt from the front, as if this was the source of life. Only a super big city like the Yan capital could have such an aura. The gigantic city gate was more than 300 meters tall. It was pitch black and looked like an enormous mountain towering there. Above the city gate, there was only a single character, Yan. It was an ancient character that was said to have been personally written by the human emperor who founded the Yan dynasty. The ancient character contained a Taoist aura. Of course, only cultivators and cultivators with extremely high cultivation levels could see it. The handwriting of the human emperor. The last time Gu Fei came to the Yan capital, he did not feel anything special. However, this time was different. He had already become a supreme emperor, a ruler among the supreme emperors. Just by looking at the ancient character Yan on top of the city gate, it was as if an undefeatable human emperor had appeared before his eyes, leading countless generals to conquer the world. A godly aura, strong enough to make Gu Fei feel suffocated, was emitted from the ancient character Yan, causing Gu Fei's expression to change. The human emperor lives up to his name. Gu Fei withdrew his gaze and walked toward the city gate. Behind him followed a handsome young man waving the godly fire fan and a fatty with a bulky physique. A combination like this would easily attract the attention of others. These 3, there was no lack of cultivators in the Yan capital. How could a place like the land of rising dragons be lacking in cultivators? Someone soon noticed the strange behavior of Gu Fei's group, especially the godly fire fan in He Tian's hand, which was made from the feathers of a three-legged firebird found in the land of fallen phoenixes and fallen dragons. It contained the essence of fire of extreme yang. The godly fire fan in He Tian's hand was used to fan himself. What a waste! Whose disciple is this? He actually used the feathers of a divine bird to cool himself. Could it be that this person is a prince of the Yen royal family? Quite a few cultivators noticed the fan in He Tian's hand. In the Yen capital, these cultivators possessed an extraordinary level of knowledge. Thus, some of them cast their gazes at the divine flame fan in He Tian's hand with incomparable intensity. Go and investigate the origins of these three people. In a tea house on the side of the street, a young man in luxurious clothes and a golden crown was sitting by the window. This young man happened to be looking out of the tea house and happened to see Gu Fei and the others walking down the street. The young man ignored Gu Fei and Gu Zhong. His eyes were fixed on the godly fire fan in He Tian's hand. Essence of Yang Flame. The young man immediately ordered his men to investigate the background of Gu Fei's group. An old servant in green clothes stood beside the young man. The old servant frowned when he saw his master staring at the three young cultivators on the street. Those three didn't seem to be easy to deal with. The old servant in green clothes had a strong cultivation base, but he realized that he couldn't see through the three young cultivators on the street. Experts. The old servant felt the pressure. Although his master was strong, he might not be a match for those three. If he offended someone he shouldn't, there would be endless trouble. For the latest chapters, please log in. It is a pleasure to read. I suggest you keep it. Chapter 1588. Welcome, everyone. Gu Fei and the others had no idea that they were being watched. One should know that there were at least hundreds of thousands of cultivators in Yen City. With so many cultivators gathered here, it was hard for them to determine if these cultivators had any malicious intent towards them. Needless they walked on the streets of Yen capital. They could feel hundreds of powerful auras coming from both sides of the street. These auras were far stronger than the auras of mortals. Only the auras of cultivators could be this powerful. Yen capital is the holy land of cultivation in the Yen dynasty. There are countless cultivators here, and some of them are extremely powerful. The waters here are very deep. Gu Zhong said. This wasn't the first time Gu Fei and He Tian came to Yen capital. However, the last time they came, they were in a hurry and didn't have the chance to experience the prosperity of Yen capital. The streets of Yen capital were lined with shops and pedestrians. Sometimes, cultivators could even be seen in the crowd. Gu Fei and the others walked into a restaurant because they could sense the aura of more than 10 cultivators coming out from the restaurant. Some cultivators were having a gathering upstairs. Drunken Immortal Tavern, interesting. He Tian stopped at the entrance of the restaurant for a moment. He glanced at the plaque above the door and smiled. Then, he walked into the restaurant and caught up with Gu Fei and Gu Zhong. There were very few customers on the third floor. After Gu Fei's group came up, they found a corner and sat down, ordering the best immortal wine in the restaurant. The fact that this restaurant dared to use the name Drunken Immortal Residence meant that it had some real skills. The owner of this restaurant was a cultivator, and this cultivator's ancestor had passed down a secret wine recipe. Following this secret recipe, the cultivator brewed a type of immortal wine. This immortal wine was very beneficial to cultivators. Of course, this immortal wine was only beneficial to cultivators whose cultivation was not that high. If it was an immortal god, they would naturally not be interested in this immortal wine. This immortal wine was very beneficial to cultivators. Of course, it was only good for cultivators with low cultivation. Immortals naturally wouldn't be interested in this immortal wine. When the immortal wine that was said to be able to intoxicate immortals was brought out, Gu Fei and the others laughed. How was this immortal wine? It was just a wine that contained spiritual energy. It's just something refined from some common spiritual herbs. How can something like this be called immortal brew? He Tian was disdainful. This kind of immortal brew was not worthy of his attention. Of course, they didn't come to this restaurant to taste the so-called immortal wine. Have you heard? The second prince of dynasty is going to fight the big shots from the east at the falling Phoenix Mountain. This news has already spread throughout the entire Yen capital. How could we not know about it? Do you know who is coming from the east? The dozen or so young cultivators were talking to each other. They were not very strong, and judging by their clothes, they should be the young disciples of some big sects in Yendu. The second prince of the Yen dynasty, could it be Yen Hao? He Tian looked at Gu Fei. That should be him. Gu Fei nodded. Back then, Shaoqing had fought with Yen Hao, the second prince of the Yen dynasty, who had cultivated the undying battle emperor's art. In the end, neither of them could truly suppress the other, and the battle ended in a draw. The undying battle emperor's art was a supreme mysterious art passed down by the ancient emperors. When this mysterious art was cultivated to the great completion realm, one could also cultivate the indestructible body. The human world had changed, and the second prince of the Yen dynasty, Yen Hao, was still an influential figure in Yendu. From the conversations of those cultivators, Gu Fei and the others learned a few things. Yen Hao had grown up, and even the imperial tutor of the Yen dynasty could no longer suppress him. In 3 days, Yen Hao would fight against a big shot from the east. The battle between the prince of the Yen dynasty and someone else was a big event, and the entire cultivation world of Yendu was shocked. All the big sects in Yendu were watching. With the battle approaching, many cultivators outside of Yendu also rushed to Yendu. Many people did not want to miss this battle, and there were even cultivators from the 4 big regions in Yendu. Where is Luofeng Mountain? Gu Fei and the others did not want to miss this battle. They wanted to see how much Yen Hao had grown. But this time, Shaoqing was not here. At this time, Shaoqing was still in the heaven realm with the old tortoise. Gu Fei and the others soon found out what they wanted to know. Luofeng Mountain was no stranger to the cultivators of Yendu. According to legend, it was the real land of Luofeng. In ancient times, a divine phoenix was injured by someone and recuperated in Luofeng Mountain for 1,000 years before leaving. The mountain where the divine phoenix recuperated was called Luofeng Mountain. Luofeng Mountain produced a kind of blood-colored divine jade. According to legend, this divine jade was a kind of divine material formed from the blood essence of the divine phoenix that was recuperating on the mountain. Gu Fei and the others finally left the drunken Immortal Tavern. However, as soon as they walked out of the drunken Immortal Tavern, they found that they were being followed. TSK. Reckless bastard. He Tian was about to kill the people who were secretly watching them, but he was stopped by Gu Fei. Ever since He Tian fought with the person with the ancient inheritance, his murderous nature was still very strong. Just a bunch of clowns. Uncle He doesn't need to care about them, Gu Zhong said. Even he did not care about the cultivators who were secretly watching them. Let's go. Gu Fei led the way towards the Yen Imperial Palace. It was time to meet those people from back then. They wanted to know more about the current human realm. In the entire human realm, no one was more well-informed than the Yen Imperial Dynasty. However, not everyone could enter the Imperial Palace. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary person. He stood in front of the palace's gate and no longer concealed his aura. A surge of qi and blood surged from Gu Fei's body. The sudden appearance of this aura alerted many big shots in the palace. That friend is here to visit. An old voice came from the depths of the palace. Then, a figure walked out from the depths of the palace. It was a figure surrounded by dragon qi. Gu Fei is here. He wants to see the imperial tutor. Gu Fei directly stated his intention. At this time, the figure had already arrived in front of the palace gate and stood in front of Gu Fei and the others. It was an old man. However, in the eyes of Gu Fei and the others, this old man was like a real dragon. The power of the real dragon in his body was extremely strong, causing them to feel great pressure. Friend, you are Gu Fei. After the appearance of the old man, the commotion in the palace immediately calmed down. The Yen Imperial Palace was incredible. Not only was there a peerless expert in charge, the entire palace seemed to be a great formation. I am Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not hide his identity because there was no need for him to do so now. Roar. Just at this moment, a furious roar rang out from within the palace. A figure rushed out from within the palace with a strong aura gushing out. "Where is that dragon? Is he here too?" A loud voice rang out, spreading throughout the entire palace, begging to be shared. Please go to the net. Chapter 1589. Please remember the domain name, or at. Gu Fei's arrival caused the imperial experts in the palace to feel uneasy. He was a powerful figure, and no one knew why he had come. An old member of the imperial family was alarmed and came out to greet him personally. However, before they could exchange a few words, an angry roar rang out from the palace. "Where's the dragon? Is it here yet?" The roar shook the sky and spread throughout the entire palace. Even the experts in other parts of Yen capital were alarmed and looked in the direction of the palace. "Yen Hao, don't be presumptuous." The old member of the imperial family was a little unhappy. The newcomer was so powerful that even he couldn't see through him. Yen Hao's rudeness would cause trouble if he angered the other party. The newcomer ignored the old man and arrived in front of the palace gates in an instant. It was a young man with a majestic gait and a powerful aura. "Second Prince Yen, you're not dead yet." He Tian glanced at the newcomer and said. However, he was secretly shocked. Yen Hao had only been here for 100 years, but he had already become an almighty emperor. One had to know that the second prince was not even an immortal 100 years ago, but now he was already an almighty emperor. What kind of miraculous encounters did he have? "It's you?" At this time, Yen Hao also recognized Erebus. "Shaoqing isn't here, but if the second prince is itching for a fight, I can spar with him." Seeing that Yen Hao had the cultivation and strength of an almighty emperor, He Tian couldn't help but feel a desire to fight. "I heard that you're going to fight someone in 3 days. Who is it?" asked Gu Fei. The small practitioners in Yen capital knew very little, so they had no idea who the big shot from the east was. "That person is Emperor Dong," said Yen Hao, glancing at Gu Fei. "Emperor Dong, how arrogant," He Tian said disdainfully. In the history of the world of cultivation, those who called themselves emperors were peerlessly powerful. The big shot from the east actually dared to call himself Emperor Dong. Could it be? Gu Fei fell into deep thought. Could it be someone from that bloodline? "I can't believe that dragon didn't come." Yen Hao was a little disappointed. Back then, when he fought with Shaoqing under the interference of Grand Preceptor Yen, the outcome of the battle was not decided. This was one of his regrets. "Humph, if you want to see Shaoqing, you'll have to ascend to the heaven realm," He Tian said. "What?" Hearing this, Yen Hao couldn't help but be surprised. Even the eyes of the elder from the Yen kingdom brightened. The heaven realm, such a name was enough to attract everyone's attention. 100 years ago, when the sky market was in chaos, someone saw you enter the heaven realm. I didn't expect this to be true. Yen Hao was incomparably shocked. The news of the Immortal dynasty was extremely well informed. "You can still come back after entering the heavenly realm." The elder from the Yen kingdom was also shocked at this time. It should be known that the path to heaven had long been severed. No one had ascended in the human realm for more than 100,000 years. In the human realm, the only way to enter the heaven realm was through the sky tower left behind by the Supreme Tao ancestor. However, this sky tower appeared in the sky market and caused a commotion in all directions. In the end, it was taken away by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. During the battle of the sky market, many people died. It was one of the rare disturbances in 100 years. In the end, Gu Fei and the others were invited to the Yen kingdom's palace by the elder and Yen Hao. People who could return from the heaven realm were worth befriending. It should be known that the heaven realm had become a legend in the human realm. All the major powers in the human realm wanted to know about the situation in the heaven realm. Could be said that Gu Fei and the Yen kingdom each took what they needed. Gu Fei wanted to know about the changes in the human realm in the past 100 years, while the Yen kingdom wanted to know about the situation in the heaven realm from Gu Fei. There had been rumors in the human realm that the gate of heaven and earth would reopen. At that time, the experts of the human realm would be able to ascend to the heaven realm. Almost all the major powers were preparing. Some people wanted to make a move on Ghost Emperor Fengdu because he had the sky tower that all cultivators coveted. This was the only supreme sacred item in the human realm that could open the passage between the heaven realm and the human realm. However, Ghost Emperor Fengdu was extremely powerful. All those who dared to make a move on him were killed by him. Even some of the old antiques were killed by him. Some people said that Ghost Emperor Fengdu had already become a saint. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such powerful battle prowess. Others said that Ghost Emperor Fengdu was a supreme being. In short, Ghost Emperor Fengdu was one of the few supreme existences in the human realm that couldn't be provoked. His strength was a mystery. No one knew how powerful these existences were. Gu Fei stayed in the Yen Imperial Palace for a few hours. He found out the whereabouts of Imperial Preceptor Yen. It turned out that Imperial Preceptor Yen had fallen 10 years ago. He was killed by a young expert from the southern wasteland. This matter once shook the southern wasteland. The Yen Imperial family wanted to take revenge, but they were stopped by the Yen Emperor because Imperial Preceptor Yen was killed during a duel. And the one who killed Imperial Preceptor Yen was called Azure Dragon. When night fell, Gu Fei declined Yen Hao's good intentions. He didn't stay in the Yen Imperial Palace for the night. They left the palace and found an inn to stay in. I didn't think that the big shot from the east would actually be from that family. In the guest room of the inn, Gu Fei's expression was not very good. This was because he had heard from Yen Hao that the person who would fight with Yen Hao in 3 days was an expert of the younger generation from the Dongfang family. That Dong Huang was very mysterious. He had never shown his true appearance to anyone. Nobody even knew if the person called Dong Huang was a man or a woman. However, one thing was certain, and that was that this Dong Huang was one of the strongest people in the eastern region. The Zhao family of the Desolation in the eastern domain also produced a genius who was equally stunning. The human world ushered in a great era. In this great era, experts emerged in large numbers. There were constantly peerless figures rising rapidly. Experts from all sides would collide with each other and create the most brilliant sparks. As a warrior, Gu Fei was a natural god of war. In such a great era, he wouldn't be lonely. Dongfang Chan of the Eastern family was killed by you long ago. He Tian knew about the grudge between Gu Fei and the Eastern family. Gu Fei didn't just kill Dongfang Chen. Back then, he also burned a big shot of the Eastern family to death. It could be said that Gu Fei and the Eastern family had already formed a great enmity. No one could resolve this enmity. But Gu Fei didn't want to start a massacre. After all, he had already killed Dongfang Chen. Master, we can't afford to offend that person. At this time, under a flowering tree in a courtyard in Yendu, an old servant in a green robe was saying something to a well-dressed young man. What do you mean we can't afford to offend him? The young man's eyes shot out 2 rays of light. In this Yendu, there are people that I, Song Tian, can't afford to offend. The young man was very proud. Recommended a fantasy novel by a friend, Immortal Martial Saint. Ranked 2nd in the fantasy novel list. Not bad. For the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure. I suggest you collect it. Chapter 1590. Please remember the domain name of this website. Or at the Song clan of Yen Capital was a large clan. In a place like Yen Capital, there was no lack of large sects, and the Song clan was one of them. Song Tian was the 2nd-generation ancestor of the Song clan. He was a good-for-nothing and didn't dare to do anything too outrageous in Yen Capital. On this day, Song Tian had his eyes on 3 outsiders. He sent his subordinates to investigate the background of these 3 people and found out that they had no power in Yen Capital at all. The cultivation of these 3 people was not high, but the things they had on them were of the highest grade. Song Tian didn't want to let go of such fat sheep. He guessed that these 3 people should be here to watch the battle between the 2nd prince and Dong Huang. The news of the battle between the 2nd prince and Dong Huang at Luofeng Mountain spread throughout the entire cultivation world of the Yen dynasty. Dong Huang, a young expert of the eastern region, was extremely powerful. He had once entered the eastern region Devil Cave and killed a great demon, bringing out the head of that great demon. The eastern region Devil Cave was a forbidden area in the eastern region. Legend had it that there was a great demon sleeping in the Devil Cave. It was a place that even the experts of the older generation were unwilling to set foot in. Being able to enter the devil cave and kill a great demon was enough to show how powerful this so-called Donghuang was. The battle between Yen Hao and Donghuang caused a lot of commotion in the cultivation world. Many people wanted to watch the battle, and the number of cultivators in Yen capital gradually increased. 3 days passed quickly. During this time, Gu Fei and the others went out a few times, and each time they found someone following them. There are too many people who don't know the difference between life and death these days. He Tian said such words, and his killing intent was already aroused. This time, Gu Fei didn't stop He Tian. These people were too despicable, and he had already given them a chance. In the cultivation world, kindness to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. On the morning of the 3rd day, Gu Fei and the others left the inn and went out of Yen capital. At this time, many cultivators were heading out of Yen capital. At noon on Luofeng Mountain, the second prince of Yen and Donghuang, who had come from the eastern region, would fight at the summit of the mountain. According to the legend, the mountain where the divine phoenix once landed was located in the mountains 3,000 miles away from the Yen capital. It was still early, so Gu Fei and the others were not in a hurry. They walked along the main road outside of Yendu, all the way to Fallen Phoenix Mountain. There were many cultivators on the road, and not far behind Gu Fei and the others were 2 people. Looks like we're going to see blood again, He Tian sighed. He couldn't be bothered to kill these weaklings. However, these people were courting death. Since they dared to provoke him, he would just have to reluctantly send them to the Western Paradise. After walking for a few hundred miles, there was no more road ahead. Gu Fei and the others had already arrived at a remote area, and there were very few people here. When they arrived in front of a forest, a figure silently walked out of the forest and blocked their way. Finally, can't wait to fight. He Tian smiled. The reason why they walked so slowly was to see who had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's heart to dare to fight against them. It was an old man in cyan clothes. There was no aura coming from the old man's body. He was like an ordinary person without any magic power. Who are you? Gu Zhong walked up and stared at the old man in cyan clothes. His voice was extremely cold. Celestial being Shun King. Seeing Gu Zhong, the eyes of the old man in cyan clothes could not help but shrink. This person was very powerful. He turned out to be an emperor of the celestial being realm, which was beyond the old man's expectation. Boom! A shocking aura suddenly erupted from the old man in cyan clothes. Suddenly, the whole area was set off by a strong airflow, and leaves were flying all over the sky. You are also an emperor. Gu Zhong was very surprised. He did not expect that this old man who looked like an ordinary person was actually an emperor of the celestial being realm. He had met his match. War slave, kill them. A cold voice came from the forest. Scoundrel, come out. Gu Zhong's sword-like eyebrows stood up, and then he directly slapped his palm towards the forest. The powerful palm force shook the void, and visible ripples could be seen in the void in front of his palm. Master, run! The old man in cyan clothes knew that he was in big trouble today. He shouted loudly and waved his hands. Rays of divine light rushed out from his hands and strangled towards Gu Zhong. Humph! Gu Zhong sneered. He did not stop slapping his palm. Instead, he pressed his left hand towards the old man in cyan clothes. Rays of dazzling divine light collapsed under his palm. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The whole forest was instantly turned to ashes by Gu Zhong's palm force. A figure was sent flying, and blood sprinkled in the air. Master! When the old man in cyan clothes saw this scene, he could not help but turn pale. If anything happened to his master, he would also be buried with him. You dare to be distracted while fighting with me. Taking advantage of the shock of the old man in cyan clothes, Gu Zhong had already used the 8 desolate steps and instantly approached the old man in cyan clothes. Then, he slapped his palm on the old man's chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, the old man in cyan clothes was sent flying by Gu Zhong's palm. His chest caved in, and the sound of bones breaking came from the old man's body. Ah! Mouthfuls of blood gushed out of the old man's mouth. The blood was mixed with broken internal organs. Gu Zhong's palm was almost about to explode the old man's body. Who are these people? The old man was shocked. He wanted to escape, but he found that Gu Zhong had already caught up to him and directly smashed his head with a punch. Swoosh! A ray of divine light soared into the sky. Within the divine light there was a small figure. It was the old man's soul that had escaped, and it wanted to break through the void and escape. However, at this time, He Tian stretched out his hand and directly caught the soul in his hand. Then he swallowed it. The old man's soul was refined into the purest form of soul energy and was absorbed by He Tian. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and directly arrived in front of the young cultivator that was sent flying by Gu Zhong's palm. He saw that the young cultivator was already heavily injured. Both of his legs were badly mutilated, and his chest was pierced by a thick tree branch. However, although the young cultivator was heavily injured, he did not die. The young cultivator roared, "You actually dared to beat me to this state. You are dead for sure. The experts of our Song clan will arrive soon." Song clan? Never heard of it. Gu Fei didn't care about the young cultivator anymore. He didn't want to know why this person would target him. In front of a strong expert, all kinds of tricks and schemes would be useless. Gu Fei left, and Gu Zhong followed. He Tian arrived in front of the young cultivator, looked at him, and smiled. Then, he directly destroyed the young cultivator's Niwen palace and destroyed his soul. Just as Erebus was about to destroy the nascent divinity of the young cultivator, a jade medallion in a pavilion in the Swallow capital suddenly exploded. For the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure. It is recommended that you collect it. Chapter 1591. Who was it? Who killed my grandson? Although Song Tian is incompetent, he is still a direct descendant of the Song clan. Is someone challenging the Song clan? An old voice came from a pavilion in the Yen capital. That person was furious. The Song clan of the Yen capital was definitely a huge force. Song Tian's death was definitely a slap in the face to the Song clan. The death of a direct descendant was not a small matter. Soon, experts of the Song clan came out of the Song clan. At this time, Gu Fei and the others had already arrived at the Luofeng Mountain. The Luofeng Mountain was located in a mountain range 3,000 miles away from the Yen capital. They did not know that the Song clan had already sent experts to chase after Song Tian's murderer. At their level of cultivation, even the Yen dynasty could not threaten them. Song Tian's incident was just a small interlude. The Luofeng Mountain in front of Gu Fei and the others was a short mountain. It was not steep, and there were many mountains around it that were taller than the Luofeng Mountain. However, when Gu Fei approached the Luofeng Mountain, he felt a special aura. This terrain. He Tian could also see that this area was extraordinary and was attracted by the terrain in front of him. Dao patterns intertwined in his eyes. He used the yin-yang divine eyes and carefully observed the situation in front of him. Amazing! No wonder there are rumors of an injured divine phoenix recuperating here. He Tian's eyes became brighter and brighter. The entire terrain in front of him appeared in his mind. Uncle Master He, what is so special about the place in front of us? Gu Zhong did not understand array formations, and he did not know how to observe the sky or the terrain. In his eyes, the short mountain in front of him that was surrounded by mountains was not special at all. Boy, learn a little. Do you see the mountains in front of us? Don't they look like dragons? He Tian pointed ahead and said, "This?" After listening to Mahakala's explanation, Gu Zhong was able to see some differences. If the surrounding mountains could be seen as great dragons, then the short mountain would be surrounded by great dragons, and the short mountain itself would seem to be the divine pearl that the great dragons were fighting over. Dragons fighting for pearls? Gu Fei's heart trembled. The legendary place where the divine phoenix once resided was indeed extraordinary. This is the terrain of two dragons vying for a pearl. The mountains around the short mountain are like two huge dragons surrounding the short mountain. The two towering peaks are the dragon heads. He Tian said as he pointed at the mountain in front of them. He was an array master, and his forte lay in observing the sky and looking at the terrain. Although this kind of terrain was rare, it was not heaven-defying. One had to know that the Earth Dragon Chi within a radius of 10,000 miles was constantly gathering towards the Yen capital. The terrain here was on a completely different level compared to the Yen capital's rising dragon land. There were no sects or forces occupying the fallen Phoenix Mountain. It was not that no one wanted this place, but because it was near the capital of the Yen dynasty, no one dared to occupy the spiritual land. This area became the private property of the Yen dynasty. This time, Yen Hao, the second prince of Yen Kingdom, and Dong Huang, the big shot from the east, were going to fight here. At this time, many cultivators had already arrived near Luofeng Mountain. All the sects in the Yen capital did not want to miss such a great battle. In the past 100 years, the cultivation world of the Tung-Long continent ushered in a blowout type of development. Peerless geniuses quickly rose from all the major regions. Yen Hao emerged from the Yen dynasty, Dong Huang emerged from the eastern domain's Dongfang family, and also the South Wasteland and the West Earth. These rising stars even surpassed the experts of the older generation. With the arrival of the Great Era, experts from all over the world have already shown their brilliance. The cultivation world of the human world ushered in a golden age. Gu Fei and the others found a mountain and waited there. They occupied the best spot, and some of the experts in the Yen capital were not happy. It was a bit too much for a few outsiders to occupy a mountain. However, Gu Fei and the others didn't care about the gazes of others. He Tian even took out a table and 3 chairs from his inner world and placed some fruits on the table. Of course, these fruits were not ordinary. They were fresh fruits that were rarely seen in the human world. He Tian even placed a few peaches of immortality that could only be found in the immortal world. Who are these people? Seeing that every item He Tian took out was rare in the world, the surrounding experts couldn't help but be moved, especially the ripe peaches of immortality. No way! Isn't that the legendary peaches of immortality that can let people live for hundreds of years just by smelling it? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This kind of fruit only grows in the heavenly realm. The great sects in the Yen capital had existed for a long time, and their knowledge was extraordinary. They recognized the peaches of immortality that He Tian took out. Did you visit the peach garden of a female immortal in the heavenly realm? Gu Fei gave He Tian a meaningful look. He Tian's handsome face blushed after hearing this. His eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he took out another pot of wine. Anything that could catch He Tian's attention was not ordinary. The so-called immortal wine from the drunken immortal tavern in the Yen capital couldn't be compared to it. This was a true immortal brew. Martial Uncle He, don't tell me that this wine is also from there? Gu Zhong said with a smile. What do you know, little brat? Get lost. He Tian scolded. He Tian took out 3 white jade cups and filled them to the brim. A burst of wine fragrance wafted from the top of the mountain, causing the experts in the surroundings to be moved. A person who could take out such a thing must have a great background. Although the experts from the great sects were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Time passed by and the sun gradually reached its zenith. At this time, many cultivators had gathered around the Luofeng mountain. On the other mountains, people were bumping into each other. Everyone wanted to occupy the most advantageous position to watch the battle. During this time, many people had ideas about the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were, but in the end, they didn't make a move. You 3, hurry up and get down here for this, daddy. At noon, a voice broke the silence in the depths of the mountain. Someone came to the top of the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were and directly told them to get lost. Courting death. This was He Tian's voice. He didn't even look at the person in the eye as he continued to enjoy the immortal wine and immortal fruit. Fine, if you won't get lost, then go to hell. This person was very domineering. He directly waved the mace in his hand and smashed it towards Gu Fei and the others. There were Dao runes on the mace. It was a holy weapon. Chapter 1592. Welcome, everyone. Who is this? A saint weapon in the shape of a wolf-tooth club. Could it be that madman? The experts around the fallen Phoenix Mountain were shocked. There was actually someone who dared to challenge the 3 people on top of the mountain. It was very surprising. Die! The man yelled. His entire body emitted a surging killing intent. It was as if an ancient god of death had descended. He waved the wolf-tooth club in his hand and smashed it towards Gu Fei's group. Whoosh! Before the wolf-tooth club could hit Gu Fei's group, a gust of wind had already swept over. The mountain immediately became a raging gale, causing sand and stones to fly. This person was tall and he was wearing divine armor. He looked mighty, and when he smashed the mace with all his might, the entire space shook. The markings on the mace appeared, and an extremely powerful force was quickly recovering. Buzz! The space shook. An image of an ancient cauldron appeared on Gu Fei's body, enveloping Gu Zhong and He Tian. The terrifying Saint Tier aura was unable to threaten them. Swish! Gu Fei stood up directly. He then extended his hand and grabbed the wolf-tooth club. He threw the wolf-tooth club and the expert off the mountain. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. They could not believe what they had just seen. There was actually someone who caught the saint weapon with his bare hands and threw the expert off the mountain with the saint weapon. Is this real? Someone's voice began to tremble. These people originally wanted to fight against Gu Fei's group, but they did not do anything in the end. At this moment, they secretly rejoiced. If they had done anything just now, they would probably end up even more miserable than the madman. Roar! An angry roar came from the bottom of the mountain. The madman roared as he rushed up from the bottom of the mountain. His entire body was surging with killing intent. He was a powerful expert. Although he was not a great emperor, he still made the experts from the Yen capital fearful. Rumble! The wolf-tooth mace in the madman's hand rapidly grew in size. In an instant, it was as big as a mountain, appearing before everyone's eyes. An extremely powerful holy aura spread out from the mace, causing the cultivators around Luo Feng Mountain to retreat in panic. The pressure of a martial sage was not something they could withstand. However, in the face of this saint-ranked pressure, Gu Fei's expression did not change. Does this guy really not know how to write the word death? I've already been merciful. The mace, which had transformed into the size of a mountain, smashed down from the sky. It could be seen that the madman had used all his strength. However, another scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. The young cultivator on top of the mountain directly punched upwards with his right hand. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's fist directly collided with the huge mace. Without any suspense, the mace was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. The madman roared angrily as his entire body was sent flying. His hands were dripping with blood, and he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row. His expression also became weary. This time was different from the previous time. This time, Gu Fei deliberately wanted to teach the madman a lesson. Therefore, he did not show any mercy this time. How can this person be so strong? Madman was sent flying 3 kilometers away. His entire body seemed to have been shattered by the powerful force that came from the wolf-tooth mace. His wolf-tooth mace, a sacred weapon, rapidly shrunk after receiving a blow from Gu Fei. It smashed into a nearby mountain, shocking the cultivators on top of the mountain. The battle prowess that Gu Fei had displayed had stunned everyone. None of the people present had the strength to fight against a saint weapon with their bare hands. Just the mighty power of the sacred weapon alone was already unbearable for the people present. Even the madman Zhou Badong was no match for that person. He only attacked twice and beat Zhou Badong half to death. No one thought that they could beat the madman Zhou Badong. Therefore, everyone stayed far away from the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were. They were unwilling to go near them. Today's main characters did not appear, but this accident happened. This was just a small interlude before the big battle. Seeing that the second Prince Yen and Dong Huang had yet to arrive at noon, everyone could not help but feel a little impatient. Why isn't that guy Yen Hao here yet? He Tian sat on a chair, leisurely tasting his celestial wine and eating his celestial fruits. Gu Zhong could be considered to have benefited from He Tian's blessings, so he also began to enjoy himself. On the other hand, Gu Fei was not a wine lover, and the celestial fruits that He Tian had taken out were even more inferior to the immortal fruits produced by the immortal ancestral dragon herb. Haha! Brother Gu is in such a good mood. Just as noon arrived, A loud laughter was heard from afar. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the laughter and saw a figure slowly walking over from afar. It seemed like he was taking a leisurely stroll, but in an instant, the person had already arrived. The person took a step forward and directly climbed up the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were. "You don't have to be so punctual." He Tian's scolding voice rang out. The person who had arrived was the second prince of the Yan kingdom, Yan Hao. Today, Yan Hao's essence, qi, and spirit had been adjusted to their peak state. He Tian discovered that Yan Hao's level of practice was actually between the almighty seventh heaven and the eighth heaven, and it seemed like he could break through from the seventh heaven to the eighth heaven at any time. If he did not die in this battle, then his level of practice breaking through to the eighth heaven was already an ironclad certainty. Just at this moment, Gu Fei suddenly sensed something. He abruptly turned his head to look at Luofeng Mountain. He saw that a figure had appeared on Luofeng Mountain at some unknown time. "Dong Huang is here," someone exclaimed. It was a white figure covered from head to toe in a battle suit. The battle suit was not simple, as it was actually refined from the ninth heaven meteorite iron. This ninth heaven meteorite iron was a type of sacred iron. Although it was not comparable to the ninth heaven star iron, it was not far off. It was very difficult to find ninth heaven meteorite iron the size of a fist in the mortal world. This battle suit refined from the ninth heaven meteorite iron was definitely a precious treasure. "Is Dong Huang here? He is very punctual." Seeing the figure on Luofeng Mountain, Yan Hao's pupils involuntarily shrank. This was a powerful opponent who came from the east and had once killed a great demon in the Devil's Den of the East. Such a battle record made everyone look down on Dong Huang. It should be known that the name of Dong Huang had once been famous in the East tens of thousands of years ago. He dominated an area and intimidated all the major regions, so the experts of the major regions did not dare to set foot in the East easily. This person also called himself Dong Huang. Did he want to become the second Dong Huang? Yan Hao did not say much to Gu Fei and the others. He directly took a step on the top of the mountain and came to Luofeng Mountain to face Dong Huang. At this time, everyone was nervous. This was a battle between almighty emperors. Even Gu Fei had a feeling that his blood was boiling. He was a natural warrior. Chapter 1593. Welcome, everyone. The appearance of Yan Hao and Emperor Dong Huang made all the spectators nervous. This was a battle between two almighty emperors. Both of them were the best of the younger generation, but they wanted to determine a winner at this time. There was only one supreme being. Who would become the supreme being of the younger generation? This was something that everyone wanted to know. In the past 100 years, the younger generation of cultivators were too experienced. Some people said that in the past 100 years, there were already young cultivators in the human realm who had achieved the semi-sage body. Becoming a semi-sage in 100 years was simply a miracle. Many people did not believe it, but in this great world, there were many things that could not be understood with common sense. Above Luofeng Mountain, two powerful figures were confronting each other. The second Prince Yan Hao and Emperor Dong Huang's aura continued to rise. The powerful pressure of almighty emperors spread in all directions. Rumble. At this moment, 9 chariots appeared in the sky. These 9 chariots were like 9 huge mountains, emitting a terrifying aura as they crushed down from the sky. Every chariot had an expert sitting on it. There were dragon shadows circling around the chariots. The terrifying pressure caused the entire world to tremble. The experts of the Yan royal family have arrived. The one in the middle seems to be the Yan royal family. These 9 people are incredible. The cultivators around Luofeng Mountain were all shocked. Some people recognized the 9 experts. The 9 chariots quickly approached and stopped high in the sky. The chariot in the middle was different. There were ancient Tao patterns engraved on it, and there was an unimaginably powerful force hidden in it. This chariot was the Yan royal family's carriage. It was pulled by a strange beast that looked like a qilin. The strange beast had clouds under its feet, as if it was born to ride on clouds. The arrival of the 9 chariots caused the entire area to be filled with the roars of wild beasts. The chariots were pulled by some powerful wild beasts. These wild beasts were extremely powerful and looked ferocious. Especially the strange beast that was pulled by the Yan royal family. There was a dragon aura surrounding its body. What an ostentatious show. A sneer came from the sky opposite the 9 chariots. No one knew when, but there were 3 old men standing there. Each of them had a very obscure aura. I didn't expect the 3 Dongfang elders to come as well. This is the heritage of the Dongfang family. Legend has it that these 3 people have been asleep for countless years and have only awakened in the last 100 years. When the cultivators saw the 3 old men, there was another commotion. These 3 old men had great origins. Some people said that they were people who had lived until the late Desolate Era. Just like the Yen dynasty, the Dongfang family also had resources that made others wary. These forces that had human sovereigns were not simple. It should be known that human sovereigns were second only to the extreme path supremes. They were almost invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Great saints were just like ants in front of them. Some human sovereigns could even kill prospective supreme beings. 3 old farts. One of the 9 war chariots said this. What did you say? One of the 3 Dongfang elders, a tall and thin old man, immediately raised his snow-white eyebrows. His eyes flickered with an ominous glint, as if he was about to attack. Don't act rashly. Among the 3 old men, the one who seemed to be the leader stopped the tall and skinny old man. They were here to watch the battle, not to fight with Emperor Yen. Fair battle. Life and death are up to fate. You and I cannot interfere. These words came from Emperor Yan's war chariot. The voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of everyone present. All right, it should be so. The 3 Dongfang elders nodded. They would not interfere, but they had to prevent the people from Emperor Yan's side from interfering. This was a battle between the strongest of the younger generation. The older generation could not break the rules. The arrival of Emperor Yen and the 3 Dongfang elders made the surrounding atmosphere tense up. Some cultivators began to worry. If the 2 sides fought, the ones who would be unlucky would definitely be the spectators. It would not be good if they were caught in the crossfire. Many cultivators consciously retreated into the distance. Only Gu Fei and the others remained on the top of the mountain, as if they did not see Emperor Yen and the 3 Dongfang elders at all. Emperor Yen and the 3 Dongfang elders noticed Gu Fei and the others on the top of the mountain, but they did not make any aggressive moves. Emperor Yen naturally knew where Gu Fei and the others came from. Even the 3 Dongfang elders did not want to cause trouble at this time. Boom! At this moment, the entire area of Luofeng Mountain suddenly shook. Everyone was shocked to see that the second prince, Yen Hao, had made his move. He cultivated the Immortal War Emperor's method and had an extremely strong battle body. Although it was just a simple palm strike, it shook the entire area. Even Luofeng Mountain shook. Luofeng Mountain was not an ordinary place. This was the terrain of 2 dragons fighting for a pearl. Under the earth there were 2 dragon veins. Luofeng Mountain was the pearl that the 2 dragons were fighting for. Yen Hao's attack directly shook the terrain. It was extremely powerful. Swoosh! Facing Yen Hao's powerful attack, Dong Huang's body suddenly became blurry. It was as if his whole body was merging with the surrounding void. Seeing Dong Huang use such a great technique, Gu Fei and He Tian's hearts jumped. This was the profound meaning of the void. The body turned into the void. Yen Hao's powerful palm force directly passed through Dong Huang's faint and illusory figure. It was as if it hit the void without any force. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the anti-void secret technique. He Tian was shocked. How could Dong Huang know such a supreme secret technique? Could it be that the Dongfang family had obtained the 9 secrets of the immortal path? So it was not a good thing. It's not the anti-void secret technique. It's just similar. Gu Fei immediately saw that the great technique that Dong Huang used was also a kind of void technique. It could also turn into the void and dissolve all the power of the opponent's attack. Kill! Dong Huang's faint and illusory figure instantly solidified. Then he stretched out his right hand. Dazzling martial light immediately shot out from his 5 fingers and pierced towards Yen Hao. Swoosh! Yen Hao soared into the sky and avoided the 5 beams of divine light. Then, he pounced on Dong Huang from the sky. The Immortal War Emperor's method was a kind of martial arts technique. The attack technique was extremely fierce. Green dragon absorbs water, Yan Hao shouted. He seemed to have turned into a divine dragon. His hands turned into a dragon's head and directly swallowed Dong Huang. Above the dragon's head, there was a devouring force that pulled Dong Huang's body, causing him to sway. All forms to the origin. Dong Huang used the divine technique. All kinds of figures appeared around him. There seemed to be a Shun King roaring, a ferocious demon roaring, and a wild beast letting out terrifying roars. Although the images were faint and illusory, they still shocked everyone. Such a strange phenomenon was too shocking. Could it be that he could really turn into all forms? In just an instant, all the illusions gathered on Dong Huang's hands, and then he struck upwards. The roaring Shin King, the crazy ferocious demon, and the wild beast all rushed out. An extremely powerful force erupted. Chapter 1594. Welcome, everyone. Dong Huang had mastered the 10,000 elephants technique. It was a terrifying technique that allowed one to create 10,000 elephants and borrow unimaginable power for one's own use. Boom! Dong Huang thrust his hands upwards. Figures of gods, demons, and beasts shot up into the sky. Murderous intent filled the air as they charged towards the azure dragon that was swooping down from the sky. Rumble! The two forces collided in an instant. All the illusions disappeared, and the azure dragon that Yan Hao had conjured also disappeared. The two forces collided and formed a destructive force that caused the void to collapse. Luofeng Mountain was shaking. Cracks appeared on the surface of the mountain, and traces of dragon qi seeped out from the cracks. The dragon vein of the earth was shaken. Luofeng Mountain was not an ordinary place. The entire Luofeng Mountain was actually a divine pearl that the two dragons were fighting over. Contained dragon qi. Only such a place could withstand the power of Yan Hao and Dong Huang and not collapse immediately. If it had been any other place, this attack from Yan Hao and Dong Huang would have been able to raise the surrounding area to the ground. Die! Yan Hao did not hold back anymore. He knew that Dong Huang was the second most powerful opponent he had encountered besides Shaoqing. Yan Hao activated the Immortal Battle Emperor spell at high speed. The shadow of a dragon appeared on Yan Hao's body. He looked like a true dragon descending upon the world, displaying the great arts of Emperor Yan as he attacked Emperor Dong Huang. Dragon qi continuously rose from the ground and was devoured by Yan Hao, causing his combat power to increase continuously. This place of the two dragons fighting for the pearl was extremely beneficial to him. Oh no! The three elders of the Dongfang clan could not help but worry when they saw this. The dragon vein of the earth provided Yan Hao with an endless supply of dragon qi. It was as if Yan Hao had an inexhaustible amount of power. This was definitely not a good thing for Dong Huang. Yan Hao is not stupid after all, attracting the essence of the dragon vein for his own use. Gu Fei saw this and knew that Yan Hao had a higher chance of winning than Dong Huang. This was because Yan Hao had the advantage of time and place. Such an advantage greatly increased his chances of winning. However, a scene that shocked everyone happened. A dragon shadow also appeared on Dong Huang's body. He had also attracted the dragon qi of the earth. What? How is this possible? This Dong Huang has also mastered the Immortal Combat Monarch technique. The cultivators around Luofeng Mountain were all stunned. They could not believe that Dong Huang had actually used the divine technique that Yan Hao had displayed and was fighting endlessly with him. This is the 10,000 mammoth divine power. The voice of Emperor Yan came from high up in the sky. There was no emotion in his voice, as if he was not moved and was very calm. What's going on? In the eyes of Gu Fei and He Tian, Dong Huang's great technique was interpreted in a different way. Dong Huang's manifestation of all things was very similar to the chaotic secret art, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Imitating and using the opponent's divine arts was an invincible divine art. It was an invincible divine art that made the opponent feel like they were fighting themselves. The art of the Immortal Battle Emperor was a secret art of the Yan royal family. Even the side branches of the royal family were not qualified to cultivate this art. Only the direct descendants of the royal family could cultivate it. Dong Huang came from the Dong Huang clan of the Eastern Domain, so it was impossible for him to cultivate the art of the Immortal Battle Emperor of the Yan royal family. This was the art of the Immortal Battle Emperor that he had derived from the 10,000 Mammoth divine power. But even if it was a fake art of the Immortal Battle Emperor, it was still very shocking. "Nice move!" Yan Hao shouted, and his entire body shone with dazzling divine light. The dragon on his body seemed to be about to rush out of the void, exuding endless dragon might. Soaring dragon force. Yan Hao seemed to have transformed into a true dragon as he struck out with his strongest punch. He transformed the power of the soaring dragon into this strike. His fist was like a true dragon as it soared through the 9 heavens, emitting a destructive aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Bam! The entire void in front of Yan Hao collapsed and then shattered, turning into an extremely chaotic power that rushed towards Dong Huang. The power of the soaring dragon was too strong and unstoppable. In the face of absolute power, all divine arts were useless, and Dong Huang was sent flying. After Yan Hao sent Dong Huang flying, he took a deep breath. Roar! A dragon roar came from Yan Hao's mouth. This dragon roar shook the heavens and the earth. Dark cracks appeared in the void, and the entire area was shaking. It's the roar of the Azure Dragon. The cultivators near Luofeng Mountain were shocked. Some cultivators hurried to hide far away, while the cultivators closest to Luofeng Mountain bled from the roar and fainted. Even Gu Fei and the others felt their ears ringing. For a moment, they could not hear anything. Roar of the Azure Dragon. Gu Fei saw Yan Hao use this killing art and was secretly shocked. He was surprised that the Yan royal family had the killing art of the Dragon clan. The roar of the Azure Dragon was a killing art of sound. Killed with sound. Yan Hao's roar made Dong Huang feel a great impact, and his entire body was sent flying thousands of feet away. Divine light flowed on Dong Huang's 9 heavenly meteorite iron armor. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared, reducing the lethality of the roar of the Azure Dragon to the minimum. This is a saint garment. The cultivators watching the battle could not help but be surprised. Dong Huang was fighting with someone wearing the saint garment. How could he fight? Could it be that someone could break through the defense of the saint garment? Humph, the Dongfang family has a lot of good things, He Tian said to himself. He stared at the saint garment on Dong Huang's body, and his eyes flashed. The saint garment made from the 9 heavenly meteorite iron was definitely extraordinary. Dong Huang's entire body was covered in the saint garment. The patterns on the saint garment were faintly discernible, and it could dissolve any attack. Dong Huang was already in an invincible position. This is not fair. Among the cultivators of the Yan royal family, someone said, Dong Huang was wearing the saint garment. There was no way to fight. Even if Yan Hao was a semi-saint, it would be difficult for him to break through the defense of the saint garment. Humph, you chose the place for the battle. It is fair for you to choose this place. The tall and thin elder of the 3 Dongfang elders sneered. Buzz. At this moment, a sudden vibration came from Yan Hao's body. Then, a divine weapon rushed out from his body and was held in his hand. An aura that could change the color of heaven and earth spread from Yan Hao's hand. This is... Everyone was shocked. Even Gu Fei and the others could not help but be moved. The divine weapon in Yan Hao's hand was a big spear. The body of the black spear was covered with ancient patterns of the Great Path. It was a special kind of pattern of the Great Path. It was like a small dragon that was imprinted on the spear. The whole spear was like a sleeping black dragon, and the aura it emitted was frightening. The weapon of the Run Huang, the dragon spear. When the 3 Dongfang elders saw the spear in Yan Hao's hand, their breathing became faster. Chapter 1595. Welcome, everyone. Although the battle between Dong Huang and the second prince of the Yan kingdom had not started for long, the combat power that the two had displayed was frightening. It was hard to imagine that these 2 cultivators were young cultivators who had only risen in the last 100 years. This kind of combat power was enough to suppress some of the older cultivators. Buzz! The air shook. Runes of the Great Path appeared on Dong Huang's 9-fold meteorite armor. No one could see Dong Huang's true appearance. This was a holy robe that could block all divine spirits. Unless a saint-level existence came, no one would know whether Dong Huang was a man or a woman. On the saint robe, Tao patterns interweaved, exuding a majestic holy might. All the spectators had no choice but to retreat even further away. This was a supreme and holy pressure, and no one could withstand it. Under the protection of this sacred garment, which was refined from the ninth heaven meteorite iron, Dong Huang did not suffer any impact at all. His whole body was surging with essence qi, and all kinds of phenomena appeared around him. This kind of magic was too shocking. It could imitate and deduce the opponent's method, making one almost invincible. Moreover, Dong Huang was protected by the holy robe. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose in this battle. The Dongfang family had a foundation, and so did the Yan dynasty. After all, the Yan dynasty had once produced a Renhuang and had a powerful inheritance. A pitch-black spear appeared in Yan Hao's hand. The spear was engraved with countless runes. These runes were a little special and looked like little dragons. At first glance, it seemed as if there were countless little dragons swimming around the spear. A shocking aura emanated from the black spear. This spear was extraordinary. Some people thought of a Renhuang divine weapon left behind by the ancestors of the Yan dynasty, the dragon spear. This Yan Hao had brought this divine weapon, the dragon spear. High up in the sky, the three elders of the Dongfang family looked a little unhappy. The Yan dynastic overlord had given the dragon spear to Yan Hao. Did the Yan dynastic overlord already see Yan Hao as the next dynastic overlord? Buzz! Yan Hao shook the spear in his hand. The entire space in front of him trembled. Although it did not emit any divine power, its power was enough to shake the space. It really is a dragon spear. Even Dong Huang couldn't remain calm now. The dragon spear was too threatening to him. One had to know that the ancient Renhuang was an existence second only to the extreme path supremacy. Even a prospective supreme martial artist would have to retreat when encountering a human sovereign. How could a divine weapon refined by a human sovereign be ordinary? This black spear was definitely a divine weapon that was even more terrifying than a great saint weapon. It was powerful enough to destroy all saint weapons. Swoosh! Yan Hao didn't hesitate. He shook the great spear in his hand and stabbed towards Dong Huang. A black light streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. The pitch-black spearhead was aimed at Dong Huang's head. If Dong Huang was pierced by this spear, even if he had the protection of the sage garment, he would probably be pierced through by the dragon spear in Yan Hao's hand. Even his primordial spirit would not be able to escape. However, just as the dragon spear was about to pierce East Emperor's body became blurry again, as if he had merged with the surrounding void. The dragon spear pierced right through Dong Huang's shadow. Just like before, it was as if it was piercing the air without any point of impact. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly exploded above Yan Hao's head. A wave of power that could shake the heavens came down from the sky. A huge seal appeared in the sky above Yan Hao's head and pressed down on him. What? High up in the sky, from the chariot of Emperor Yan, there was a cry of surprise. An aura that looked down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths emanated from the huge seal. All living beings in the world trembled under the pressure of this huge seal. The seal of the human sovereign. This is the legendary seal of the human sovereign of the Eastern Territory. Some of the old antiques recognized this huge seal. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. What was going on? It was just a battle between the young experts, but they had to use the human sovereign's divine weapon. Rumble. The world was shaking. The seal of the human sovereign became as huge as a mountain. It pressed down from the sky, and the void below it was constantly annihilated. The divine power of the human sovereign had not fully recovered. It had only emitted a wisp of divine power, but it had already crushed the world. If the seal of the human sovereign was fully recovered, what would the scene be like? Countless cultivators who were watching the battle on Luofeng Mountain were fleeing for their lives. The divine power of the human sovereign was so mighty that even the mighty figures felt great pressure. Only Gu Fei and the others were still watching the battle from the top of the mountain. The power of the human sovereign's divine weapon made them secretly shocked. The divine weapon refined by the human sovereign was different from ordinary holy weapons. The human sovereign's divine weapon was peerless and powerful. It was equivalent to a continuation of the life of the human sovereign. Even the great holy weapon could not be compared with the human sovereign's divine weapon. It can't be that the soul of the weapon has already been born. He Tian's voice was trembling. It should be known that only the holy weapons of the extreme great path could give birth to the soul of the weapon. If the human sovereign's divine weapon also had a soul, it would be too heaven-defying. Gu Fei did not say anything. His body emitted an aura that enveloped the entire mountain, isolating the divine power of the human sovereign's divine weapon. Roar! Yan Hao encountered the greatest crisis. The dragon spear in his hand directly pierced upwards to meet the seal of the human sovereign that was pressing down from the sky. They were both human sovereign's divine weapons, and they were about to collide. This time, even Overlord Yen and the three elders of the Dongfang family were shocked. Overlord Yen led the cultivators of the 8 royal families to drive the chariot and quickly retreated. The 3 elders of the Dongfang family also shook their bodies and instantly retreated hundreds of miles away. Boom! In an earth-shattering noise, the 2 human sovereigns' divine weapons collided together. At that moment, the world lost its color, the mountains and rivers collapsed, and the void between heaven and earth turned into nothingness. Even the place where the 2 dragons were fighting for the pearl could not withstand the mighty divine power of the human sovereign. Luofeng Mountain collapsed immediately, and endless dragon chi of the earth surged out from the depths of the earth. The dark dragon spear madly swallowed the dragon chi of the earth, and the countless patterns branded on the spear gradually lit up. This human sovereign's divine weapon was gradually awakening. Yan Hao did not choose this place as the absolute location at random. Bang! The dragon spear vibrated and actually knocked the mountain-like seal of the human sovereign away. So far in the battle, Emperor Donghuang was forced to retreat for the first time. The human sovereign's divine weapon of the Yen royal family was awakening. Oh no! The 3 elders of the Dongfang family felt the mighty aura on the dragon spear, and all of their expressions changed. Yan Hao was using the endless dragon chi of the earth to completely awaken the dragon spear. If the dragon spear was really completely awakened, even a great saint would not be a match for Yan Hao. This is a book recommended by a friend. Those who like it can check it out. Chapter 1596. Welcome, everyone. The Renhuang divine weapon of Royal Yen clashed with the Renhuang divine weapon of the Dongfang family. This was a battle between Renhuang divine weapons. Destructive power swept out in all directions. Net even the 2 dragons fighting for the pearl could not withstand such Renhuang divine might. The fallen Phoenix Mountain collapsed immediately, turning into dust and dissipating between heaven and earth. The 2 mountains around the fallen Phoenix Mountain also collapsed. Endless dragon chi of the earth surged up from the depths of the earth. The dragon veins were damaged, and the dragon chi was leaking. The dragon veins that had lost dragon chi were destroyed and could no longer gather dragon chi. The terrain of the 2 dragons fighting for the pearl had changed. The dragon spear in Yan Hao's hand was madly devouring the dragon chi of the earth. The dragon spear was shaking as if it had a life of its own and was jumping with joy. The endless dragon chi of the earth caused the dragon spear to show signs of recovery. The Renhuang divine might spread in all directions. All creatures within a 10,000-mile radius were trembling. It was as if a supreme emperor was gradually awakening. The ancestral dragon pattern on the body of the dragon spear seemed to have come to life. Beams of divine light flowed along the body of the dragon spear, and the pattern was faintly discernible. This was definitely not a good thing for Donghuang. Boom! The dragon spear was shaking. The aura coming from the dragon spear was rapidly increasing. The true Renhuang divine might began to appear. All the cultivators were dumbfounded. This was no ordinary battle. It involved the collision of the lineages of 2 Renhuang. At this time, even Gu Fei was shocked. The Renhuang divine weapon was peerless and powerful. The Renhuang divine might was awakened. Even they felt shocked. As Gu Fei thought about it, the shadow of a giant cauldron appeared from his body. It then covered He Tian and Gu Zhong under it, blocking the Renhuang divine might. Kill! The dragon's spear was awakening. Yan Hao's fighting will was like a rainbow. He shot straight up into the sky, causing the dragon chi of the earth to rise. The dragon chi rose into the sky like huge dragons, gathering towards the dragon's spear. Shocking killing intent appeared. Although the dragon's spear was not fully awakened, it was enough to kill Dong Huang. Humph! Dong Huang sneered. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on the human emperor's seal. The human emperor's seal, which had already shrunk to the size of a fist, immediately appeared with numerous Dao patterns. He did not hesitate to consume his blood essence to activate the human emperor's seal. Boom! A monstrous Renhuang aura erupted from that ancient seal, and a power that had been dormant was triggered. The entire sky was trembling as if it would collapse at any moment. Damn it! Yan Hao sensed the terrifying pressure descending from above his head, and his expression couldn't help but change greatly. His opponent could also awaken the mortal emperor's seal. In this way, he would lose his advantage. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out. The dragon spear in Yan Hao's hand emitted a vast dragon's might that seemed to originate from ancient times. It turned into a black dragon and soared into the sky, charging towards Dong Huang. Divine weapon transforming into a dragon. This is a treasure with a weapon soul. The old fellows of some great powers were dumbstruck. The ancient draconic might was vast and mighty in the heavens and the earth, and it deterred all things in the world. It was sufficient to look down upon the entire mortal dimension. It really does have a weapon soul, but it's not a divine weapon of the supreme path. On top of the mountain, Gu Fei and the others were also incomparably shocked. The human emperor's divine weapons were indeed extraordinary. Unlike ordinary divine weapons, they actually had a weapon soul, just like the divine weapons of the supreme path. A divine weapon with a weapon soul was no longer a weapon in the ordinary sense. A divine weapon with a soul was equivalent to a special life form. If the weapon soul was awakened, it could even attack on its own. An extreme divine weapon refined by an extreme supreme being was such an existence. At this time, the two divine weapons of the supreme path were awakened, and both possessed a terrifying divine might that could shock the heavens. The entire area was shaken by these two divine might. Mountains continued to collapse, and the entire area was in chaos. Only the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were at, which was enveloped by an ancient cauldron, did not collapse. Stop! A loud shout was heard. Emperor Yan could no longer sit still. The three elders of the Dongfang clan could no longer sit still. The two human emperors' divine weapons were awakening, and under such circumstances, if the two divine weapons collided, it would cause a disaster. However, Yan Hao had already made his move, and the dragon spear had gradually awakened. This power was no longer something that Yan Hao could stop even if he wanted to. And Emperor Dong also made his move, and the ancient seal in his hand directly pressed down. Endless Dao patterns rushed out from the ancient seal, and countless Dao patterns intertwined, condensing into a terrifying power. These two madmen, even Gu Fei frowned. He did not care about the life and death of the two, but he had to be wary of the divine might of the Renhuang. A real ancient cauldron rushed out of his dantian, and then floated above his head. Streams of primordial chaos chi fell from the big cauldron, shrouding Gu Fei and the others. What is that? Emperor Yan and the three elders of the Dongfang clan all noticed the existence of the cauldron of mountain and river. Even they were extremely shocked when they saw the cauldron of mountain and river. Could it be the legendary cauldron? The three elders of the Dongfang clan had lived for countless years, and naturally knew many great secrets of the world. The appearance of the cauldron of mountain and river made them think of the legendary divine weapon. It can compete with the Renhuang divine weapons. Two bright divine lights shone from Emperor Yan's chariot, and those were the eyes of Emperor Yan. At this time, the two Renhuang divine weapons were about to collide, and no one could predict the consequences. After all, these were divine weapons refined by the Renhuang. The collision of the two divine weapons would probably turn the entire area into chaos, and it might even affect the capital of the Yan dynasty, Yan City, which was 3,000 miles away. However, Yan Hao and Emperor Dong had already made their moves, and no one could stop them. The collision of the two Renhuang divine weapons seemed to be irreversible. Everyone felt a great sense of danger, and all of them desperately wanted to escape from this area. There were countless cultivators gathered here, and if the divine might of the Renhuang spread out, it would be a terrible disaster. Everyone present would probably be in danger of being annihilated. If they were to be affected by the divine might of the Renhuang divine weapon, it would be a terrible death. At that critical moment, a figure silently appeared between the two Renhuang divine weapons, and then stretched out his hands, pressing towards the dragon spear and the seal of the Renhuang. Who is this? How dare he fight against two Renhuang divine weapons by himself? Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be unable to react. This was simply courting death. Even he, who had a divine weapon of the Great Path, did not dare to intervene. Boom! There was a violent tremor, and the person's body emitted a towering black aura. This black aura only took a moment to cover the entire area, and the originally sunny world was instantly pitch black, as if the night had suddenly come. It's him. Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. Chapter 1597. Welcome, everyone. Xian Yin ghost qi spread in all directions. A figure appeared between the dragon spear and the seal of the emperor. He actually resisted the two Renhuang divine weapons by himself. What? Everyone was shocked by the sudden change. Who was this person? He was so powerful that he could resist two Renhuang divine weapons by himself. What kind of concept was this? It was too shocking. Even Emperor Yan and the three Dongfang elders could not believe what they saw. Could this person be a saint, a great saint, or even a quasi-supreme? A truly awakened Renhuang divine weapon could definitely kill a saint. However, with Yan Hao and Donghuang's cultivation and methods, they were far from being able to completely awaken the Renhuang divine weapon. Even so, an awakened Renhuang divine weapon was not something that anyone could compete with. The person who suddenly appeared was peerlessly powerful and terrifying. It's him. When Gu Fei saw the figure, he could not help but be moved. It was a familiar person. To be precise, it was an emperor but not a human emperor. Ghost Emperor Fengdu. He Tian's voice trembled. This figure had appeared in the Battle of the Sky Market. Of course, neither Gu Fei nor He Tian knew that it was Ghost Emperor Fengdu who had displayed his supreme magical power and suppressed the sky-reaching platform. Gu Fei's understanding of Ghost Emperor Fengdu was much deeper than He Tian's. It should be known that he had experienced the turmoil of the demon ancestor in the northern land. That war almost affected the entire northern region. It was earth-shattering. The scene of the Ghost Emperor fighting against the demon ancestor still appeared clearly in Gu Fei's mind. Open. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's body was surrounded by ghost qi. He exerted force with both hands and directly shook away the two Renhuang divine weapons. The two Renhuang divine weapons were like ordinary divine weapons in front of him. Buzz! The divine weapons vibrated. The dragon spear and the seal of the emperor emitted a faint emotional fluctuation. These two Renhuang divine weapons were actually frightened. The two great emperor divine weapons seemed to be afraid of Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. There was really a divine spirit coming from the Renhuang divine weapon. It was a supreme divine weapon with a soul, just like the divine weapon of the supreme Great Path. The power of Ghost Emperor Fengdu was enough to make Gu Fei's heart palpitate. Such a powerful existence had already exceeded the scope of his imagination. There was actually such a character in the human realm. In the human world, saints were extinct. However, the battle prowess displayed by Ghost Emperor Fengdu couldn't help but make people think of saints. To be able to resist two great sovereign divine weapons by himself, Ghost Emperor Fengdu's cultivation was probably comparable to a saint. Rumble! The whole world was plunged into darkness, and heaven and earth trembled. Ghost Emperor Fengdu displayed a great divine ability, and his two palms directly pressed towards the dragon spear and the seal of the human sovereign. He wanted to suppress these two human emperor divine weapons. At this moment, Yan Hao and Donghuang had already been sent flying thousands of meters away by the power of the Ghost Emperor. The current situation was already beyond their control. Endless Tao laws emerged on the hands of Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Those hands were like the sky. As his hands pressed down, the dragon spear and the seal of the human sovereign let out a mournful cry. Heaven-defying, under the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were located was not affected at all. The extreme Tao sacred weapon blocked all the power outside. Ghost Emperor Fengdu used his hands to suppress 2 human emperor divine weapons. Such battle prowess was heaven-defying. He Tian's voice trembled. Such an existence was absolutely invincible in the human world. Without any suspense, the dragon spear and the seal of the human sovereign tried to struggle, but it was useless. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's hands pressed down, and the dragon spear and the seal of the human sovereign finally calmed down. It was too powerful. Emperor Yan and the 3 elders of the Dongfang clan were speechless. It's actually the Ghost Emperor. At this time, some old antiques had already recognized the person who came. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was definitely one of the most powerful existences in the human realm. Such an existence broke common sense and was difficult to speculate. The human sovereign divine weapons were suppressed by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The expressions of Emperor Yan and the 3 elders of the Dongfang clan were not very good. However, they did not dare to offend the Ghost Emperor. In front of an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu, although the Yan imperial family and the Dongfang clan both had human sovereign inheritances, they were not enough. Some people had already guessed the origin of Ghost Emperor Fengdu. In the end, endless ghost energy condensed into countless Tao patterns, directly suppressing the dragon spear and the seal of the human sovereign. The 2 human sovereign divine weapons were sealed and then taken away by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The endless ghost energy began to retreat like a tide. In just a few breaths, the Xian-Yin ghost energy that covered the sky was completely submerged into Ghost Emperor Fengdu's body. The dusky world shone brightly again. The sun hung high in the sky, sprinkling endless sunlight. However, everyone felt a chill, a bone-piercing chill. The human realm cannot have such power for the time being. I will take away the human sovereign divine weapons. After 100 years, you can send someone to take them back. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's voice did not carry a trace of emotion. He coldly glanced at Emperor Yan and the 3 elders of the Dongfang clan. Then, he glanced at Gu Fei below and directly tore apart heaven and earth, escaping. No one dared to object. Even Emperor Yan and the 3 elders of the Dongfang clan did not dare to stand out. It should be known that in the past 100 years, Ghost Emperor Fengdu represented invincibility in the human realm. It should be known that during the turmoil of the sky market, it was Ghost Emperor Fengdu who took action. With his own strength, he suppressed the sky-reaching platform and resolved the turmoil caused by the appearance of the sky-reaching platform. 100 years ago, Ghost Emperor Fengdu was already able to suppress the sky-reaching platform. Now, it could be said that it did not take much effort for him to suppress the 2 human sovereign divine weapons. No one thought that the battle between Yan Hao and Dong Huang would attract such an invincible existence. Gu Fei also did not think that he would meet Ghost Emperor Fengdu again. I am afraid that this person is even more terrifying than the saints, Gu Zhong said. There were many rumors about Ghost Emperor Fengdu in the human realm. Gu Zhong had naturally heard of them. It took a while for Gu Fei to recover his wits and say, "Without reaching that realm, you won't know how powerful an existence like that is." Originally, he thought that he had cultivated to the realm of Almighty Emperor. With this kind of cultivation, he was already powerful enough in the human realm. However, when he saw the power displayed by Ghost Emperor Fengdu, he was filled with emotion. He realized that he was not strong enough. The battle between Yan Hao and Dong Huang could not continue. The human sovereign divine weapons were suppressed by Ghost Emperor Fengdu for 100 years. This was a major event for the Yan imperial family and the Dongfang clan. Emperor Yan left with Yan Hao, and the 3 elders of the Dongfang clan also left with Dong Huang. Falling Phoenix Mountain no longer existed. The place where the 2 dragons fought for the pearl was destroyed. The dragon vein was destroyed, but the dragon energy of the earth was still constantly surging out from the depths of the earth. This can't be wasted. He Tian directly took out a red gourd and then pulled out the stopper. He was about to use a divine ability to collect the dragon energy. However, at this time there were people faster than him. Several figures rushed from afar and directly entered the earth. Chapter 1598. Welcome, everyone. The battle had come to an end. The twin dragons vying for the pearl had been destroyed. The dragon vein had been crippled, and the draconic energy deep underground had leaked out. Anyone would be jealous of such draconic energy. Nethei Tian took out a red gourd and was about to use a divine ability to collect the draconic energy. However, someone was faster than Hei Tian. Several figures jumped into the dragon vein. These bastards! Hei Tian almost cursed out loud when he saw this. How dare they snatch food from Grandpa Hei? They really don't know what's good for them. He activated the red gourd in his hand. Boom! A muffled sound came from the red gourd, and a heaven-devouring power came out from it. The draconic energy in front of it immediately gathered towards the red gourd in Hei Tian's hand and was devoured. The draconic energy of the earth was continuously sucked into the red gourd. Soon, angry roars came from the dragon vein. Someone was directly sucked out. Swish! A divine mirror was activated and emitted a dazzling golden light that shot towards Hei Tian. It wanted to cut off the heaven-devouring power from the red gourd. They really don't know what's good for them. Hei Tian couldn't help but shake his head. He pointed a finger, and a white light pierced through the void like a bolt of lightning. It scattered the divine light and pierced through the divine mirror. That person screamed and was devoured by the red gourd in Hei Tian's hand. This red gourd was a magic treasure refined by Hei Tian himself. Contained yin and yang energy. If someone was devoured by the gourd, they would be quickly devoured by the yin and yang energy. Although the person devoured by the red gourd had the cultivation and strength of an almighty, Hei Tian was an almighty sovereign. That person who dared to attack Hei Tian was dead for sure. You didn't have to be so ruthless. Gu Fei didn't approve of Hei Tian's actions. This guy was very murderous. He would take someone's life as soon as he attacked. This would easily offend people. He, boss. When did you become so compassionate? Hei Tian smiled. He continued to use the treasure in his hand to devour the dragon vein essence energy. This kind of essence energy was very useful to him. The dragon chi contained a huge amount of life energy that could be used to refine his body. The body tempering technique was not something that only martial artists possessed. Hei Tian also knew the body tempering technique. You devil! You actually dare to commit murder in public. At this moment, a loud roar rang out as a powerful aura erupted from afar. Someone was walking towards Hei Tian with undisguised killing intent. If you want to die, then come here. If you don't want to die, then scram. Hei Tian was very domineering. The two dragons vying for the pearl had given birth to a massive draconic aura. Anyone who dared to snatch this draconic aura from him would be his enemy. Against enemies, Hei Tian's method was very simple, and that was to kill. What an arrogant devil! At this moment, another voice rang out. A silhouette appeared high up in the sky. His gaze was like cold lightning as he stared at Mahakala. Gu Fei had already put away the mountain and river cauldron when Ghost Emperor Fengdu left. However, everyone was very apprehensive towards him. These people were all targeting Hei Tian. I hate these sanctimonious people the moment I see them. Nephew Guzhong, help me kill them all. I will give you half of this great earth draconic aura. Hei Tian wanted to use the gourd to collect the great earth draconic aura. At this time, it was difficult for him to divert his attention to deal with these two annoying people. These two annoying people were not weak. This devil is committing murder in public and is incomparably fierce. What are you all waiting for? Another person jumped out. This was an old man, an old Taoist. His entire body was shrouded in immortal essence energy. His eyes seemed to have suns and moons descending. This was a powerful existence with the cultivation of a great sovereign. Master, this... Gu Zhong looked at Gu Fei. Half of the great earth draconic aura was very tempting to him. One must know that he was only one step away from becoming a great sovereign. However, the current Gu Zhong was still not enough to deal with a great sovereign. Be at ease with your heart. Whatever you want to do, It all depends on your heart. Gu Fei glanced at Gu Zhong and said, their lineage did not have as many rules as the other lineages. Be at ease with your heart. Gu Zhong pondered. Master's words had a deep meaning. Master did not want to interfere too much with him. He wanted to decide everything for himself. Only by being unrestrained could one obtain limitless sublimation. If one was too restrained and indecisive, it would be very difficult to achieve anything. They would definitely not be able to become a peerless expert. At this moment, the three experts were already approaching the mountain peak. Their powerful auras spread out in all directions, causing ripples to appear in the void that were visible to the naked eye. These three were extremely powerful, all of them were great sovereigns. Swish! Gu Fei directly rushed out from the mountain. He did not want to fight. With your cultivation, you will not be able to fight against these three. However, if you use the Heaven Ascension secret technique, you will still have the strength to fight against them. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to Gu Zhong. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Gu Zhong bowed in Gu Fei's direction. After that, a monstrous aura erupted from his body. His long hair danced in the wind as his fat body emitted a terrifying pressure. The three experts who were approaching the mountain peak sensed the changes in Gu Zhong's body and immediately stopped. A solemn expression appeared on their faces. This person was only at the 9th heavenly layer of sky being. How could he be able to unleash such a powerful energy fluctuation? Good nephew, quickly kill them. Seeing that Gu Zhong was moved by his words, He Tian couldn't help but rejoice. Of course, he knew that this was Gu Fei tempering his disciple. Otherwise, if Gu Fei were to act, these three would have been killed instantly. Kill! Without any hesitation, Gu Zhong's right foot stomped on the ground. His entire body turned into a 5-colored divine light that soared into the sky and rushed towards the old man. Gu Zhong's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the old man. The powerful pressure made the old man almost unable to breathe. The old Taoist was shocked. He left an afterimage on the spot, and his real body quickly retreated to avoid the attack. Bam! Gu Zhong's strength was unparalleled. He directly used the 5 elements fist. His martial body was the 5 elements martial body. A bright golden light bloomed from his fist, dyeing the heaven and earth golden. At this time, the cultivators who had yet to leave saw that someone was fighting. They were all shocked and watched from afar. Some of them recognized the origin of the 3 experts. Isn't that old man the supreme elder of the Tai Ching temple? That middle-aged man seems to be the younger brother of the Song clan's patriarch. And that young cultivator, isn't that the young master of the Immortal Sword sect? These 3 experts all had great origins. They were all experts of the great sects in Yandu, especially the young master of the Immortal Sword sect. Although he looked young, like a young cultivator who had just started his cultivation, he was actually not young. He had started his cultivation 1,000 years ago. The young master of the Immortal Sword sect's father was still alive. Therefore, he could only be the young master of the Immortal Sword sect for 1,000 years. Gu Zhong was as domineering as Gu Fei, forcing the old man back with a single punch. After that, he directly used the 8 desolate steps and took a step forward, displaying the 8 slaughter steps. A destructive power surged under his feet as he stomped towards the head of the young sect master of the Immortal Sword sect. At the same time, he pointed out with a finger. An ray of divine light shot out from the tip of his finger, piercing towards the expert of the Song clan. He was too strong. He actually attacked 3 great emperors at the same time. Gu Zhong's performance made all the spectators dumbfounded. Chapter 1599. The fact that Gu Zhong attacked the 3 great emperors at the same time left everyone dumbfounded. One should know that these were great emperors. Even with the advent of the human realm, such figures were still rare. The Yen capital was the capital of the Yen dynasty. It was also a place where a true dragon was born. All the great sects within 100,000 miles of the Yen dynasty were gathered in the Yen capital. The place where Yen Hao and Dong Huang fought was only 3,000 miles away from the Yen capital. Almost all the great sects in the Yen capital came to watch the battle. The emperors of the three great emperors were all famous in the Yen capital. Whether it was the old Taoist of Taiching Temple, the young sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect, or the brother of the Song Clan Lord, they were enough to intimidate an entire region. Boom! Gu Zhong punched the old Taoist of Taiching Temple. The power of the golden element fist shook the sky and the earth, forcing the old Taoist to retreat. Bang! He then used the 8 steps, 8 kills of the 8 desolation steps. His right foot stomped down on the head of the young sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect. The sound of wind and thunder appeared under his feet, and a destructive power spread out. Gu Zhong's hands were not idle. He punched the old Taoist of Taiching Temple, stepped on the young sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect, and stretched out his right hand to point at the brother of the Song Clan Lord. Whoosh! A beam of divine light shot out from the tip of Gu Zhong's finger like a peerless sword light. It directly pierced through the void and shot towards the expert of the Song Clan in an instant. The speed of Gu Zhong's attacks was extremely fast. Moreover, they were executed in one go without the slightest bit of sloppiness. The battle prowess he displayed caused even the 3 almighty emperors to be extremely fearful. Gu Zhong, who was in the midst of the secret art of ascension, felt that his entire body was filled with power. It was as if he could punch a hole in the sky with a single punch. Although the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao was a supreme art created by the supreme Tao ancestor, this secret art could be used by people of other cultivation systems. It was not limited to only cultivators of the Immortal Tao. Of course, Gu Zhong's path was the martial Tao. He didn't cultivate his nascent spirit, only his vitality. Thus, without a nascent spirit, he couldn't cultivate the sword of the primordial divinity of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao. Only his master, Gu Fei, who had accidentally obtained a primordial spirit, was able to display the supreme technique of the primordial spirit Tao sword. However, Gu Zhong was not as lucky as his master. Rumble! The power radiating out from Gu Zhong's body caused the entire world to shake. The young sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect transformed into a beam of sword light, which shot out from beneath Gu Zhong's feet. As for the Song family's expert, he did not dare to take Gu Zhong's attack head-on. Thus, he also unleashed a great technique to dodge. He forced back 3 great emperors by himself. This kind of result caused everyone to be flabbergasted. It was too shocking. This fellow was too heaven-defying. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out. A resplendent beam of sword light shot out from the body of the young sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect. Within the beam of sword light, there was a purple divine sword. A wave of saintly might spread out from the purple divine sword. This was a divine sword. It emitted an unparalleled killing intent. It was unknown how many lives it had to kill in order to condense such a killing intent. Swish! The young sect master unleashed the immortal sword-slaying technique. The purple divine sword transformed into a beam of sword light, which directly slashed towards Gu Zhong. The attack of the divine sword caused the world to change color. Gu Zhong used the 8 desolation steps, displaying the world's fastest speed. He rushed out from under the terrifying sword light and rushed towards the expert from the Song family. The expert from the Song family was startled. However, as a great emperor, his cultivation was also incomparably powerful. His hands danced in front of him, and divine runes of the great Tao appeared in the void. After that, they rushed towards Gu Zhong to seal him. He wanted to use absolute power to seal Gu Zhong. Each rune was like a huge mountain, containing the power of the great Tao. The void was collapsing. Gu Zhong felt great danger. Bang! Boundless fire chi rushed out from his right fist as he struck out the fire element fist. His martial path true chi turned into a divine fire and swept forward. Countless runes dissipated in the sea of fire. However, Gu Zhong's fist was also blocked by the expert from the Song family. A great emperor is indeed powerful. Gu Zhong couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, he knew that as long as he could break through to the Almighty Realm, he would be able to compete with a great emperor if he used the Heaven Ascension secret technique. At this time, the old Taoist from the Taiching Temple also made his move. The horsetail whisk in his hand transformed into 3,000 huge dragons that coiled towards Gu Zhong. Such a method was enough to shock the world. The threads of the horsetail whisk in the old Taoist's hand seemed to be refined from 3,000 huge dragons. Each thread transformed into a huge dragon. It was incomparably terrifying. Everyone watching the battle watched this scene nervously. The old Taoist from the Tai Ching temple was too terrifying. Such a great technique shocked everyone. Even Gu Fei was sweating for Gu Zhong. "Nephew, put in a bit more effort. I will come to help you immediately." At this time, He Tian drove the scarlet gourd in his hand with all his strength and frantically devoured the dragon energy of the earth. Those who rushed into the dragon vein had no choice but to jump out from the ground. He Tian didn't care about the life and death of those who dared to snatch food from him. One hand covering the sky, Gu Zhong roared and slammed his palm towards the 3,000 huge dragons. The violent 5-elemental true force condensed into a 5-colored giant hand that blocked the entire sky. Rumble. This was an unforgettable scene for everyone. A colorless giant hand collided with the 3,000 huge dragons. The entire sky and earth seemed to be collapsing as a terrifying power rippled in all directions. Gu Zhong's power was so powerful that it made the heart of a great emperor palpitate. He directly defeated the 3,000 huge dragons and forced the old Taoist from the Tai Ching temple to retreat again. It wasn't a wise move to compete with a martial artist in terms of power. It should be known that martial artists walked the path of cultivation through power. Their martial path true force was extremely powerful. In fact, Gu Zhong was already straining himself to use the secret art of ascension to fight against the 3 great emperors. Every time he attacked, he gave it his all and didn't hold anything back. At the start, it seemed that he was so powerful that even the great emperors had to retreat. However, Gu Zhong knew that if the 3 great emperors could catch their breath, he would be in trouble. Moreover, the secret art of ascension had a time limit. Gu Zhong couldn't maintain the state of ascension forever. Once he returned to his normal state, any great emperor would be able to kill him. However, with Gu Fei supporting him, Gu Zhong didn't have any worries. At this time, the 3 almighty emperors started to counterattack. Each of them displayed their peerless battle prowess, especially the young sect master of the Immortal Sword sect. He wielded a saint's sword and posed the greatest threat to Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong and the 3 great emperors fought endlessly. He didn't fight against the divine sword head-on. He only clashed with the old Taoist and the experts of the Song family. The void was constantly pierced. Seeing that Gu Zhong could endure for so long under the joint attack of the 3 great emperors, no one dared to believe what they were seeing. All of this had already subverted everyone's understanding. How could a 9th layer of the heaven realm contend against 3 great emperors? Chapter 1600. Gu Zhong's combat strength was unparalleled. He fought against 3 almighty emperors alone and even pierced through heaven and earth. This battle was even more soul-stirring than the battle between Yan Hao and Dong Huang. The combat strength of almighty emperors was absolutely terrifying. Gu Zhong brushed shoulders with death at every moment. He was almost slashed by the sacred sword of the young master of the Immortal Sword sect several times. If it wasn't for his desolate steps, he would have been defeated long ago. In the distant sky, Gu Fei quietly looked at the battlefield in front of him. The place had almost turned into a piece of chaos. Gu Zhong's performance had exceeded his expectations. The time limit of the secret art of ascension is almost up. It's time to end it, Gu Fei said to himself. Gu Zhong could not maintain the state of ascension forever. As long as his state of ascension disappeared, the 3 almighty emperors would be able to kill him in an instant. Of course, it was impossible for Gu Fei to allow his only disciple to be killed. At this time, the dragon chi in the earth dragon vein had almost been collected by He Tian's scarlet gourd. He Tian stopped. He knew that if he did not take action, Gu Zhong would be in trouble. "Nephew Gu, I'm coming." Mahakala put away the crimson gourd filled with earth dragon chi, then shot up into the sky from the mountaintop. With just one step, he rushed into the battlefield. Boom! The yin and yang essence chi suddenly erupted and a black and white yin-yang diagram appeared in the void. The 3 almighty emperors were sent flying. They were all extremely shocked. "Nephew Gu, go and take a rest. After I kill these 3 guys, I will give you half of the Earth Dragon Chi. He Tian directly threw Gu Zhong out. This He Tian. Gu Fei shook his head. Those 3 almighty emperors were going to be unlucky. Since they provoked this fellow, there was no way they would be able to get away with it. With Mahakala's cultivation, it would not be difficult for him to kill these 3 almighty emperors. The 3 almighty emperors felt uneasy. The battle prowess He Tian displayed was too powerful. He sent 3 almighty emperors flying with a single move. This made everyone's hearts palpitate. Humph! Didn't you just say that I'm a demon? Now that I'm standing here, I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. He Tian's cold gaze swept across the faces of the 3 almighty emperors. The hearts of the 3 almighty emperors trembled. They could feel He Tian's killing intent. This time they had kicked an iron plate. They had never expected this fellow to be so powerful. In the world of cultivation, the strong preyed on the weak. That was the most primitive rule. In the end, whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. Right now, He Tian's fist was harder than the 3 almighty emperors, so the 3 almighty emperors did not say anything. What, are you all mute? He Tian's face was filled with disdain. He hated these righteous fellas the most. The moment they opened their mouths, they would call him a demon. It was as though they were the only ones in the world of cultivation who were not demons. I think there's a misunderstanding here, the old Taoist from Shangqing Temple said. At this moment, the blood energy within the old Taoist's body was still rumbling. That tremble from He Tian earlier was incomparably powerful, causing the old Taoist to suffer a huge impact. The young sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect and the experts from the Song family were not having a good time either. Misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. Right now, the demon, am going to kill you 3 demon slayer heroes. Humph humph. The power of yin and yang interweaved on He Tian's body as a yin-yang diagram appeared faintly on his body. A powerful might spread out from his body. They were all almighty emperors. However, the old Taoist and the others could sense an extremely dangerous aura coming from He Tian's body. What are you afraid of? Let's attack together. I refuse to believe that he can really kill us. The young sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect was very domineering because he had a holy sword in his hand. The purple holy sword circled around the young sect master, emitting waves of holy sword energy that protected him. He believed that no one would be able to break through the defense of the holy sword. However, a translucent sword light that could not be seen by the naked eye flashed by, and the head of the young sect master flew into the air. What? The Taoist from the Shangqing Temple and the experts from the Song clan were both shocked, and quickly backed away from Mai Tian. Mai Tian had killed the junior house lord in the blink of an eye. He has a holy sword too. The old Taoist from Shangqing Temple had an extremely ugly expression on his face. The others had no idea how the young sect master was killed, but the old Taoist was able to see through it. Reckless fool! He Tian cursed. Then, he stepped forward with the intention of retrieving the purple holy sword. However, when He Tian killed the young sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect, the purple holy sword let out a deafening cry, soared into the sky, and actually flew away on its own. Even 10 young sect masters of the Immortal Sword Sect would not be enough to kill the invisible divine sword. The invisible divine sword contained killing intent. When it struck the young sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect, it also destroyed his primordial spirit. Almighty emperors might be strong, but they couldn't withstand an attack from a holy sword. This was the reason why Gu Zhong didn't dare to let the young sect master's purple holy sword get close to him. Even if he didn't die, he would be half dead if he was hit by the holy sword. He actually killed the young sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect. This is going to be a disaster. The sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect is said to be a half-saint. This is going to be a good show. Seeing that He Tian had killed the young master of the Immortal Sword Sect on the spot, everyone was shocked. That was the young master of the Immortal Sword Sect. He was no ordinary almighty being. His half-saint father would never let this matter rest. At the moment when Mahakala killed the young sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect, a furious roar rang out from the Yen capital. This furious roar echoed through the entire Yen capital, startling everyone. Soon after, on a mountain ridge in the Yen capital, a silhouette dashed out. This silhouette disappeared into the void in an instant. His speed was so fast that it was inconceivable. Kill! Tian didn't stop. He rushed towards the old Taoist and the expert from the Song family. The yin-yang diagram rushed out from his body and enveloped the entire sky. Rumble. The void trembled as the yin-yang diagram revolved. Streams of yin and yang energy fell down from the sky like a huge dragon, sealing off the escape route of the two almighty emperors. Killing us won't do you any good. The middle-aged man from the Song clan couldn't keep his composure anymore. He was already regretting his decision to provoke this malefic star. Yes, you should know that we all have a powerful force behind us, the old Taoist from the Shangqing temple said. It was obvious that he wanted to make Tian feel apprehensive. However, they were wrong this time. Tian didn't care about the forces behind them. He dared to provoke the original Emperor Xian of the heaven world, so why would he be afraid of the forces in the human world? Whether it was the Immortal Sword Sect, the Song family, or the Shangqing temple, Tian ignored them all. He continued to press towards the old Taoist and the middle-aged man, ready to attack at any time. Chapter 1601. Rumble. The yin-yang diagram in the sky descended, sending down endless yin and yang energy, suppressing the world. Tian did not show mercy. He wanted to kill the two almighty emperors directly. Thousands of yin and yang energy turned into killing light, falling from the diagram in the sky, destroying everything in its path. The void was collapsing, turning into chaos and nothingness. Those who dare to provoke me, if I can't kill them, I'll hide. If I can kill them, I'll kill them all. Tian's cold voice rang out, his murderous intent soaring into the sky. The old Taoist from Shangqing temple and the cultivator from the Song family of Yendu all had ugly expressions on their faces. He's a fiend. The old Taoist from Shangqing temple waved the horsetail whisk in his hand, and the 3,000 whisk threads immediately turned into 3,000 dragons, soaring into the sky, wanting to break through the sealing power of the yin-yang diagram and rush out. When the almighty emperors attacked with their full strength, they naturally had a shocking momentum. The old Taoist from Shangqing temple shone with divine light, and within the divine light, there were countless Tao patterns faintly visible. This was the power of the great path that he had cultivated. At this time, the old Taoist from Shangqing temple could no longer hide his strength. The opponent was too strong. Master, do you think Uncle Master He will succeed? At this time, the fat Gu Zhong stood behind Gu Fei, watching the battle in front of him. He had already retreated from the state of ascension. Humph! Who is your Uncle Master He? This guy never does anything he's not sure of, said Gu Fei. With Tian's current cultivation, it would not be difficult for him to take down these two people. Moreover, he had an invisible divine sword in his hand. When the old Taoist from Shangqing temple attacked with all his strength, the cultivator from the Song family of Yendu also attacked. A divine light emerged from his brow, and a golden cauldron rushed out from his Naiwan palace. Buzz! In the midst of the rumbling sound, the golden cauldron shone with endless golden light, instantly becoming as huge as a mountain, wanting to push open the yin-yang diagram. Above the golden cauldron, there was a ripple of saint power, which made Tian become serious. This cauldron was a saint item? Swoosh! Tian immediately used the invisible god sword. An almost transparent sword light rushed out of his hand and directly killed the 3,000 dragons that soared into the sky. The horsetail whisk in the old Taoist's hand was actually an ancient artifact. It was an immortal artifact refined by a being who was close to becoming a saint. However, 3,000 strands of its whisk were severed by Tian's invisible sword. The dragons that had been severed turned back into tiny silver threads and floated down from the sky. The old Taoist priest spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. This divine artifact of the immortal Tao had been refined by him for countless years. It had already reached the point where it was connected to his mind. The destruction of the divine artifact had also affected him. Cultivators of the Immortal Tao had always refined protective treasures. As the cultivator's cultivation level gradually increased, the power of the protective treasures would also gradually increase. For cultivators of the Immortal Tao, the protective treasures they refined were like an extension of their bodies, closely connected to them. Primordial spirits and consciousnesses could be refined into an immortal artifact. Such an artifact possessed great power, but if it was broken, the owner of the artifact would also be affected. No! The sword light fell, and the old Taoist from the Shang Qingguan temple was scared out of his wits. He felt a chill run down his spine, and in the next moment, he lost consciousness. The old Taoist could not stop He Tian's invisible sword light. One should know that this was a saint weapon. Even if it had not been awakened, it was still not something a great emperor could contend with. Everyone was stupefied when they saw this scene. This person actually killed another supreme elder of High Clarity Temple. This enmity was too great to the point of piercing through the heavens. The Immortal Sword Sect and Shang Qingguan Temple were both great sects in the Yendu. Sects that could be called great sects were all existences that had existed for countless years. The sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect was a half-saint. A half-saint with the Tao of the sword was much more terrifying than an ordinary half-saint because the Tao of the sword was the Tao of slaughter. As for the Shang Qingguan Temple, there seemed to be a mysterious expert presiding over it as well. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the Shang Qingguan Temple to continue existing in the Yendu. This person is insane. He actually offended two great powers in the Yendu at the same time. Look! He's going to kill the younger brother of the Song clan's patriarch. At this moment, He Tian had no intention of stopping. After killing the old Taoist, he directly pressed towards the middle-aged expert from the Song clan. The sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect will be here soon. You'll die without a burial. The expert from the Song clan couldn't help but shudder when he saw He Tian kill two great emperors in a row. This fellow's cultivation was only at the great emperor realm, but he was much stronger than them. Humph! Before I die a graveless death, you will die a graveless death first. A cruel smile appeared on He Tian's face. Then the yin-yang diagram descended from the sky. The mighty power of yin and yang was unexpectedly strong enough to resist the golden divine cauldron of the Song clan's expert. Damn it! The expert from the Song clan attacked with all his strength. The golden light emitted from the golden divine cauldron illuminated the heaven and earth. A terrifying power erupted from the golden divine cauldron. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the surface of the golden divine cauldron. Each of the Tao patterns bloomed with immortal light and interweaved with the power of the great Tao. This was a quasi-sage tool that already possessed the aura of a sage tool. However, the golden divine cauldron was not a true sage tool. He Tian directly controlled the invisible divine sword and directly split the golden divine cauldron in half. Under the blade of the invisible divine sword, even a divine weapon refined by a quasi-saint would be destroyed in a single strike, unless it was a divine weapon of the same level. What? The golden divine cauldron of the Song clan was split in half. That is a famous divine tool in the Yen capital. When they saw this scene, the spectators in the distance were dumbstruck. This person was peerlessly domineering, and he actually acted without the slightest scruple. He killed as he pleased without any hesitation. Could it be that man? Someone thought of the battle that had taken place in the Wu land. That battle had attracted the attention of countless people. A divine weapon of the Great Path had been awakened, and all the experts on the Tonglong continent had sensed it. It really seems to be that man. Some people had been to the battlefield in the Wu land, and many of them had seen He Tian's appearance. At this time, some people began to recognize He Tian. What? Isn't that the man who injured the chaotic Taoist body? Someone noticed Gu Fei. On the day when Gu Fei and the chaotic Taoist body fought in the starry sky, many ancient experts had witnessed that battle. After recognizing He Tian and Gu Fei, all the old-timers who knew the inside story sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder these people were so domineering and didn't put the great sects of Swallow Capital in their eyes. Rumble? Just as He Tian killed the experts of the Song clan, An extremely powerful aura spread from the direction of the Yen capital, shocking all the heavens. A peerless figure was approaching at high speed. I recommend a book by a friend, Invincible Martial Saint. Those who like fantasy should read it. Chapter 1602. A terrifying aura swept over from the direction of the Yen capital. Everyone could feel an immense divine might that could shake the heavens and earth. It was terrifying to the extreme. A half-step saint? In the sky, Gu Fei frowned. These peerless characters were finally going to come out. There were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the Yen capital. It wasn't strange for one or two half-step saints to come out. It would be strange if there weren't any half-step saints in a place like the Yen capital. Damn it! He Tian's expression changed when he sensed the aura. That person wasn't lying. A half-step saint had arrived. A shocking sword aura caused the world to lose its color. Is that the half-step saint from the Immortal sword sect? Some of the old antiques in the vicinity hadn't left yet. They knew who it was. There was only one person in the entire Yen capital who could have such a powerful sword aura. How dare you kill my son? Hand over your life. A loud roar shook the 9 heavens, and even the clouds in the sky were dispersed. Everyone's mind was shaken, and some people with weaker cultivations even directly fainted. The shout shook the mountains and the rivers. The newcomer was extremely powerful. Clang! The sword chime sounded like a dragon's roar as a resplendent sword light appeared several hundred miles away. The moment the sword light appeared, it had already cleaved down on the space above He Tian's head. The sword light's momentum was ferocious, and its speed was unimaginable. The sword light became the only thing in the world. He Tian's yin-yang diagram was cut in half by the sword light. Not even the great Tao of yin and yang was enough to stop it. What? He Tian was shocked. The newcomer's killing power was so strong that he wasn't a match for him. He felt a great sense of danger when the sword light descended. Buzz! He desperately drove the invisible divine sword upwards to block the attack. That almost transparent sword light solidified, and countless almost transparent Tao patterns appeared. Clang! There was another deafening sound as the sword light descended from the sky and collided with He Tian's invisible divine sword. All the spectators could hear was a buzzing sound in their ears, and then they couldn't hear anything else. Some of the old-timers closest to He Tian had blood oozing out of their ears. All the spectating seniors turned pale with fright, and they hurriedly retreated towards the distance so as to avoid being affected by the battle. If they were to suffer a calamity, then they would die an unjust death. Yen City was indeed the capital city of the great Yen dynasty. There were more than 10 powerful warriors of the older generation that came from Yen City. Gu Fei could sense more than 10 powerful auras. Some people wanted to hide their auras, but they couldn't escape Gu Fei's eyes. Gu Fei had reason to believe that these powerful warriors were only the tip of the iceberg. One had to know that all the great sects of the great Yen dynasty had set up their bases in Yen City. However, there was no time for Gu Fei to think about these things. He Tian was in danger, and if he didn't act, then He Tian would probably die again today. He Tian's body was very strange. It was unknown what secret technique he cultivated, but he could continuously reincarnate. It seemed as if no one could truly destroy his soul. Without any suspense, my Tian was slashed down from the sky by this frightening sword. Even the invisible divine sword was sent flying by the impact. He managed to block the sword. Eh? The person in the distance was shocked. He didn't think that He Tian would be able to block his sword. One had to know that this was a sword strike with all his strength. How could an almighty emperor fight against a half-step sage? Even He Tian couldn't. Humph! You are dead. The sect master of the Immortal sword sect walked over from afar. Sword-shaped Tao patterns appeared around his body. It was as though heavenly swords were circling around him. This was an old man with a long beard. His entire body was like an unsheathed sword, emitting sharp sword energy. His eyes opened and closed, and sword energy shot out of them. The sect leader of Immortal sword sect was extremely powerful, like a supreme being above the 9 heavens, looking down on the world. Roar! He Tian rushed up from the ground. He had been hacked down from the sky by the Celestial Sword Sect's old sect leader and suffered a great impact. A wave of sword energy entered his body. Boom! Countless Tao patterns appeared on He Tian's body. Inside his body, there was a terrifying power awakening. Billions of Tao patterns turned into formation patterns and imprinted themselves in the sky. Rumble. In just a blink of an eye, a super formation appeared between the heaven and earth, emitting a monstrous killing intent. Everyone was dumbfounded. The heaven and earth shook, and the power of heaven and earth gathered towards the formation crazily. This was He Tian's killer move, imprinting the void with formation patterns, turning the void into a killing formation. Formation Grandmaster? Even the sect leader of Immortal Sword Sect was shocked. He Tian's method of forming a formation out of the void was indeed shocking. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. In the current human realm, there was no such existence. Even in this great world, it was difficult to find another formation master who could form a formation out of thin air. Even in this world, it was difficult to go to the heaven realm. Old man, you want to avenge your son? Seems like you won't have the chance. Although He Tian was an almighty emperor, he was a formation grandmaster. He could form a formation out of the void. This was a killing formation formed by interweaving Yin and Yang Dao patterns, which could increase his combat strength by 3 times. You are still not enough, the sect leader of Immortal Sword Sect sneered. Trying to fight against him with such a method? This guy was still not strong enough. One should know that he was a half-saint. Clang! The sect leader of Immortal Sword Sect turned into a divine sword and slashed into He Tian's killing formation. The shocking sword chi tore the void and He Tian's killing formation apart. Hee. I'm afraid that you won't come in, He Tian sneered. Without hesitation, he executed the Heaven Ascension secret technique. His aura instantly soared to a level that could change the color of the heaven and earth. Boom! Billions of runes emitted a dazzling divine light. All of the runes emitted a blinding light, and the entire world seemed to be burning with a divine fire. He Tian disregarded the consequences and executed the strongest attack of the killing formation. The formation patterns burned, turning into a terrifying destructive force that obliterated everything. The sect leader of Immortal Sword Sect was shocked. He didn't expect He Tian to have such a move. He didn't know what secret technique this guy used to increase his combat strength to such a level that even the sect leader was shocked. Endless destructive divine light swept towards the sect leader from all directions. Every ray of divine light was enough to collapse a mountain range. The power of the great Tao contained within was enough to injure a saint. He Tian, this guy. Gu Fei saw this scene and wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Given He Tian's means, even if he couldn't kill this sword Tao half-saint, he could at least make him suffer. Billions of formation patterns burned. The void within a radius of 10,000 feet was turned into a land of destruction. The void was annihilated and chaotic chi rushed out. The old sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect roared out again and again. He was in big trouble. Chapter 1603. He Tian was ruthless. He used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the Ascension secret art, to challenge a half-step saint. Boundless killing light soared into the sky, turning the void into a land of destruction. The runes of the killing formation burned. He Tian didn't care about the price. He wanted to teach a half-step saint a lesson. So what if the opponent was a half-step saint? Roar! The old sect master was in big trouble inside the killing formation. The runes turned into killing light and interweaved with each other, causing the void to be annihilated. Everyone was dumbfounded and speechless. This ruthless person actually dared to trick a half-step saint. This was too heaven-defying. One should know that this was a half-step saint. In the entire mortal world, no one could suppress a half-step saint except for existences like Ghost Emperor Fengdu. A half-step saint could do as they pleased in the mortal world. No great emperor had ever dared to challenge a half-step saint. But today, everyone's understanding was shattered. It turned out that a great emperor could also fight against a half-step saint. Of course, a great emperor challenging a half-step saint was absolutely a heaven-defying act. One must have something to rely on in order to dare to do such a thing. He Tian was a formation grandmaster and cultivated one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the Ascension's secret art. With all these factors combined, he had the qualifications to challenge a half-step saint. However, Erebus, who was in the middle of the killing array, wasn't feeling too good either. He felt as if all the blood in his body was burning. Terrifying cracks had appeared on his yin-yang divine body. He was under great pressure. Even his powerful yin-yang physique was on the verge of collapse. He knew that it would be difficult for him to recover his vitality after this battle. Buzz! Sword hymns kept coming out from the killing formation. The old sect master displayed his peerless combat strength. A divine sword swept through the heavens and earth, seemingly about to rush out from the killing formation. Rumble! The entire killing formation was shaking. Runes were constantly being destroyed by the resplendent sword light, and the destroyed runes were immediately repaired. The power of the killing array grew ceaselessly. It was as though a world-destroying millstone was spinning, and an endless stream of destructive light shot towards the old sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect. Kill! The old sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect was simply too strong. A furious roar rang out from within the killing array. Even though he was enveloped by the endless destructive light, he was still able to advance step by step towards He Tian, who was in the middle of the killing array. The old sect master's footsteps were firm and steady, as if nothing could stop him. Boss, if you don't make a move, Old Black, will die here today. At this time, He Tian had no choice but to ask Gu Fei for help. If this continued, even if he didn't die, his vitality would be greatly damaged. It would take a long time for him to recover. Now that the human world was about to enter a great era, He Tian didn't want to miss such a grand occasion. In the distant sky, Gu Fei also knew that He Tian would be in danger if he didn't make a move. Although no one could really kill this guy, it would still be troublesome if this guy's vitality was severely damaged. As the human world was about to enter a great era, many places needed He Tian's help. One should know that there was no Grandmaster of Formation in the human world. With the help of a Grandmaster of Formation, Gu Fei was confident that he could compete with anyone. Let's stop here. Gu Fei shouted and was about to make a move. But at this time, 2 shocking auras came from the direction of Yen City. 2 half-step saints were rushing towards this place at high speed. Are half-step saints so worthless? Gu Fei frowned. He didn't expect 2 more half-step saints to jump out. There were indeed many peerless characters hidden in Yen City. A white figure appeared in front of Gu Fei. It was a middle-aged man in white robes. His body was surrounded by 9 rays of divine light. The power of the Immortal Tao covered the sky and covered the earth. It was as if Emperor Xian had descended from the 9 heavens. Images of divine beasts appeared around the middle-aged man, and their terrifying auras caused everyone's expressions to change. At this moment, another half-saint appeared. His appearance caused everyone to be stunned, because it was actually a child around the age of 10. What? Even Gu Fei was stunned. A half-step saint in his teens? That's impossible. This child should be a super ancient. The child wore red robes and had a golden necklace around his neck. His hair was tied into 2 high buns, and the image of a dragon appeared beneath his feet with every step he took. That person is... Could it be that person from the legends? Some of the ancient who had lived for countless years seemed to have recognized the half-step saint. Their expressions changed. If it really was that person, then there would be a good show to watch. Some of them started retreating. Who killed my disciple? The half-saint who looked like a child spoke. His voice was extremely old, and it was very different from his appearance. It was very awkward to listen to. Someone actually dared to kill my brother? Damn it! The middle-aged man was incomparably powerful. He hadn't even arrived yet, but his aura was already surging out, causing everyone's souls to tremble. Child primeval chaos, old ghost song. This person is mine. The voice of the Immortal Sword Sect's old sect leader rang out from the killing formation. With a sword in his hand, he could break through all divine arts. The boundless divine light of annihilation crumbled under his sword. The new arrivals were none other than the master of the Song clan and the master of the prime elder of the High Clarity Monastery. Their backgrounds were so powerful that everyone present was shocked. Old Ghost Sword. Could it be that this person killed my disciple? Child Primeval Chaos took a step forward, and the image of a true dragon appeared beneath his feet. He charged into the killing formation and attacked Tian. Primordial Chaos Boy was also very powerful. His hands turned into two dragon shadows and broke through the killing array, displaying his powerful battle prowess. Two half-step saints attacking an almighty emperor? Don't you have any shame? Gu Fei shouted and took a step forward. He charged into the killing formation and sent a palm strike at the two half-step saints. The violent martial path true force condensed into a huge hand that covered the entire sky. Be it the old sect master of the Immortal Sword sect or the primordial child, both of them were shocked. Gu Fei's palm strike was so powerful that it shook heaven and earth, causing them to be shocked. Buzz! The old house lord put away his divine sword and used it to protect himself as he charged out from Gu Fei's attack. However, Primordial Chaos Boy didn't dodge. He retracted his hands and struck upwards. Two chaotic dragons rushed out from his hands and a powerful force shattered the void. Boom! There was a loud bang as Gu Fei's hand collided with Primordius Boy's fists. An extremely powerful force erupted between the two. Countless formation runes were destroyed. The power of the two experts destroyed everything. Even Erebus killing formation couldn't withstand it, and a corner of it was directly destroyed. Chapter 1604. With two half-sages attacking, Tian was definitely not their match. Gu Fei had no choice but to make a move. He struck out with his palm and immediately resolved Tian's predicament. The Sword Immortal Sect's old sect master was unwilling to fight Gu Fei head-on. His body and sword became one, transforming into a sword beam that charged out from under Gu Fei's hand. As for Primordial Chaos Boy, he did not dodge. Instead, he punched out with both fists, clashing fiercely with Gu Fei. The power of a half-sage shattered the void, revealing a terrifying divine might. A half-sage was a powerful existence that had 1 foot in the sage realm. Although they were not a sage, they already had a trace of a sage's aura. A sage might emanated from Primordial Chaos Boy's body, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. Under this sage might, no one could muster the thought of resisting. However, Gu Fei was an exception. Boom! Gu Fei's hand collided with Primordial Chaos Boy's fists. The powerful force that erupted destroyed everything. Even a corner of Tian's killing array collapsed. Tian took advantage of the instant Gu Fei and Primordial Chaos Boy clashed to control the killing array and charged out. At this moment, he was about to exit the Ascension state. Gu Fei was sent flying, while Primordial Chaos Boy was slapped down from the sky by Gu Fei's palm, smashing a short mountain below. Buzz! The void trembled and the entire void collapsed. Gu Fei's power and Primordial Chaos Boy's power collided and cancelled each other out, turning the void into primal chaos. Gu Fei was secretly alarmed. This Primordial Chaos Boy was extremely powerful, far stronger than an ordinary half-sage. He was a powerful opponent. Furthermore, there were 2 half-sages staring at him. He felt a great deal of pressure. Even Gu Fei did not have the confidence to fight 3 half-sages by himself. 3 half-sages. If he did not use the Extreme Dao Divine Sword, he would probably die with a grievance. Who are you? Why are you standing up for that person? The head of the Song clan pressed forward. Divine phoenixes and dragons appeared in the air around him. The power of the immortal Dao was vast and mighty. He was like the Supreme Emperor Xian, and it was difficult to look at him directly. Humph! If you want to fight, then let's fight. Why are you being so long-winded? Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind, and divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on his body. A terrifying power awakened on his body. At this time, he no longer suppressed his own cultivation. He's just an almighty sovereign. How could he possibly fight against a half-saint? After sensing the aura on Gu Fei's body, everyone was shocked to the extreme. He was only a great sovereign, but just now, he had collided head-on with Primordius Boy and knocked him down from the sky. Some of the old antiques knew the origins of the primordial Chaos Boy. He was a ruthless character, the only super-old monster left in the Shangqing Temple. Roar! At this time, the primordial Chaos Boy roared and rushed up from the ground. His murderous aura soared to the sky. Although he looked like a child of 11 or 12 years old, no one dared to look down on him. Damn you! The primordial Chaos Boy was a lawless fellow. He attacked Gu Fei as soon as he arrived. He didn't have the demeanor of an expert of the older generation. His actions were completely based on his own preferences. Boom! The primordial Chaos Boy's hands formed a chaotic dragon in front of him and then struck towards Gu Fei. The chaotic dragon soared for thousands of miles and arrived in front of Gu Fei in the blink of an eye. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. This chaotic dragon seemed to have a life of its own as it actually let out a dragon's roar. This dragon's roar caused the sky and earth to tremble. Gu Fei only felt his ears buzzing. In the next moment, he couldn't hear anything else. Musical assassination technique? Gu Fei didn't retreat. Instead, he struck out with his primordial chaos fist. Countless Dao runes appeared on his fist, interweaving into a powerful force. Bang! The dragon's head was destroyed by Gu Fei's fist. The dragon's body was also broken into 7 or 8 pieces. After that, it dissipated into the void and turned into chaotic chi. What? The primordial Chaos Boy was shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. Is this guy really an almighty emperor? How can he have such powerful combat strength? The combat strength that Gu Fei displayed had exceeded everyone's understanding. An almighty emperor could really fight against a half-saint. This kind of heaven-defying thing was happening right now. However, at this time, the old sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect and the patriarch of the Song clan had already arrived. Their powerful half-saint aura made Gu Fei feel a great pressure. It was already heaven-defying for an almighty emperor to fight against a half-saint. It would be a miracle if an almighty emperor could fight against 3 half-saints alone. Even though Gu Fei could fight against a half-saint, he wouldn't be able to take on 3 half-saints at the same time. Swish! He used the 8 Desolation Void Steps to break out of the encirclement of the 2 half-saints. The 8 Desolation Void Steps was the fastest in the world. Not even 2 half-saints could stop him. Let's go! Gu Fei's body became one with heaven and earth. He pushed his speed to the limit. With a single step, he arrived in front of Gu Zhong and kept him in his inner world. After that, he rushed towards He Tian and used the power of heaven and earth to wrap around He Tian and fly towards the depths of the mountain. Trying to escape after killing my son? The old sect master of the Immortal Sword Sect was the first to chase after Gu Fei, the child of primeval chaos, as well as the clan lord of the Song clan in the capital of Yenhaven, gave chase. After all, the disciple of the child of primeval chaos, the Taoist priest of the High Clarity Temple, and the younger brother of the clan lord of the Song clan, had both been killed by Erebus. There was no way the 3 half-saints would let He Tian go so easily. It didn't take long for the 3 half-saints to disappear into the horizon. Some of the old-timers didn't want to miss out on a battle of this level, so they followed suit. Some of them already knew that Gu Fei and He Tian were the ruthless people who had fought against the mysterious inheritance in the shaman land, so they began to worry about the 3 half-saints. Those 3 old fogies are really like ghosts that won't go away. Gu Fei used his fastest speed to shake off the 3 half-saints who were chasing him. However, the 3 half-saints were not to be trifled with. They were actually able to keep up with Gu Fei. The 3 half-saints seemed to have mastered some kind of secret technique. Although Gu Fei was clearly able to shake them off, the 3 half-saints would immediately chase after him as soon as he stopped. At first, Gu Fei thought that they had done something to him, so he released the heaven and earth energy to isolate his aura. However, the situation did not change even after he did that. As soon as he stopped, the 3 half-saints would immediately appear and chase after him. What's going on? It wasn't just Gu Fei, even He Tian felt that it was extremely troublesome. The 3 half-saints kept chasing after them, and at this rate, they would catch up to them sooner or later. After running for 50,000 miles, Gu Fei and He Tian still hadn't shaken off the 3 half-saints. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel annoyed. It wasn't that he was afraid of them, but they really didn't know what was good for them. Chapter 1605. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little angry after being chased by the 3 half-sages for 100,000 miles. Did these guys think that he was afraid of them? They were simply courting death. One should know that he had already killed more than 1 or 2 half-sages. As long as he took out the violet gold divine sword, Gu Fei felt that he still had a chance to kill the 3 half-sages. Boss, why are you being so courteous with them? Why don't we just turn back and kill those 3 old farts? He Tian said with a murderous look. How about I leave this task to you? Kill 3 half-sages in one go. Your name, He Tian, will shake the entire soaring sky continent. Gu Fei said impatiently. This. He Tian had an awkward expression and didn't say anything. What a joke. With his cultivation, going against a half-sage was absolutely courting death. Even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. He Tian would never do something that would put him at a disadvantage. At this moment, Gu Fei and He Tian landed on a mountain peak. There were many mountains around them, and there were no signs of human activity. They could occasionally see the silhouettes of ferocious beasts in the forest. Just after they stopped for a while, a short figure appeared on the horizon, walking towards Gu Fei and the others. That person was walking in the sky, and with every step he took, the shadow of a true dragon would appear under his feet. It was a child around 11 or 12 years old. However, his skinny body emitted a shocking aura that caused all living beings in the vicinity to tremble. Primeval child. Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help but narrow when he saw that figure. Although this person had the appearance of a child, he was actually a super antique. The title of primeval child was a taboo 10,000 years ago. This person had a problem with his cultivation, causing his physique to forever be like that of a child. This was a lawless fellow who was also protective of his own people. All the rules of the cultivation world were useless against him. This half-sage acted according to his will. One had to admit that this primeval child was indeed proud of his cultivation and strength. He didn't need to worry about anyone. Why aren't you running anymore? Boy of primordial chaos walked in the void. From the moment he appeared and took a few steps, he had already arrived near Gu Fei and the others. From the sky, he looked down at Gu Fei and He Tian on the mountain peak. The shadow of a dragon loomed in the sky. The aura released by this primordial chaos boy could affect the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His blood energy was also incomparably vigorous. It was hard to imagine that a super old-timer would have such a powerful chi and blood. He was like the rising sun, and no one could ever imagine that he was an old-timer. Who said we escaped? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Gu Fei's voice was extremely calm. A divine sword flew out from his dantian and landed in his hand. It was a simple and unadorned longsword. A chilling aura emanated from the sword in Gu Fei's hand. The temperature of the entire world dropped. Even primordial chaos boy felt a chill. This is... His eyes flickered as he stared at the long sword in Gu Fei's hand. It was an ancient sword, but it made him feel a great sense of danger. This wasn't an ordinary sword. It seemed to be even more frightening than a holy weapon. Even a holy weapon wouldn't be able to give him such a feeling before it was awakened. Could this be the legendary? His expression changed. If the long sword in Yi Fuqian's hand really was one of those legendary items, then he really wouldn't have any confidence. Swoosh! At this time, Gu Fei had already rushed up from the mountain peak. He directly slashed at Primordial Chaos Boy's head with the divine sword in his hand. There was no shocking sword light, and there weren't even any fluctuations of sword energy. However, the moment Gu Fei made his move, Primordial Chaos Boy was alarmed. Without a second thought, he left behind an afterimage on the spot and instantly retreated 5 kilometers away. A wave visible to the naked eye rushed out from the divine sword and directly crushed Primordial Chaos Boy's afterimage before falling down. Swoosh! The visible transparent ripple landed on the ground, and a bottomless crack silently appeared on the ground. It was as if the entire ground had been split in half by the sword. This Primordial Chaos Boy no longer had any doubts. No holy weapon could have such power. There were no energy fluctuations at all, but the ground had already been split open. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Primordial Chaos Boy stepped on the true dragon phantom and flew tens of thousands of meters away from Gu Fei. He really couldn't afford to offend Gu Fei since he had an extreme holy weapon in his hand. However, he had to take revenge for killing his disciple. Go! Primordial Chaos Boy was decisive. He knew that he couldn't do anything, so he immediately turned around and left. After a few more steps, this ruthless person disappeared at the end of the horizon. He left just like that. Gu Fei was also very surprised to see this result. Could it be that this guy could see that the divine sword in his hand was an extreme holy weapon? This seemed to be the only reason why someone like Primordial Chaos Boy would turn around and leave without saying a word. Just as Primordial Chaos Boy left, another figure appeared in the distant sky in another direction. It was an existence in fluttering white robes. Divine phoenixes and true dragons circled around him. The head of the Song clan had arrived. However, before Gu Fei could say anything, the head of the Song clan suddenly stared at the divine sword in Gu Fei's hand, then turned around and left without a word. The last to appear was the old sect master of the Immortal Sword sect. His son had been killed by He Tian, and the vengeance for his son was irreconcilable. He swore to crush He Tian's bones and scatter his ashes. As for Gu Fei, the moment the old sect master of the Immortal Sword sect appeared, he had already swung his sword. A transparent ripple that was visible to the naked eye fell on the old sect master's head. What? In that instant, the old sect master felt all the pores on his body shrink and his hair stand on end. An extremely dangerous aura had already enveloped him. Roar! The old sect master roared and directly shattered the void, escaping into it. A few drops of crystal-clear blood dripped down from the void. Although the old sect master of the Immortal Sword sect managed to escape in time, he was still injured by the strand of sword energy that the purple gold divine sword emitted. Although he wasn't directly cut by the divine sword, it was enough to heavily injure him. No one could have imagined that 3 half-sages would pursue Gu Fei like this. If news of this got out, it would be enough to shake the entire Tenglong continent. In particular, the birth of an extreme holy weapon would definitely make all cultivators jealous. Let's go back to the eastern region. After scaring off the 3 half-sages, Gu Fei threw Gu Zhong out of his inner world and rushed to the nearest transportation formation with He Tian. Chapter 1606. The Eastern Domain 100 years ago was once the world of the Taishan sect, but 100 years later, there was no more Taishan sect in this world. The once powerful Taishan sect had completely disappeared. The place where the Taishan sect was located had collapsed and was replaced by a terrifying demonic den. With the demonic den as the center, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles had turned into a demonic domain. From time to time, terrifying demonic shadows would appear there. It was a dangerous place that had appeared in the Eastern Domain in the past 100 years, and no one dared to enter it easily. The Heavenly Market and the Demonic Den were the 2 most dangerous places in the Eastern Domain. A great era had appeared in the human world, and even a dangerous place could not stop the footsteps of the strong. Emperor Donghuang had once entered the Demonic Den and killed a great demon. The Heavenly Market had also become a trial ground for some super forces. There were many strong people in the Eastern Domain. In addition to Emperor Donghuang, the Zhao family of the Desolate Antiquity had also produced an extraordinary figure. This person was enough to compete with Emperor Donghuang. There was a place in the Eastern Domain that had been abandoned for nearly 100 years. It was once the location of a dragon vein in the mountains, and it was called the Dragon Valley. 100 years ago, the Taishan mountain collapsed, and the Eastern Domain changed greatly. An ancient demon came out from the depths of the earth. In that battle, the entire Eastern Domain was affected, and the Taishan sect was almost destroyed. The Taishan sect, whose vitality was greatly damaged, once moved to the Dragon Valley and temporarily settled down. However, at that time, the conflict between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chun was already clear. He killed Dongfang Chun, the most outstanding genius of the Dongfang family. As a result, Dongfang Wudi was provoked. However, even Dongfang Wudi was burned to death by Gu Fei's divine fire. This hatred was getting bigger and bigger, to the point where it was impossible to resolve. On this day, 3 people appeared in the Dragon Valley. This place is still the same as 100 years ago. When Gu Fei saw the destruction in the valley, he couldn't help but feel emotional. The valley was full of traces of a great battle. Although these traces had been there for 100 years, they were still clearly visible. Some places were already covered with weeds, and some places were even completely covered by vines. Coming back to the old place, Gu Fei remembered the scene of his childhood on the Taishan Mountain. The Taishan Mountain collapsed, and even the tomb of his master, Wan Xianchang, was destroyed. There was nothing left in the entire Supreme Mystery Sect. Back then, my cultivation base was not high enough. Otherwise, those fellows would not have been able to break the killing array that I set up. He Tian's face turned grim. I'm going to visit the Dongfang family and the Zhao family. Gu Fei's eyes flickered with a cold light, and a murderous aura spread from his body, causing He Tian and Gu Zhong's hearts to palpitate. This was a star of calamity. He was able to fight against a half-saint with his cultivation of a great emperor. It was definitely not a good thing for anyone to offend him. It seemed like a storm of blood was about to arise in the Eastern Domain. Now that Gu Fei had gone to the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family, a great battle was inevitable. He Tian could not help but feel his blood boiling as he thought of this. Back then, the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family had joined forces to break the killing array that He Tian had set up and entered the Dragon Valley. The disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect were either dead or missing. Only those who had participated in this matter knew what had happened to the disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect in the end. Master, what should we do next? Gu Zhong asked. Gu Fei thought for a moment, then said, It's time to meet an old friend. He took one last look at the Dragon Valley, then turned around and walked out without looking back. The Supreme Mystery Sect had become a thing of the past, and the Dragon Valley had become ruins. What he needed to do now was to take revenge. During the dark turmoil, the Supreme Mystery Sect had not been destroyed. However, from the moment the primordial Zhao family and the Dongfang family joined forces to break into the Dragon Valley, the Supreme Mystery Sect was destroyed. The Eastern Domain had become the world of the primordial Zhao family, the Dongfang family, and the Devil's Denver. However, the return of Gu Fei would break this situation and add countless variables. The Eastern Domain was about to change, and it was time for the forces of the Eastern Domain to be reshuffled. The Eastern Emperor City was an ancient city named after the Eastern Emperor. In the Eastern Domain, there had only been one invincible Eastern Emperor, and that was the ancestor of the Dongfang family. This ancestor of the Dongfang family had long disappeared from the human world, just like those saints. However, for countless years, no one dared to underestimate the Dongfang family, because this was a family that had produced an invincible emperor and had a background that made people fear. In the Eastern Emperor City, the city lord was appointed by the Dongfang family. Even the Immortal dynasty could not interfere in the affairs of the Eastern Emperor City. In the Eastern Domain, the Dongfang family was enough to contend with the Immortal dynasty. Master, I have already found out that the city lord of the Eastern Emperor City is an elder of the Dongfang family. In a restaurant in the East Royal City, Gu Zhong was reporting to Gu Fei. Gu Zhong had already gone out for a round and had brought back a lot of information. The city lord of the Eastern Emperor City was called Dongfang Yuan. He had only come to the Eastern Emperor City 10 years ago and became the city lord of the Eastern Emperor City. The Eastern Emperor City was the most important place of the Dongfang family in the outside world. According to legend, this ancient city was personally built by the ancestor of the Dongfang family, the Eastern Emperor. From Gu Zhong's words, Gu Fei and He Tian knew that this Dongfang Yuan was actually a half-step saint. 100 years ago, no one had heard of the existence of a half-step saint in the Dongfang family. Could it be that he was an old antique who had only woken up from his slumber in the present world? Some old antiques would choose to seal themselves in order to catch up with the great era of the human world. In the Dongfang family, there should be such a foundation. Some people sealed themselves until the present world. Forces that had been passed down for countless years all had unknown foundations. Once these foundations appeared in the world, they would intimidate everyone and make people fear them. Then let's collect some interest first. Gu Fei had already made up his mind to kill. So what if he was a half-step saint? Since the Dongfang family was one of the main culprits of the destruction of the Supreme Mystery Sect, he would never be polite to the people of the Dongfang family. I want them to regret messing with us, He Tian said fiercely. You guys go out of the city first, Gu Fei said to He Tian and Gu Zhong. Do you want me to find a place outside the city and set up a killing formation? He Tian said. One must know that they were going to deal with a half-step saint, and they did not have the confidence to do so. If a half-step saint wanted to escape, even Gu Fei could not stop him. No, I will personally meet this Dongfang Yuan, Gu Fei said, then stood up and walked out directly. Then, he walked along the street towards the city lord's mansion at the end of the street step by step. He Tian walked out of the restaurant with Gu Zhong, then directly soared into the sky and flew out of the East Emperor City. The residents of the East Emperor City seemed to be used to these cultivators who could ride the clouds. He Tian and Gu Zhong soared into the sky and did not cause much commotion. Gu Fei, on the other hand, went directly to the city lord's mansion and stood in front of the gate. The aura on his body suddenly released, and a shocking aura immediately soared into the sky. The cultivators in the city suddenly turned pale with fright. A book recommended by a friend. Friends who like it can go and read it. Chapter 1607. Someone actually dares to challenge the city lord? Who's so daring? He's courting death. The city lord is a half-saint. As Gu Fei released his shocking aura, the entire East Royal City was in an uproar. All the cultivators were shocked. This aura had suddenly erupted from the front of the city lord's mansion. Someone was actually challenging the city lord of the East Royal City. This was no small matter. It had been a long time since something like this had happened in the East Royal City. Especially when a great era was about to begin. No one dared to underestimate the Dongfang family of the Eastern Domain, even if there were peerless figures constantly rising up. The Eastern Domain was the world of the three great powers. Even the Immortal dynasty of the Central Plains could not interfere. At this moment, all the experts in the East Royal City were alarmed. Divine lights continuously rushed out from all over the city. Some experts rushed up into the sky and looked towards the city lord's mansion. Everyone wanted to know what was going on as soon as possible. Who is that person? Why have I never seen him before? He's so young. I'm afraid he's only been cultivating for a few hundred years. This kid actually dares to challenge Dongfang Yuan? Is he tired of living? When the experts saw Gu Fei in front of the city lord's mansion, they were all shocked because Gu Fei was just too powerful. In the world of cultivation, the appearance of a cultivator didn't mean anything. For example, the primeval child looked like an 11 or 12-year-old child. However, in the world of cultivation, it was still possible to sense a person's cultivation time. This was because one's qi and blood and primordial spirit could explain everything. Gu Fei's qi and blood were incomparably vigorous, like the rising sun. Such a person was definitely not one of those old antiques who had cultivated for countless years. This kid is just an almighty emperor. What gives him the right to challenge Dongfang Yuan? High up in the sky, people were talking. Very soon, someone sensed Gu Fei's cultivation. An almighty emperor was actually challenging a half-saint. Was he crazy? No one was optimistic about Gu Fei because an almighty emperor and a half-saint were on completely different levels. In the eyes of these people, the two were simply incomparable. Who dares to cause trouble in the East Imperial Kingdom? An enraged roar rang out from the city lord's mansion. After that, a young man in purple robes walked out from the city lord's mansion. This was a young expert similar to Gu Fei. This is Dongfang Yuan's son, Dongfang Xian. Didn't he go to the heaven market? Why are you here? Someone recognized the violet-robed young man. It was Dongfang Yuan's son. Dongfang Yuan was a half-saint, so his son was naturally not weak. Dongfang Xian was second only to Donghuang in the younger generation of the Dongfang family. Many people had seen his silhouette in the sky market. Some people had even seen him enter the depths of the sky market. However, no one had expected him to appear here. The Sky Market had already become a training ground for the three major forces in the eastern region. Demons also appeared in the Sky Market. It was extremely dangerous. If the cultivators who entered the Sky Market were not careful, they wouldn't even know how they died. Who are you? Gu Fei stood outside the gates of the City Lord's mansion and stared coldly at the young expert who had just walked out of the City Lord's mansion. There was a layer of divine light circulating around this person's body. His cultivation base was extremely powerful. You don't have the right to know who I am. If you don't want to die, get lost. Dongfang Xian was extremely domineering. A powerful killing intent emanated from his body. His eyes flickered with a cold electric light as he blinked. Almighty Emperor? You're not strong enough. Call your elders out to talk to me. Dongfang Xian was extremely arrogant, but Gu Fei didn't care about him at all. He was already invincible among his peers, so such an opponent wouldn't pose a threat to him at all. What an arrogant fool! Dongfang Xian was so angry that he laughed. He took a step forward and a shocking aura surged towards Gu Fei. The entire sky and the void shook. Bam! When Dongfang Xian took a second step, the entire sky and earth trembled along with his footsteps. Dongfang Xian's long hair danced in the wind. At this moment, his aura instantly increased tenfold. This was the power of the sky and earth that was directed towards Gu Fei to suppress him. Oh? Gu Fei frowned. Although this guy was extremely arrogant, his cultivation base was also extraordinary. He was definitely an expert among the almighty emperors. You're courting death. Gu Fei didn't say much to this guy. He directly pushed his palm forward. Many divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on his palm. The surging power of the sky and earth was immediately dispersed by this palm. What? Dongfang Xian was shocked. He had never expected Gu Fei to be so ferocious. He was actually able to disperse the power of the sky and earth that he had mobilized with a single palm. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that his opponent's palm didn't stop after dispersing his power of the sky and earth. Instead, it continued to push towards him. Bam! Without any suspense, under Dongfang Xian's terrified gaze, he was sent flying by a palm. Boom! He crashed into the City Lord's palace. How dare you? Who dares to behave atrociously here? A furious roar rang out from the City Lord's palace. Then, a group of cultivators clad in relic armor rushed out from the palace. The person in the lead was clad in relic armor and held a bronze spear in his hand. A murderous aura emanated from his body. It was obvious at a glance that this leader was a god of death who had walked out from a pile of corpses. How many people must he have killed for this god of death to gather such a murderous aura? Immortal soldiers and generals of the Dongfang clan? Gu Fei wasn't too surprised when he saw this group of soldiers. One should know that with the Dongfang clan's influence in the eastern domain, they could definitely train an immortal soldier and a divine general. He didn't say anything and directly charged forward. Bam! With a single punch, the leader of the divine generals was crushed by Gu Fei's fist. He turned into a bloody mist and even his Yuanshin couldn't escape. What? Up in the sky! Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. This young cultivator's battle prowess was incredible. He killed the second strongest cultivator of the City Lord's palace with a single punch. The cultivators of the Eastern Royal City weren't unfamiliar with the general. One should know that the general's cultivation was even higher than Dongfang Xian's. He had reached the peak of the ninth heaven and was the right-hand man of the City Lord of the Eastern Royal City. Killing a peak ninth heaven expert with a single punch, Gu Fei's strength shocked everyone. You? Behind the gate of the City Lord's palace, Dongfang Xian, who was sent flying back by Gu Fei, said with a trembling voice, "Who was this person? How dare he commit such a crime here? You what? Do you think you're the Eastern Emperor? Even if the Eastern Emperor is here, I'll kill him with a single punch." Gu Fei strode forward. The group of soldiers charged towards him with spears in their hands. Kill! The dozen or so soldiers roared at the same time, their voices shaking the sky. They raised the spears in their hands and stabbed at Gu Fei, each spear emitting a dazzling divine light. These were all immortals. Among the dozen or so soldiers, There were even some at the ninth heaven, just one step away from becoming an immortal emperor. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, these people were no different from ants. Boom! He threw a punch and the spears in the hands of the soldiers were all broken. The soldiers were sent flying, each of them coughing up blood. They were dead before they even hit the ground. Gu Fei didn't make a move, but once he did, it was an extremely fierce attack. He killed a group of immortal soldiers with a single move. This kind of battle prowess, this kind of method, made people's hearts palpitate. The enmity between the two sides couldn't be resolved. In that case, Gu Fei could only fight the Dongfang family to the end. Weren't you very arrogant? Now you're not? Gu Fei strode into the city lord's mansion. Dongfang Xian was already scared out of his wits. He constantly retreated, his arrogance completely replaced by terror. You can't. Dongfang Xian said in a trembling voice. Can't what? Can't kill you? Gu Fei smiled. He walked toward Dongfang Xian step by step, his killing intent faintly discernible. He wouldn't let this disciple of the Dongfang family go. If he allowed such a young expert to grow up, he would definitely become a formidable opponent. Gu Fei didn't want to make another enemy in the future. Dongfang Xian was originally a young expert of the Dongfang family, second only to Emperor Donghuang. He thought highly of himself and was usually very arrogant. He didn't even care about people of the older generation. However, the current Dongfang Xian was no longer the old Dongfang Xian. He had suffered a great shock, and his Dao heart was already unstable. Even if Gu Fei didn't kill him, it would be difficult for him to become a supreme expert. It didn't matter if he killed or not. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort rang out from the depths of the city lord's mansion. Then, a strand of saintly might appeared in the sky. Everyone was stunned by this saintly might. Is he finally coming out? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He walked past Dongfang Xian. Haha, you're dead. My father is here, and you'll die without a burial. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. Dongfang Xian suddenly laughed maniacally. Hearing this, Gu Fei's body paused for a moment. He didn't even turn his head back. He pointed out with his right hand, and a beam of divine light shot out from his finger, directly piercing through Dongfang Xian's head. I didn't want to kill you at first, but you're courting death. Don't blame anyone else. Gu Fei continued forward. The smile on Dongfang Xian's face froze. A bloody hole appeared on his forehead, and red and white matter seeped out. Gu Fei's finger had directly pierced through his Naiwen palace and dispersed his Yuan spirit. Pata! Dongfang Xian's corpse fell to the cold ground. The number 2 figure of the younger generation of the Dongfang clan, who was slightly inferior to the Eastern Emperor, had fallen just like that. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This guy actually killed the son of the city lord. This was equivalent to piercing through the sky. The city lord of the Eastern Imperial City would definitely go crazy. Roar! You deserve to die. Just as Gu Fei killed Dongfang Xian, an earth-shattering roar sounded from the depths of the city lord's mansion. Then, a figure emitting a terrifying aura and ripples rushed out from the depths of the city lord's mansion. This is the last chapter tonight. It will erupt tomorrow. Chapter 1608. Today, the Eastern Royal Kingdom was destined to not be peaceful. In front of the city lord's estate, Gu Fei killed the second most powerful figure in the Eastern Royal Kingdom all by himself. He even killed the son of the city lord. To the cultivators in the Eastern Royal Kingdom, this was tantamount to piercing through the sky. You deserve to die. A furious roar rang out from the depths of the city lord's estate. A peerless silhouette rushed out. As the silhouette appeared, the entire sky darkened. Monstrous killing intent caused even the sky to lose its color. Boom! That person did not waste any words. He directly slammed a palm towards Gu Fei. Boundless immortal energy condensed into a gigantic palm that radiated with boundless divine light. Like the hand of the heavens, it slammed down towards Gu Fei. It's the supreme art of the Dongfang clan, the hand of the firmament. High up in the sky, the cultivators who saw this scene exclaimed. The gigantic palm enveloped the entire sky. Countless Dao runes appeared, interweaving with each other to form an astonishing force. Rumble! The gigantic palm pressed down, causing the space below it to tremble. Then, a series of pitch-black spatial cracks appeared, extending into the distance. That person swore to kill Gu Fei. His attacks were merciless. The moment the hand of the firmament appeared, it sealed off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei. He did not even have the chance to dodge. Heaven-encompassing palm. Gu Fei roared. His long hair danced in the wind. He had no intention of retreating. Instead, he directly extended his right palm and slammed upwards. A resplendent golden palm rushed out from his right hand, welcoming the descending hand of the firmament. Bang! After a muffled sound, the heaven-encompassing hand and the hand of the firmament clashed. The entire space shook violently. Then, a terrifying destructive force exploded between the two. The void was being annihilated. Pitch-black spatial cracks extended for tens of millions of feet. The mighty energy fluctuations that spread out between the two of them even dispersed the clouds in the sky. Boom! Gu Fei crushed the hard green brick floor, and Gu Fei's entire body sunk into the ground. The powerful force from his hand caused him to suffer a great impact. As for the peerless figure that rushed out from the depths of the city lord's mansion, he was also sent flying high into the sky by Gu Fei's palm force. What? Heaven-defying! How is this possible? High up in the sky, the cultivators who had already dodged away were all dumbfounded when they saw this. The young cultivator was actually able to take a blow from that person head-on and not die. This was a miracle. It was already a miracle that almighty emperors and half-saints didn't die in a head-on clash. Who are you? Dongfang Yuan couldn't help but become serious. Although the other party was a great emperor, he could sense the powerful power within the other party's body that made even his heart palpitate. Gu Fei! Gu Fei didn't intend to hide his identity. After all, he and He Tian made such a big noise in the Sorcerer's Land and fought with the 3 half-saints in Yen City. Perhaps some people with ulterior motives already knew his origin and identity. What? You are Gu Fei? Dongfang Yuan's expression changed. His eyes flickered as he stared at Gu Fei. His expression kept changing. He was not unfamiliar with the name Gu Fei. It was a name that had disappeared from the human realm. It was not a secret that Gu Fei and He Tian had entered the heaven realm. The experts of the Dongfang family had also participated in the turmoil of the sky market. You didn't expect this, did you? Gu Fei walked out of the big pit in the ground step by step. He was very calm. So what if he was a half-saint? With his current cultivation, he could compete with a half-saint. Didn't you already enter the heaven realm? Dongfang Yuan stood in the sky. He was very surprised. When the turmoil of the sky market happened, the great era had not yet arrived. He was still in a deep sleep. When the sky tower appeared, there were peerless figures who fought for it. Then, the ghost emperor of Fengdu took it away. This was the biggest event in the past 100 years. At that time, the sky tower accidentally opened the heavenly road to the heaven realm. Many people entered the heaven realm, including Gu Fei and the others. Humph! Can't I come back? Gu Fei had already walked out of the big pit. He looked up, and his eyes flickered like a lion staring at its prey. I can actually come back. Could there be some secret passage between the heaven realm and the human realm? Dongfang Yuan couldn't help but become excited when he thought of this. One of the reasons he slept in the present world was to enter the heaven realm. He couldn't let this person go. Moreover, this person had a great hatred for the Dongfang family. He had just killed his son. No matter what the reason was, this person had to die in the end. Swish! Dongfang Yuan made his move. 9 beams of divine light suddenly rushed out from his body. Each of the 9 beams of divine light was wrapped around a divine weapon. A saint's aura spread out from Dongfang Yuan's body. This aura made all living beings tremble because saints could look down on the world. Dongfang Yuan was not a saint, but he was already a half-saint. He had the aura of a saint. Countless Dao patterns appeared on the 9 divine weapons. They turned into 9 divine rainbows and slashed at Gu Fei below. The terrifying power of the immortal Dao caused the entire city lord's mansion to tremble. A self-refined half-saint divine weapon. Gu Fei could tell at a glance that these 9 divine weapons were not divine weapons refined by ancient sages, but divine weapons refined by Dongfang Yuan himself. Bang! Gu Fei pushed off the ground with both feet and shot up into the sky like an arrow. He directly rushed into the 9 divine weapons and kept clashing with them with his fists. Clang! The clanging sound was endless. Gu Fei actually used his flesh and blood to fight against the divine weapons. His action shocked everyone to the extreme. Kill! Gu Fei was extremely powerful. He directly knocked away the 9 divine weapons and attacked Dongfang Yuan. His battle intent was like that of a supreme war god from ancient times. Such a powerful physical strength. Could it be the person who defeated the chaotic Tao body? Many people had witnessed Gu Fei fighting against the chaotic Tao body in the Sorcerer's Land. Although the East region was far away from the Sorcerer's Land, the cultivators in the East region had heard about it. Very good. It's you who defeated the chaotic Tao body in the Sorcerer's Land. The 9 divine weapons flew back to Dongfang Yuan. Each of them glowed with dazzling divine light and surged with the terrifying power of the immortal Tao. The 9 divine rainbows intertwined in front of Dongfang Yuan and finally stopped Gu Fei. The Tao patterns intertwined and the power of the immortal Tao was so powerful that even Gu Fei could not break through the barrier in a short time. After all, his opponent was a half-saint. It's only been 100 years, but your cultivation has become so powerful. Dongfang Yuan's voice was trembling. He was not afraid, but excited. Was the legendary heaven realm really a paradise for cultivation? One could become a mighty emperor after 100 years of cultivation. Chapter 1609. Only when the great era of the human realm came, such a heaven-defying figure would appear. In the great era, anything could happen. Could it be that the heaven realm also ushered in the great era? Dongfang Yuan was shocked. He knew a lot about the enemy of the Dongfang family. 100 years ago, this man named Gu Fei was not even an immortal. But 100 years later, Gu Fei, who returned from the heaven realm, was already a great emperor. It should be known that this person cultivated the ancient martial arts, which was much more difficult than the ordinary cultivation system. Although Dongfang Yuan was surprised, he did not dare to underestimate Gu Fei. The 9 great magic weapons were flying, and each of them turned into a bright divine rainbow, exuding the terrible power of a half-saint. Swish! A divine rainbow rushed past Gu Fei, and wherever it passed, the void was silently annihilated, leaving a dark space crack. Half-saint, even in the great era of the human realm, was also a supreme figure. The East Royal Palace had a special position in the East Royal Palace. The Dongfang family also attached great importance to the East Royal Palace and did not hesitate to send a half-saint to guard it. In this great era, even great experts would find it difficult to deter some people. Only half-saints could deter others. Clang! Gu Fei's fists constantly collided with the 9 great magic weapons. The magic weapons that were hit by his fists made a sound of metal shaking, and on his fists, there were constantly Tao patterns appearing. Merging the body with the Tao, you are refining your body as a holy weapon. Dongfang Yuan saw something and was extremely shocked. No wonder the ancient warriors were so powerful, and there was even an invincible, indestructible martial body. It seemed that this was the reason. People of the immortal path would not refine their body as a holy weapon, because they had divine weapons to protect themselves. Dongfang Yuan's 9 great magic weapons were divine weapons to protect himself. At this time, divine patterns of the Great Way began to appear on Gu Fei's body. He was like a human magic weapon, fighting endlessly under the siege of the 9 great magic weapons. This scene was sufficient to shock the world, because no one dared to use their bodies to go against a weapon refined by a half-saint, and even the most extraordinary figure in the mortal dimension was unable to do so. Who is that person? Is it really that person? The chaotic Taoist body and the human martial body have appeared in the land of Sorcerer. These 2 bodies have been recognized as peerlessly powerful in ancient times. This person doesn't have chaotic aura on him, so he must be the human martial body. In the East Royal City, the well-informed cultivators had already guessed Gu Fei's background. Could it be that the human race martial body from 100 years ago has appeared again? Some people thought of many things. 100 years ago, there was a genius in the Taishan sect who cultivated ancient martial arts. He was invincible among the younger generation in the southern wasteland. Even the most outstanding azure dragon among the 100 races of the southern wasteland was no match for a human with a martial body. However, only 100 years had passed. Could it be that a human with a martial body had already become a mighty emperor? In the eyes of cultivators, 100 years was just a short period of time. There were some old monsters who would go into seclusion for hundreds of years, or even over 1,000 years. There were some old monsters who sealed themselves and slept for countless years, becoming great beings within 100 years. This wasn't impossible. There were such geniuses in the mortal world. However, for a martial artist to become an almighty emperor in 100 years was too heaven-defying. Because all cultivators knew that for ordinary cultivators, ancient martial arts was a path of no return. This path was too difficult. Some people could not achieve great success in their entire lives. It was because ancient martial arts were too difficult to cultivate that gradually, no one was willing to take this path. Just when everyone was shocked, the battle between Gu Fei and Dongfang Yuan changed again. Gu Fei's power was getting stronger and stronger. His Taoist patterns were densely packed. When he punched, the world shook. Dongfang Yuan's 9 divine weapons were gradually unable to resist Gu Fei's attack. Boom! In the end, Gu Fei sent the 9 divine weapons flying with a single punch. He then used the 8 Desolation Void Steps and took a step forward, directly arriving in front of Dongfang Yuan. Damn it! Dongfang Yuan was shocked. He knew very well that he couldn't let a cultivator get close to him. In a battle, it meant death. Bang! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei's essence, qi, and spirit climbed to the peak in an instant. He then punched with his strongest power, a mass of chaotic energy emerging from his fist. Although it was just a punch, Dongfang Yuan felt the aura of death. Stars shift. Dongfang Yuan was greatly alarmed. Without a second thought, he unleashed his Immortal Tao divine art. With a furious roar, a vast force of Immortal Tao surged out from his body. With him as the center, the space around him suddenly distorted. There seemed to be stars floating around Dongfang Yuan. The world was reversing. What? Gu Fei only felt a force pulling his fist away, which shocked him. A half-step saint was indeed a half-step saint. Even his strongest punch was almost pulled away by this force. However, all abilities and techniques were useless in the face of absolute power. Boom! Gu Fei's fist vibrated. An even more powerful force surged out of his fist. Even the force that could move stars couldn't shake his fist. His fist passed through the chaotic void and landed on Dongfang Yuan. Just as Gu Fei's fist landed on Dongfang Yuan, countless Tao runes surged out of his body. His clothes turned into ashes, revealing a divine armor underneath. Countless Tao runes appeared on the divine armor, dissipating most of the power of Gu Fei's punch. Roar! With a furious roar, Gu Fei still sent Dongfang Yuan flying thousands of meters away. It was so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate. Such battle prowess was enough to intimidate everyone present. Dongfang Yuan stabilized his body, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He was drenched in cold sweat. If he had not worn a piece of holy armor under his clothes, his body would have been blown apart by that punch. This person is only a great emperor now, but he can already fight against a half-step saint. What will happen if he becomes a half-step saint? Dongfang Yuan's killing intent was unprecedentedly strong. Gu Fei couldn't be left alive. Even if he had to use his trump card, he had to kill him. Otherwise, a terrifying enemy would appear in the Dongfang clan. Humph. He's also a coward. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel disdain when he saw Dongfang Yuan wearing a divine armor under his clothes. He knew the power of his punch. It could even penetrate a divine armor refined by a half-step saint. Only a true divine tool could dissipate the power of his punch. Chapter 16:10. How dare you kill my son? You're dead. Dongfang Yuan wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, then stared at Gu Fei with a frightening look in his eyes. A powerful wave of immortal power burst out from his body. Net in order to avenge his son's death, and to eradicate a great enemy of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Yuan could not let Gu Fei go. Only one of them could survive. Gu Fei and the Dongfang family had a great enmity, so he was going to kill an important figure of the Dongfang family to establish his power. This was a situation that would not end until one of them died. Die! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei let out a roar and executed the 8 Desolation Void Steps, causing his figure to vanish. When he reappeared, he was already above Dongfang Yuan. Bang! He stomped down on Dongfang Yuan's head, and a terrifying sound of wind and thunder rang out under his feet. A powerful destructive force emerged under his feet. This stomp seemed to trample the whole world under his feet. Dongfang Yuan was both shocked and infuriated. Gu Fei's speed was so fast that even he could barely keep up. A terrifying power descended from the top of his head, making him feel a great sense of danger. Carefree beyond the heavens, Dongfang Yuan used a great immortal technique, and countless trigrams rushed out from his body. He walked in the void, and with every step he took, trigrams emerged under his feet, turning the universe upside down. The void distorted under the trigrams, and Dongfang Yuan seemed to pass through the cracks in the void, rushing out from under Gu Fei's feet like a flying immortal above the 9 heavens. This great technique, which condensed one's own immortal power into trigrams, was a supreme great technique created by an earth-shattering figure in ancient times. There were some inheritances of this technique in the Taishan sect, which were obtained by Li Lingfeng, the eldest senior brother of the Taishan sect. However, the inheritance that Li Lingfeng obtained was only a superficial one, and could not be compared to the inheritance that Dongfang Yuan obtained. 8 trigrams appear. Dongfang Yuan circulated his half-holy immortal power with all his might, and his hands danced in front of him. 8 types of trigrams appeared in the air, condensing without dissipating. Rumble, the sky changed color, and the 8 trigrams appeared. All the spiritual energy in the world was attracted by the trigrams, and a terrifying power rippled out from the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams were crazily devouring the spiritual chi of heaven and earth from all directions. The region around the East Royal City suddenly changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. Everyone was shocked. Good heavens! Gu Fei was also secretly startled. He had never imagined that such an ancient inheritance would appear in the hands of a great enemy today. The Dongfang family was incredible to actually obtain such an ancient inheritance. It seems that the Dongfang family is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Gu Fei did not show the slightest trace of fear. He directly struck out with the Yin-Yang reincarnation fist. This was a martial arts combat skill that he created on the basis of the 5 elements fist. Bam! When he punched out, the ferocious power directly shook the 8 trigrams, causing Dongfang Yuan to be shocked to the extreme. This guy was simply too ferocious. Gu Fei's fists were like the 2 extremes of the moon and the sun. The power of Yin and Yang interweaved, and Yin-Yang divine diagrams constantly appeared between his fists. The fist force and the divine diagrams constantly collided with the 8 trigrams, and the void was constantly destroyed. Everyone who saw this scene was incomparably shocked. A terrifying power kept spreading out in every direction, forcing the cultivators who were watching the battle to retreat further away. If they were to be affected by the shockwaves, they would be in for a terrible time. Your master's battle strength is world-shaking. It seems that there are very few people in the human world who can defeat him. 2 people stood high up in the sky. One of them was a dashing young master with a mischievous smile on his face and a divine fire fan in his hand. The other was a fat middle-aged man. These 2 people were He Tian and Gu Zhong. They were closely watching the battle in front of them. They were not worried about Gu Fei. It should be known that Gu Fei was born to be a warrior. Unless a sage-to-be attacked, a sage-to-be could not threaten Gu Fei's life. With the advent of the human world, everything is full of variables. Gu Zhong said with emotion. In the past 100 years, the human world had changed greatly. The way of heaven was no longer unfathomable. Many people took advantage of this time to break through the bottleneck of their cultivation. Gu Zhong had heard that a peerless figure appeared in the 100 tribes of the southern wilderness. This peerless figure became a sage-to-be within 100 years, which shook the entire cultivation world of the Tung-Long continent. Even Gu Zhong had to admire such a peerless figure. It seems that a supreme master will appear in this world. He Tian seemed to have a premonition. Every time a great era came, someone would obtain a great opportunity and become the strongest in the world. Every cultivator who embarked on the path of cultivation wanted to become a supreme master. He Tian was no exception. In this great era, he also wanted to become a supreme master. Becoming a supreme master? I'm afraid my master also has this opportunity. In Gu Zhong's opinion, his master, Gu Fei, was the most outstanding one. Even the peerless genius of the southern wilderness might not be a match for his master. Rumble? At this time, a great destruction took place in the sky above the East Royal Palace. The entire void was collapsing, and pitch-black spatial cracks spread in all directions. It was like black lightning. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Many people didn't manage to dodge in time and were torn apart by the ruptured void. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. The 8 trigrams fiercely collided with the yin and yang samsara, turning the void into chaos. Gu Fei and Dongfang Yuan fought in the chaotic void. This battle shook the surrounding area of the East Royal Palace. Soon, the news spread and shook the entire eastern domain. Soon, some powerful figures appeared in the vicinity of the East Royal Palace. It's really that person. This was the territory of the Dongfang family. Some of the experts of the Dongfang family recognized Gu Fei, but they didn't take action. This was a battle between half-step saints. Even powerful experts couldn't intervene. Although the Dongfang family had an unimaginable foundation, they didn't have many half-step saints. Dongfang Yuan's cultivation represented the strongest power of the Dongfang family. The head of the Dongfang family was only a few small realms stronger than Dongfang Yuan. The people of the Zhao family of the ancient wilderness had also arrived. They also had a great enmity with Gu Fei. In the past, the Zhao family's Heaven-breaker Shin King had died in the hands of Gu Fei. However, when the people of the Dongfang family and the Zhao family saw that Gu Fei was so powerful, they were all dumbfounded. It was hard to imagine that in just 100 years, Gu Fei had grown to the point where he could compete with half-step saints. The Zhao family of the ancient wilderness was very clear about how terrifying a martial artist could be when he grew up. He would become a great enemy. Today it's midnight. We'll continue tomorrow. Recommend a book to a friend. Those who like it can go and read it. Chapter 16:11. Boom! Gu Fei battled with Dongfang Yuan until the void shattered. The two experts directly entered the shattered void and fought until their eyes turned red. Roar! Gu Fei roared. The entire shattered void trembled. He used the primal chaos fist. His 2 fists were like 2 balls of primal chaos divine light, shaking the heaven and earth. Everything touched by Gu Fei's fists was destroyed. The 5 elements turned into yin and yang evolved into primal chaos. Gu Fei's martial path true force was constantly transforming. Under the state of primal chaos, his martial path true force was extremely violent. The 8 trigrams were constantly being blasted away. However, Dongfang Yuan seemed to have really obtained that ancient inheritance, and it was a complete inheritance. Rumble! The 8 trigrams circled around Dongfang Yuan, emitting a dazzling divine light. It drew upon the 8 powers of heaven and earth. Wind, fire, thunder, rain, snow, frost, and the essence of the earth. The 8 powers seemed to be transforming the heaven and earth in the shattered void. This ancient inheritance was incomparably powerful. The trigrams could defy the heavens. 8 trigrams suppress 10 directions, universe refinement. I will refine you into ashes. Dongfang Yuan used his killer move. The 8 trigrams flew up and sealed Gu Fei inside. The 8 powers intertwined and actually transformed into the 5 elements, which then evolved into yin and yang. This 8 trigrams formation was too terrifying. Its power was enough to refine the heaven and earth. The yin and yang intertwined, forming a destructive power that obliterated Gu Fei. See how I break your universe power. Gu Fei's battle intent surged. He constantly punched out with his fists. The vast chaotic true force turned the void he was in into a region of chaos. Terrifying power ripples spread out from his body. At this time, he had no choice but to use the Heaven Ascension secret art. Boom! A monstrous aura suddenly erupted from Gu Fei. His battle strength instantly soared by 10 times. His clothes were torn to pieces by the martial path true force coming out from his body. This was no ordinary clothes. It was a divine robe. However, in the face of absolute power, even a divine robe couldn't withstand it. The entire 8 trigrams formation was shaken by the power coming out from Gu Fei. What? Dongfang Yuan was shocked. He never thought that Gu Fei would still have some strength left. In the previous battle, he actually didn't use his full strength. How was this possible? Countless Tao patterns appeared on Gu Fei's body, interweaving into mysterious patterns. An extremely powerful force was awakened in an instant, and then it exploded with unstoppable force. Yin-yang chaos. Gu Fei let out a furious roar as he waved his fists in front of him. The yin and yang power that was formed from the 8 trigrams formation was drawn by him and then devoured by his fists. Kill! Gu Fei punched out with the primal chaos fist. With one punch, the power of the 5 elements formed by the 8 trigrams array was immediately dispersed. This was an indestructible punch that directly shattered the 8 trigrams array. How is this possible? Dongfang Yuan was shocked. One of the divination images was shattered, and he was also affected. His body swayed several times. The immortal Tao divine force in his body was shaken. No matter what divine ability you have, I will break it with one punch. Gu Fei was extremely powerful. He killed his way out of the 8 trigrams array, shocking all the experts in all directions and shocking everyone who witnessed this scene. The 8 trigrams array finally collapsed, and Dongfang Yuan flew out. Gu Fei's body emitted a shocking aura. At this moment, he was incomparably powerful. His whole body was filled with power, and one after another Tao pattern after another appeared on his body. How is this possible? How did his battle power suddenly increase to such a level? When everyone sensed the peerlessly powerful aura on Gu Fei, they were shocked again. Some of the older experts already thought of something. It's one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the secret art of ascension. The experts of the desolate ancient Zhao clan said such words, and everyone was shocked to the extreme. Wasn't the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao a supreme Tao technique that had long been lost? The 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao created by the supreme Tao ancestor was already incomplete in ancient times. Even the orthodox forces of the Immortal Tao couldn't collect all 9 secrets. This kind of secret Immortal Tao that had been lost for countless years actually appeared again. Could it be that some of the extinct supreme divine arts would appear in this great world? With the rise of the great world in the human world, the mysteries of heaven also became chaotic. No one knew what would happen in this great world, and it was possible that there would be earth-shattering battles. Even saints who were extinct in the human world would jump out. At this time, as soon as the Ascension secret art was used, Gu Fei directly sent Dongfang Yuan flying. His battle power increased tenfold, and he could fight a half-saint head-on. This was Gu Fei's trump card. Die, demon! Just as Gu Fei was about to give chase, a loud shout came from afar, and then a terrifying saintly might came from the direction of the voice. Boom! A divine pearl rushed out and emitted a blinding divine light as it shot toward Gu Fei. This is... Boundless flames burst forth from the divine pearl. It was like a sun, illuminating the world. A terrifying heat was emitted from the divine pearl, causing the entire space to distort from the heat. It's the divine pearl of 9 Yang from the Zhao clan of the ancients. Someone recognized the divine artifact and exclaimed, "Humph! After watching for so long, you finally can't help but make a move." Gu Fei sneered. The powerful saint-level fluctuations had no effect on him at all. He used the universal void steps and rushed out. "Since you don't want to abide by the rules, then I won't hold back." Gu Fei's voice rang out in everyone's ears, causing everyone to stare at the scene in horror. The Zhao family's expert had used his saint weapon right from the get-go. Were they planning on killing this person by hook or by crook? In the past 100 years, the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan had formed an alliance to fight against the ferocious demons in the Devil's Den. At this time, Dongfang Yuan was about to be killed by Gu Fei, and the people of the Zhao clan naturally couldn't watch Dongfang Yuan be killed. Fellow Taoists, what are you hesitating for? Let's kill this demon together. The voice sounded again, and a figure appeared in the distant sky. It was this person who was activating the Divine Pearl of Nine Yang, but it was a bit difficult for him to activate the divine artifact alone. I'll help you. Someone responded and rushed towards that person. Then, he stood behind that person and pressed his palm on that person's back. This was a reasonable activation of the divine artifact. Rumble. The world shook. Under the reasonable activation of the two experts, the Divine Pearl of Nine Yang emitted an even more powerful saint-level power, as if a saint was awakening. Everyone was shocked, and then they retreated far away. The fluctuation of the saint level was too powerful, and no one could withstand it. Endless divine light of Nine Yang rushed out from the Divine Pearl, piercing the world in all directions. Some unlucky people who couldn't dodge in time were swept by the divine light of Nine Yang and turned into ashes on the spot. Even Gu Fei was almost swept by the divine light of Nine Yang, which made him secretly shocked. Chapter 16:12. Boom! No one could withstand the aura of a saint. Everyone retreated thousands of miles away. Only Gu Fei and the two experts controlling the Nine Yang Divine Pearl were not affected by the saint's aura. There was a faint sword aura on Gu Fei's body. It was this sword aura that blocked the saint's aura, preventing it from getting close to him. What's going on? He's actually not afraid of the power of a saint. How is this possible? The two experts who were controlling the saint artifacts felt uneasy, as if something ominous was about to happen, causing them to feel a sense of trepidation. Clang! Just when the two experts felt that something was wrong, a sword chime rang out. This sword chime was just the sound of an ordinary divine weapon being unsheathed. However, the two experts controlling the Nine Yang Divine Pearl felt a bone-piercing chill attack their bodies. Go to hell, demon! The two experts used all their strength to activate the Nine Yang Divine Pearl. Above the Nine Yang Divine Pearl, boundless flames surged out. It was like a divine sun descending towards Gu Fei. Within the flames, countless Tao patterns were faintly discernible. At this moment, no one was optimistic about Gu Fei. Under the attack of the divine tool, his body and soul would be destroyed. Even the most stunning genius would not be able to withstand this attack. Haha, you want to kill me? You're not qualified. Gu Fei laughed. At the same time, a simple and unadorned divine sword appeared in his hand. This long sword did not look eye-catching at all. However, Gu Fei held this inconspicuous long sword in his hand and slashed at the Nine Yang Divine Pearl that was descending from the sky. There was no dazzling sword light nor powerful sword aura fluctuation. It was as if he was holding an ordinary long sword and casually slashed. However, some people saw a transparent ripple that was visible to the naked eye rushing out from the divine sword. The experts who witnessed this scene were incomparably shocked. What was the use of an almost transparent sword aura? However, just when everyone thought that Gu Fei was dead for sure, the boundless divine fire that descended from the Nine Yang Divine Pearl suddenly split into two. It was as if an invisible sword chi had broken through the layers of divine fire. Swoosh! A light sound rang out. The Nine Yang Divine Pearl suddenly split apart from the middle. Then it flew to the two sides. The saint artifact was split into two halves. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be stunned. As for the two experts controlling the Nine Yang Divine Pearl, they also turned into two balls of blood mist at the same time. Everything was destroyed, and other than the blood mist, there was nothing left. What happened? I'm not seeing things, right? The Zhao clan's Nine Yang Divine Pearl was split open by someone. Thousands of miles away, the experts who witnessed all of this were in disbelief. It must be known that the Divine Pearl of Nine Suns was a saint artifact. When a saint artifact awakened and launched an attack, it was equivalent to the attack of a true saint. The expert from the primordial Zhao family and the other expert were killed by Gu Fei's sword. To be able to split a saint artifact in half, could the divine sword in that person's hand be a great saint artifact? Even a great saint artifact wouldn't be able to destroy a saint artifact with one sword strike. This is at least a quasi-supreme sword. Among the spectators, there were many old antiques who knew a lot of great secrets of the world. Although the divine sword in Gu Fei's hand was very inconspicuous, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate it. There were many experts from the Zhao family and the Dongfang family present. At this time, they were all terrified and turned to flee. If they didn't flee now, they wouldn't have the chance to. Humph! It's too late to escape now. Gu Fei held the violet gold divine sword in his hand and used the 8 desolation void steps. He displayed the world's fastest speed and chased after Dongfang Yuan. There was no way he would let this half-step saint of the Dongfang family go. Under the state of ascension, even the speed of a half-step saint couldn't compare to Gu Fei. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei caught up to Dongfang Yuan and slashed at him again. Scared out of his wits, Dongfang Yuan used a forbidden divine ability to flee. However, even a half-step saint couldn't escape from the violet gold divine sword. A nearly transparent sword wave swept past, turning Dongfang Yuan into a mist of blood. Killing a half-step saint was just that simple. However, Gu Fei had only destroyed Dongfang Yuan's physical body, not his nascent spirit. Dongfang Yuan's nascent spirit was sucked into the violet gold divine sword. The reason he didn't destroy Dongfang Yuan's nascent spirit was because he wanted to obtain the ancient cultivation method Dongfang Yuan used. The 8 trigrams divine art was a supreme divine art created by an invincible sovereign in the primordial era. When cultivated to greater mastery, it could be said to be unparalleled under the heavens. Gu Fei didn't want it to be lost. I'm going to slaughter everyone today. After killing Dongfang Yuan, Gu Fei continued to kill the experts of the primordial Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan. Everyone was dumbfounded by Gu Fei's ruthlessness. He directly swung the violet gold divine sword in his hand, harvesting one life after another. This was a massacre without any suspense. Under the violet gold divine sword's blade, no one was a match for Gu Fei. Even though the violet gold divine sword hadn't awakened, its faintly discernible sword chi was enough to kill a saint. Swoosh! Gu Fei swung his sword, turning the last person from the primordial Zhao clan into a mist of blood. Only then did he stop. Dozens of experts from the primordial Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan were killed by Gu Fei. After the recent battles, Gu Fei felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It was time for him to go into seclusion and break through to the 6th step. Let's go! After Gu Fei met up with He Tian and Gu Zhong, they directly left the East Royal City. He wanted to destroy the East Royal City with one sword strike, but he felt that the East Royal City was extraordinary. Unless it was the true power of the extreme path, it would be impossible to destroy this ancient city. This battle shook the entire eastern domain, especially the primordial Zhao clan and Dongfang clan. These 2 superpowers were infuriated, and the clan master of the primordial Zhao clan immediately declared that he would use everything he had to kill Gu Fei. Compared to the strength of the Zhao clan, the Donghuang clan was unusually quiet. No one from the Dongfang clan came out to say anything. The entire eastern region was in a storm, and all the cultivators felt a sense of oppression. Some people had already predicted that there would be a bloody storm in the eastern region. Many people knew the origin of Gu Fei. This evil star had actually returned from the heaven realm. 100 years ago, there was a rumor that the Taishan sect had been destroyed by the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan. It was no secret that Gu Fei was a disciple of the Taishan sect. He had gone to the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan of the primordial clan for revenge. Everyone was quietly watching. No one wanted to provoke this evil star, but the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan of the primordial clan were facing a great enemy. Chapter 16:13. Just as the storm was about to descend upon the eastern domain, Gu Fei hid in his inner world and went into seclusion. He Tian wasn't someone who could stay idle, so he didn't enter Gu Fei's inner world. He Tian left. He wanted to learn more about the human realm. Although Gu Zhong was already a ninth heavenly layer celestial being, there were too many people who were stronger than him in the human realm. According to Gu Fei, Gu Zhong wouldn't be allowed to roam the world unless he became almighty. As a result, Gu Fei asked Mai Tian to set up a formation in his inner world. Then, he threw Gu Zhong into the formation, leaving him to fend for himself. Gu Fei wanted to use this extreme method to stimulate Gu Zhong's potential so that he could successfully break through the shackles of cultivation and take that crucial step. The cultivators of the Eastern Domain originally thought that a storm of blood would soon set off in the Eastern Domain. However, as the days passed, Gu Fei still didn't appear. An old man from the Dongfang clan went out with the human emperor divine weapon in an attempt to find Gu Fei, but he ended up empty-handed. The old man from the Zhao clan of the primordial clan also took action. No one knew what kind of foundation the Zhao clan had, but no one dared to underestimate them. This was an inheritance that had existed since the primordial era. Since it could be passed down to the present without being annihilated by the river of time, it must have something to rely on. These forces of the primordial era were not to be trifled with. No one was willing to provoke them. What's going on? Why hasn't that person appeared again? Yeah, it's been half a year. Don't tell me that person has already left the Eastern Domain? Many cultivators were watching from the Eastern Royal City. In the entire Eastern Domain, the most well-informed place was the ancient city that was said to have been built by the Eastern Emperor himself. Since Dongfang Yuan was killed by Gu Fei, the Dongfang family no longer sent experts to guard the East Royal City. The death of a half-saint was a great loss for the Dongfang family. In this half a year, the East Imperial City had no governor. Even within the Dongfang family, no one was willing to guard this ancient city. After all, Gu Fei could appear at any time. Even Dongfang Yuan had been killed by Gu Fei. The elders of the Dongfang family knew that they were not as strong as Dongfang Yuan. Unless they had the human emperor god with them, if Gu Fei came to them again, they would end up the same as Dongfang Yuan. Another few months passed. The eastern region, which had been on the brink of a storm, gradually calmed down. Someone saw Dong Huang appearing in the East Royal City. This was explosive news. What did it mean for Dong Huang to appear in the East Royal City? Many people were speculating about the motives of the Dongfang family. Since the battle between Dong Huang and the second Prince Yan Hao, Dong Huang had not appeared in the eyes of the world. This time, Dong Huang had come to the East Royal City. Could it be that something had happened in the East Royal City? Soon, a piece of news spread. There was movement in the Devil's Den in the East region. The Devil's Den in the East region was a forbidden area in the East region. Some people said that in the depths of the Devil's Den, there was a peerless demon suppressed, and there were many figures of fierce demons walking in the Devil's Denver. When Taishin Mountain collapsed, countless demons rushed out from the ground, causing chaos in the East region. It was a catastrophe. Countless cultivators were killed by those demons. If it weren't for a peerless figure taking action at a critical moment, the entire East region would have fallen into the hands of the demons. Even so, the demons in the Devil's Den still came out from time to time. For nearly 100 years, the cultivators of the entire East region had been fighting with the demons in the Devil's Denver. The Zhao family of the ancients and the Dongfang family were the main forces in the East region. Just as Gu Fei returned and killed in the East Royal City, there was also movement in the Devil's Den in the mountains. The peerless demon in the depths of the Devil's Den was ready to make a move again. Naturally, the demons didn't want to miss such a great opportunity. The demons are coming out again. In a restaurant in the East Royal City, a young man who looked like a playboy was drinking by himself. The wine and dishes on the table in front of him were very ordinary. Have you heard? Dong Huang is here. What do you mean Dong Huang is here? Where is he? Humph. Who is Dong Huang? Why did he come to this restaurant? Around a table that the young man was separated from, sat 4 young practitioners. The 4 young practitioners were talking in low voices. The content of their conversation was Dong Huang. Dong Huang was not the invincible Dong Huang of ancient times. The current Dong Huang was a peerless cultivator of the younger generation cultivated by the Dongfang family. This number one cultivator of the younger generation in the East region was very mysterious. No one had seen his true face. They only knew that he wore a battle suit made of ninth heaven meteorite iron. It was this ninth heaven meteorite iron battle suit that covered Dong Huang's entire body, revealing only a pair of eyes. Dong Huang, interesting. The young man was attracted by the conversation of the four practitioners. After a while, he stood up and left the restaurant, heading in the direction of the Castellan's mansion. This young man didn't barge into the Castellan's mansion. Instead, he loitered outside. Ever since the Castellan's mansion was breached by Gu Fei, the security of the Castellan's mansion had been tightened. From time to time, the sound of orderly footsteps could be heard coming from inside. These were the soldiers of the Dongfang family patrolling the Castellan's mansion. At this time, Dong Huang was in the Castellan's mansion. No one knew why he was there. Although Dong Huang was strong, He Tian wasn't afraid of him. He Tian was very curious about whether this Dong Huang was a man or a woman. However, after loitering outside the Castellan's mansion for a day, He Tian didn't see Dong Huang coming out. He could only find an inn outside the Castellan's mansion to stay. At this time, many practitioners had gathered in the East Imperial City. Almost all the inns in the city were full. However, He Tian was able to easily find a place to stay. However, very quickly, He Tian realized that he was being watched. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was surprised that someone could actually watch him. He didn't make a sound. The next morning, before the sky was completely bright, he left the inn and headed straight out of the city. After leaving the East Imperial City, He Tian headed straight for the dense forest that was 100 miles away from the city. When He Tian was walking in front of the dense forest, a person silently walked out of the forest and blocked He Tian's path. "It's you." When He Tian saw this person, he was instantly shocked. He didn't expect that the person who had been watching him would be this person. This person was covered from head to toe in a battle robe. Only a pair of bright black eyes could be seen. The ancient battle robe was covered with marks left by weapons. This person was Dong Huang. Chapter 16:14. The ancient battle robe had a kind of Tao lingering around it. This was a sacred robe refined by an ancient sage, and it contained the power of the ancient sage. Net He Tian never thought that he would be targeted by Dong Huang. "Who are you?" A cold voice came from the sacred robe. It was a neutral voice, making it impossible to tell whether the speaker was a man or a woman. Dong Huang was very direct. He cultivated a very special magic that could sense He Tian spying on him. So he responded in the most direct way. "Humph, you are the one who blocked my way. I want to ask who you are." A smirk appeared on He Tian's face as he looked at Dong Huang with some evil intentions. The power of yin and yang intertwined in his eyes. He wanted to use the yin-yang godly eyes to see through the sacred robe, but he did not succeed. Even the strange power of the yin-yang godly eyes could not see through the sacred robe refined by an ancient sage. The sacred robe contained the power of the Great Path, which isolated all auras, and also blocked the prying of He Tian's yin-yang godly eyes. "I will know everything after I take you down." Dong Huang did not say much and directly attacked. He stretched out his hand, and his right hand quickly expanded, covering the void in front of him as he grabbed at He Tian. Humph! He Tian moved his feet, and his whole body flew backward. In an instant, he appeared thousands of feet away. His speed was so fast that even Dong Huang was shocked. "I have underestimated you." Dong Huang retracted his hand and soared into the sky. He strode through the air, and with every step he took, Tao patterns would appear beneath his feet. In just 2 steps, he had caught up to my Tian. "Control of heaven and earth," He Tian shouted and directly used the yin-yang technique. His hands turned into 2 extremes of yin and yang, and a yin-yang void appeared between heaven and earth. Rumble. A power that could devour heaven and earth surged out from the yin-yang void, directly swallowing Dong Huang, who was rushing over, and then wanted to suppress and kill him. "Even heaven and earth can't trap me, let alone the void you've created." Dong Huang was extremely domineering, displaying his powerful battle prowess. With a single punch, He broke through the yin-yang void that He Tian had conjured and rushed out. What? This time, He Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Although he already knew that this person was extremely powerful, he realized that he had still underestimated the number one person in the eastern region's younger generation. Dong Huang was known to be invincible among the younger generation in the East region, and it was not a lie. If you're only at this level, I think it's best if you don't resist. Dong Huang's voice became incomparably cold. He had an invincible aura. Damn it! He Tian's expression turned ugly. This guy actually dared to look down on him. It seemed that if he didn't teach him a lesson, he would really think that he was invincible. Void formation. He Tian's voice was equally cold. As he spoke, countless formation runes rushed out from his body, imprinting themselves in the void between heaven and earth. The formation runes attracted the power of heaven and earth from all directions, borrowing the power of heaven and earth. A terrifying wave of energy was emitted from He Tian's body. This is... Behind the saint robe, Dong Huang's eyes flickered with radiance. A starry sky seemed to be faintly discernible in his eyes. His inner force seemed to have the sun, moon, and stars descending, incomparably terrifying. Formation Grandmaster. Dong Huang couldn't help but be shocked. This method of creating a formation out of nothing was too shocking. In the entire human realm, there had never been such a person. Buzz. The void vibrated. Lines of formation runes spread out from He Tian's body. With him as the center, a killing formation appeared in front of Dong Huang. A terrifying wave of energy spread in all directions, alarming the experts in the entire region. This place wasn't very far from the East Royal City. The cultivators in the East Royal City immediately sensed the movement and rushed towards the place where He Tian and Dong Huang were. In a short while, many powerful figures appeared in the sky nearby. The unusual movement in the East Region Devil Cave alarmed all the cultivators in the East Region. At this time, many cultivators had gathered in the East Royal City, and there was no lack of experts among them. It's Dong Huang. Who is that person? He's actually fighting with Dong Huang, creating a formation out of nothing. This person is incredible. In the distant sky, people were whispering. Dong Huang had made a big name for himself in the East region. Even among the experts of the older generation, there weren't many who were Dong Huang's opponent. Dong Huang's cultivation had already faintly surpassed the experts of the older generation. And the method that He Tian displayed was equally shocking. Creating a formation out of nothing, this was a great technique that only the legendary Formation Grandmaster could use. Since when did a Formation Grandmaster appear in the human realm? Everyone was incomparably shocked. A Formation Grandmaster used formations to increase his combat strength. Such a person could rely on formations to borrow all the energy in the world. At this time, He Tian's killing array emitted a terrifying wave of energy. The entire world seemed to be sinking towards Dong Huang, causing him to feel great pressure. This guy is actually a Formation Grandmaster. Dong Huang never thought that this person would hide so deeply. The great force of heaven and earth was drawn by the killing array, turning into a terrifying killing force. In the void, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. All the spatial cracks spread towards Dong Huang. Even if he was wearing the saint robe refined by an ancient sage, Dong Huang had no choice but to retreat at this moment. This was the destructive power produced by the collapse of the void. Dong Huang didn't want to be swallowed by the spatial cracks. Rumble. He Tian activated the killing array and suppressed it towards Dong Huang. This was an unforgettable scene. Billions of formation runes bloomed with endless divine light, attracting the essence of heaven and earth from all directions. Such a killing array was not He Tian's strongest, but it was enough to shock the world. A terrifying aura spread between the heavens and the earth, intimidating everyone. Within the killing array, there was a faint trace of saintly might. Using this killing formation, Mai Tian had raised his battle prowess to a frightening level. This was similar to the Ascension secret art, one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao. Moreover, He Tian's killing array had no time limit. It could continuously devour the essence of heaven and earth from all directions. In theory, the killing array's power could be infinitely increased. Dong Huang kept retreating. The power of the killing array made him very wary. The spectators in the distance were all shocked to the extreme. An invincible existence of the Eastern Domain's younger generation was actually forced to retreat. This was something that had never happened before. Who is that person? Everyone was very interested in He Tian's identity. Since when did a person who could compete with Dong Huang appear in the Eastern Domain? This was not a small matter. Humph! Weren't you very arrogant just now? Come and suppress me. He Tian's voice rang out from within the killing array. All the cultivators who were watching the battle from afar could hear his voice. He was doing this on purpose to let everyone know. Hearing this, Dong Huang did not say anything. Instead, he flipped his hands, and a spear appeared in his hands. This spear was refined from the same divine material as the holy robe he was wearing. The divine spear and the holy robe seemed to be a complete set. This made He Tian secretly shocked. The saint weapons refined by the ancient sages possessed immense might. The items on Dong Huang's body caused even Mahakala's eyes to turn red. He wanted nothing more than to rip off Dong Huang's saint clothes and take them for himself. Boom! A shocking aura suddenly erupted from Dong Huang's body. The spear in his hands seemed to be coming to life. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on its surface. Swish! Dong Huang directly threw the spear in his hand at He Tian's killing array. The spear turned into a destructive divine light and directly pierced into the killing array. What? He Tian was shocked. He sensed a terrible murderous aura from the spear. This kind of aura made him feel great danger. Rumble! The entire killing formation trembled. Countless formation runes collapsed under the attack of the battle spear. The killing power that emanated from the battle spear destroyed everything in its path, almost destroying the entire formation. Swish! He Tian directly abandoned the killing array, tore the void, and fled. The whole killing array finally collapsed completely. Countless matrix patterns disappeared in the void. The great array collapsed, and the terrible power formed swept out in all directions. The remaining power came down from the sky. The earth was shaking. Rows of trees fell, and countless boulders rolled down from the mountains. The whole area was in chaos. 100 miles away in the sky, a figure directly rushed out from the void. Outrageous! I didn't expect Dong Huang to have such a killing weapon. This person was He Tian. It was not that his cultivation was not enough, but that the other party did not follow the rules and used a saint-level killing weapon. Kill! A loud shout came from the sky. At this moment, He Tian once again felt an extremely dangerous aura. 100 miles away, a destructive divine light shot up into the sky and pierced towards him. When a tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I, old He, am a sick cat? He Tian was angry. This Dong Huang was too despicable. Did he think that he was the only one with a holy weapon? Without thinking too much, He Tian directly used the secret technique of ascension. His combat ability instantly increased by at least 5 times. Endless yin and yang essence chi burst out from his body. Buzz! A sword chime sounded from his body. An almost transparent sword light rushed out from between his eyebrows. Then, it turned into an almost transparent divine sword that he held in his hand. Eat my sword! My Tian roared furiously. His long hair danced wildly, and the entire world trembled from his roar. He slashed out with his sword with all his might, and a formless sword light soared tens of thousands of feet in an instant, imbued with saint-level power. Swish! The strongest sword instantly broke through the void of heaven and earth. It was as if the entire world was split into 2 halves by the sword. In the entire world, there was only the brilliance of this sword. This, 100 miles away, Dong Huang was also shocked when he sensed the power of He Tian's attack. He never thought that the guy he found would also have a holy weapon and that his cultivation was similar to his. The shocking sword light and the destructive divine light formed by the spear were about to collide. At that moment, all the spectators fled far away. This was a collision between holy weapons. No one knew what terrifying things would happen, but the consequences would definitely be severe. Chapter 1615. Indestructible Martial Saint Main Text Chapter 1622. Chapter 1622 Exit. Indestructible Martial Saint Main Text Chapter 1622. Chapter 1622 Exit. Xian Huan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Saint. Main Text Chapter 1622. Chapter 1622 Return to Indestructible Martial Saint Main Text Chapter 1622. Chapter 1622 Novel Name. Indestructible Martial Saint. Author. Liang Clan 3rd Young Master Type. Xian Huan / Fantastical Indestructible Martial Saint. Dong Huang's consecutive attacks caused He Tian to be infuriated. He didn't hesitate to use the Ascension Secret technique to increase his battle prowess to the limit. He then activated the Formless Divine Sword to clash with Dong Huang. Shuhage. Pure text. The Formless Divine Reef shot out a 10,000 zhang long sword light. This sword light was almost transparent, but it was visible to the naked eye. It was like a transparent water curtain that fell from the sky. Everywhere it passed, a pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the void. The void of the mortal world couldn't withstand the sword chi of the Formless Divine Reef. A terrifying saint aura appeared between the heaven and earth. Although everyone was shocked, no one would have thought that He Tian also had a saint weapon. This was a battle between two saint weapons. Even Dong Huang was shocked. His opponent also had a saint weapon. This was beyond his expectations. He didn't think that this guy had hidden his strength so deeply. Buzz! His spear vibrated. Dong Huang had no choice but to use his full strength. His saint robe resonated with his spear, causing it to display the power of a saint. The two saint auras shook the heavens and earth, shaking the earth. More than half of the Eastern Domain's experts could feel the fluctuations of the saint level. Billions of lives were trembling. The power of a saint had surpassed everything. Even the laws of heaven and earth in the mortal world couldn't suppress this power. One must know that saints were transcendent existences in the mortal world. Everyone was fleeing. No one knew what would happen when two saint weapons collided. There had never been such a battle in the mortal world. In the mortal world, some peerless characters didn't want this level of power to appear too early and cause a great calamity. If a peerless character sensed the fluctuations of this power, they would intervene. Free novel, just like the battle between Dong Huang and Second Prince Yen on Luofeng Mountain. At the critical moment, Ghost Emperor Fengdu suddenly appeared and stopped the catastrophe. But now, it seemed like no peerless figure had intervened. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the sword chi collided with Dong Huang's spear. In the instant that the two saint weapons collided, the entire world suddenly became silent. In that instant, no one could hear a single sound. Lian Yang's eyes widened in shock. Afterwards, a terrifying sound wave suddenly exploded. A transparent ripple spread from the point of collision between the two saint weapons. Wherever the transparent ripple passed, the space was directly annihilated. The moment the saint weapons collided, He Tian and Dong Huang were blown away. The destructive force caused He Tian to suffer a great impact, causing him to spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His physical body is almost shattered. The might of this saint weapon. He Tian flew for 1,000 miles before he stabilized his body. His body was covered with cracks, and yin and yang essence was seeping out from the cracks. He could no longer maintain the state of ascension. His powerful aura disappeared, and his expression became weary. Dong Huang didn't have it easy either. Although he had the protection of the saint garment, he still suffered from the impact of the saint force. However, the saint garment on his body had countless Dao runes that dissolved most of the power. Rumble. The void was collapsing and being annihilated. In just an instant, the destructive power that spread out in all directions destroyed everything within a radius of 100 miles, leaving nothing behind. The mighty might that came down from the sky directly erased everything on the ground. Even the tallest mountain peak was instantly turned into dust. This was the result of the confrontation between saint weapons. All living beings within 100 miles were killed. Many cultivators who couldn't escape in time were affected and directly turned into ashes. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Even Dong Huang City was affected. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The power of the saint weapon was too frightening. From this, it could be seen how powerful the forces that had saint weapons were. Forces that had produced saints all had deep foundations. No one was willing to provoke them. "I'll settle the score with you next time." He Tian recalled the invisible divine sword and took out the matrix platform. He immediately boarded it and left quickly. He was definitely not willing to be at a disadvantage. His opponent had the protection of the saint garment and the saint weapon in his hand. He had both offense and defense. In the end, he still couldn't defeat his opponent. He wasn't a pedantic person. Since he couldn't defeat his opponent, he would leave immediately. He wouldn't fight to the death even though he knew he couldn't defeat his opponent. That would be courting death. Dong Huang also withdrew his spear. This was a powerful opponent. He had miscalculated and provoked such a person. He had made such a great enemy for the Dongfang family for no reason. However, he didn't regret it. As long as he was strong enough, no matter how many enemies there were, he would be able to kill them one by one. Why should he be afraid? "I wanted to meet that Gu Fei," Dong Huang said to himself. Dong Huang muttered to himself. The reason why he appeared in the Eastern Royal City was to use himself as bait to lure out Gu Fei, who was hiding in the dark, and then kill him. His move was indeed very bold. It should be known that Gu Fei was not an ordinary powerhouse. However, Gu Fei was in seclusion, and no one knew when he would come out. However, no one knew that Gu Fei was in seclusion. The Dongfang family did not relax. The Zhao family of the ancients was also on guard. It should be known that back then, it was the Dongfang family and some people from the Zhao family of the ancients who joined forces to break into the Dragon Valley and destroy the Supreme Mystery Sect. This kind of hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. No one thought that Gu Fei would give up on revenge. It was because Gu Fei had not made a move that the Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the ancients felt uneasy. They didn't know what Gu Fei was preparing in secret. They didn't know when Gu Fei would suddenly jump out and attack them. At this time, in the Devil's Den, one of the two forbidden areas of the Eastern Domain, there was a continuous flow of devil chi that covered the sky. Even at noon, when the sun was high up in the sky, the entire area around the Devil's Den was gloomy and gloomy. The devil chi that overflowed from the Devil's Den enveloped the entire area. From time to time, there would be devil shadows walking in the Devil's Den, and from the depths of the Devil's Den, there would be heart-palpitating devil roars coming from time to time. A terrifying demonic aura spread out from the Devil's Den. There were many cultivators in the periphery of the Devil's Den. The major forces of the Eastern Domain did not dare to let their guard down because the Devil's Den was a source of devil chi in the Eastern Domain and even the entire soaring continent. Even the Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the ancients had sent experts to guard outside the Devil's Den. The unusual movements of the Devil's Den affected the nerves of every cultivator in the Eastern Domain. This was a major event. If the countless devils in the Devil's Den came out again, the entire Eastern Domain would flow with rivers of blood. While the various major forces were keeping a close watch on the Devil's Den, on a dark and windy night, a demonic figure walked out from the depths of the Devil's Denver. That demonic figure was extremely powerful. He directly attacked the experts of the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family, killing all the cultivators who were near the demonic area. His methods were extremely ruthless. You can search for the latest updates of this book on Baidu. Indestructible Martial Lord Text CHAPTR 1622. Chapter 1622 Exorcism is the Liang clan's third young master's indestructible martial revered good. If you haven't finished reading, you can add the immortal martial supremacy. Keyboard, enter key square root. Keyboard, recommended reading. Legend of Swordsman Sing Loudly in Another World Survival Record Plain Playground Flourishing China, Swallowing Interstellar Infinite Strong Martial Genius Dr. Infinite Wuxia Dream World Defying 9 Heavens Daphne in Rain. If you like the Indestructible Martial Sovereign,